Good afternoon, everybody! I am Senty, and I am going to be your host in our second ever episode of podCats. This time I have a much better quality mic. It might catch a little bit more, audio than usual, but at least there will be a lot less buzzing, I'm hoping. Alright, so, here we are. I have my two lovely co-hosts, Dark Solian and Shivers, who will be introducing themselves in just a moment. But before we start, I would like to thank all of you for coming today, and I hope that you enjoy our discussion on our second subject, which is Dark Souls games. So, without further ado, would you guys like to introduce yourselves?
Yes, good morning. I am Dark Solion, also known as the Joker Rennie in Senty's community. I actually go by Dark Solion as a bit of reference to. It's a very important series, so into much later, and I'm really excited today.
Oh dear, you are actually cutting off quite a little bit.
I'm gonna. Oh boy.
Hold on. This is fine. This was not happening in. This was not happening while we were setting up, but that is not a problem. We can very easily fix this.
And
give me just a moment. All right.
Mercy, Senty server.
Shivers. Do you want to introduce yourself again? Sorry.
Yes, my apologies. My name is Shivers, aka Versi or Ryan. I usually hang out in Senty's server. I stream a lot of really dumb games, and I do art. You should check it out or not.
You should absolutely check it out. Where can we find you, Versi?
You can find me on my Twitter at Shivers the Cat, and I draw a lot of furry art. I'm sorry.
Do not be sorry. Listen, it is lovely art, and everybody appreciates you for it. You will hear my cat in the background. She decided to not know where she wanted to be for the she was fine for the entire morning, but as soon as the stream starts, she's like, I want to be out. Actually, wait, never mind.
It's okay.
Cats.
All right, Rennie. I would like you to repeat what you said just a moment ago. This time without robots.
Yes, I apologize for that, but I hope that I fixed it.
I just changed our server. We will be fine. Excellent.
Good morning. I am Dark Solion, but you will all know me as Rennie, one of the Jokers in Senty's server. And basically, I actually go by Dark Solion as a bit of a reference to the Dark Souls series. It's a very important series to me, but I'll go into that much later on in the day. And I've actually been super excited to basically talk out about one of my biggest passions.
I actually did pick these two lovely co-hosts of mine, not just because they're good friends, but also because I knew that they were some of the most Dark Souls devotees that I know of. They are very, very much into the franchise. They are very fond of it and passionate about it, and I figured this would make for the most interesting podcasts that we could have. Now then, before anything else, I would like to remind you guys that we are, this goes without saying, but we are no professional game designers, we're no professional game journalists, we are just gamers. We are just gamers, and we enjoy Dark Souls, and we're here to talk about them.
Yes.
We're gonna be discussing Souls games, like that encompasses Dark Souls, Bloodborne, Sekiro, as well as things of that nature. And overall, we're gonna be discussing their structure, what really makes them what they are, the big, controversial and prominent parts about them, which is stuff like the difficulty and their design. And then all throughout, we're obviously gonna be interacting with you guys. You guys are here to tell us what games you enjoy, what you enjoy about these games. And yeah, that's really the main thing of it. Personally, on my end, I have played all of the Souls games, all the Dark Souls games, anyways. I have not played Bloodborne or Demon Souls, but I have watched playthroughs of both, even if that's not the same thing. And I have started Sekiro. I have not finished it.
Yes, I have. I am extremely intimate with all three of the Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3. I've briefly touched Demon Souls, and I really wish to finish it, but circumstances didn't allow me to. And I intended to play Sekiro over the last week, but I've just been far too busy with Christmas and New Year's, unfortunately. But I
It,
bought it, and I'm very excited for it.
it is actually January the 1st of 2020 right now. And for those unaware, we actually quite recently had Sekiro named as the game of the year for 2019. So that's actually a pretty big deal.
Oh, I did not know about that.
It won game of the year, which is a pretty big deal. All right, Bercy, which Dark Souls games are you familiar with?
So I've actually played all of the Dark Souls games, including Demon Souls, Bloodborne, and Sekiro.
So you have the most practical experience out of the three of us.
I haven't completely finished Demon Souls, but I have it right next to me, and I intend on playing that at some point. I absolutely love Dark Souls games, Souls-like games, but they are kind of a love-hate relationship, if you will.
It's funny because I think I know a lot of people who are really big in the series that feel very similar to that. It's really funny how, I mean, there is a meme for a reason, you know, the Dark Souls of Mario games, the Dark Souls of cooking. Like there is a lot to be said about the games, but don't worry, we will actually get to this subject of their difficulty in a moment. All right, so why don't we get started then? Let's talk about what Souls games even are, because even though I'm pretty sure that most of you guys here are have at least a surface level understanding of them, maybe not everybody here has played them, and that's fine. So to discuss what the Souls games are, we are probably gonna have to start talking about a little bit about Demon Souls first. And Demon Souls, even though people will obviously always talk about them as the very first of the Souls games, which they are, Demon Souls was actually conceived first and foremost as, or at least it's considered these days, as a spiritual successor to the Kingsfield series, from FromSoftware, which is the company responsible for all of the Souls games these days, or always, I guess.
Yeah, well,
yeah, yes, you know, the old Souls games that were made by Nintendo. No,
we don't talk about those.
We don't talk about. Well, to be fair, some people could argue that Zelda was a basis for a lot of the combat mechanics in Souls games, but mostly it's all supposed to take after Kingsfield specifically. And Demon Souls is prominent because it has a difficult, deep combat and some very unique multiplayer elements. This is something that you will begin to see with all of the series from there on out. And it was also directed by the person who is most notorious in the series these days, who is Hidetaka Miyazaki. Now, on this subject of, like, you know, what all of the Souls games are, what do you guys feel are the most essential traits of the series?
First and foremost, I would have to say the combat in general, namely the choreographed attacks from the enemies, the timed block, not necessarily timed blocking, because not all of them have blocking elements, but attacking, and just the open worldness of it all, the ability to explore the open world and, you know, kind of go at your own pace.
Yeah, and yeah,
I would agree with that.
There's a lot of different branching out and different pathways that you can take in these games. That's something we're definitely gonna go into. Okay, Versi, what do you think is most characteristic of the Souls games for you?
So I actually was going to bring up environment and exploration as well. I also think that storytelling through the world itself and not necessarily directly, while I don't know for certain if that was an intentional trait of Dark Souls games or Souls-like games, I feel like that is a very common factor in all of them. You kind of piece together the story on your own.
That's actually a really big thing that I forgot about. That's something very prevalent in almost all of them.
Yeah, whether it was intentional or not, it definitely became you know, something that all the games were known for.
And it's something very attractive. Like people really do enjoy that method of delivering the story, because it's very non-conventional. You have most games that are just very straightforward, like go to a town, talk to the NPCs, they tell you the story, and everything is just very laid out, and the cutscenes are unskippable. But in Dark Souls, dialogue, but in Demon Souls, Dark Souls, and Bloodborne, dialogue has this really interesting quality to it, which feels, it sometimes feels like poetic. Like it doesn't always feel like they're humans talking to you so much as like foreign, strange people, and you feel like you're in a different world in a way more like unique and strange setting. Sometimes what they say doesn't always quite make sense. And a lot of what you understand about the world, you understand because you had to piece it together, and you had to piece it together both through that very abstract dialogue and from item descriptions that you have to read on your own time. The game doesn't force them on you at any point.
Yeah, and sometimes you just get the weirdest context just from this strange little item. You might read something about Enolondo on an item that you found way later in the game.
And yeah, and it's just like all over. Like it's funny how much you can get even like from things that you wouldn't expect to be important sometimes too.
You could usually end up finding a piece of dialogue off of a weapon, or even just like a consumable that you're only going to use once. You know, find a piece of grass, it's probably got something important on there to the story.
And it just makes it really fun to find any item, because even like the most mundane of like HP recovery or like SP recovery or whatever that you find, you can just sit down and read what it says, and you just feel that much more immersed in the world. Mithril brings up another big point that we're gonna go over when it comes to like the game design and difficulty, but punishing boss fights that you can't just hack and slash through, that they usually require you to learn the fighting quirks to be able to progress. That's what he says, and that's, I think, a very prominent thing, because even though this is something that way more goes into like the difficulty and the design aspect of it, I think it bears mentioning that, for instance, when you play Ocarina of Time, when you play Super Mario 64 or something, if an enemy hits you, what's the thing that happens right away? Your character starts like flashing, right? You're like
and you're invulnerable.
Exactly, you're invulnerable, and you can just keep doing things and like trek on through, and or just retreat and go get health. Souls games are very notorious because the moment that you get hit by something, you are not invulnerable. You have to roll away, you have to do something, you have to backstep, you have to pull up your shield, because if you just stand still, you're going to get attacked again and you're going to get hurt again. There is no such thing as invulnerability flames in this game, other than when rolling.
Yeah, I've won rolling. And sometimes you have to be careful, because the bosses are sometimes designed to punish you if you panic roll immediately on being hit. Some of them have a bit of a delayed swing or a bit of a long range attack immediately following.
Delayed swings or fake outs too, like when it seems like he's gonna pull it up, but then he pulls it up even more, but then he doesn't even swing it yet, and you've been just fidgeting and panicking, and then he swings it down, and then you die.
It is interesting because a lot of the basic mobs leading up to a boss, sometimes they will condition you to act a certain way, or rather just to constantly roll away from them, because they either have rapid, fast attacks, or they're throwing a lot of projectiles at you. And as of course, your first resort is going to be, well, I should probably just dodge it. And, that is usually what bosses take advantage of, is when you're expecting a quick follow-up attack, and so on and so forth.
And it's really cool how much psychology goes into it. Like I think that's why people regard it, at least a good amount of people regard Dark Souls as such masterful game design, because it seriously thinks about... That's just the thing that Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, Bloodborne, Sekiro, all of those games really have in common, and it's that they really think about the way you think, like they really consider the way you're gonna think and the way you're gonna react to these things, and they plan and they design these encounters around that. And I think that's very characteristic, and that's a huge part of why people enjoy this series.
Yeah, they they make a lot of, not all of them, I'll get into that later, of bosses really well designed to just, I guess, punish you for your basic gaming instincts. As you've said, rolling away if you're panicking, they'll have attacks that will punish you for that. And I've always found that amazing that, you know, I couldn't just act on instinct alone a lot of the time. I really had to teach myself to be patient, and then either go in or escape when I knew that it was safe to do so. And being punished by that, dying and learning is a huge part of the series too.
That is a really big point that we're definitely gonna go into later. But I'm very glad you brought it up.
Yeah.
Go on.
I was going to say the same thing. We'll probably talk more about that later, because I could go on about that for hours.
You know, it's a really huge aspect, the whole trial and error. We're definitely gonna go into that. Like Percy said earlier, though, Percy brought up the mobs leading up to a boss. I think that's probably what strikes to me the most about this game is that maybe I'm just not amazing at it. And I know, and I've seen, like, you know, speed runs, and I've seen like what it looks like when a real professional player like plays this, but my big thing about this game, right, is that when you're playing, sometimes you're really high level, but those little baby mobs leading to like maybe the second or the third boss, if you just go in there thinking, haha, I have the ultimate gear, I will not be stopped, you cannot destroy me, you can get cocky and they can still kill you, and you will feel embarrassed. Obviously, I think that's probably what inspires me the most about Dark Souls games is the fact that your biggest level up, more than your stats and your gear, is the way you learn how to deal with enemies, and after a while, that becomes your biggest asset. The fact that you know which patterns, you know how to dodge this or that, then you know how to react to certain things, and it's really cool. It's really cool how even that single one lone enemy leading up to the boss is a real threat, because if you compare that to like a Goomba in Mario Bros, if you compare that to like a Bokoblin in Zelda, you will never really have that same level of threat where you're just like, well, that's just one baddie.
Yeah, I've dealt with him hundreds of times before. The same enemy hundreds of times before already, whereas this enemy just may have something special about them.
And it's really cool, like the way Mithril mentioned animations. I want to get into that later because animations are a really big deal. But there's just a lot of little things that go into it, and like that make the entire experience feel like everything is very much calculated. It's funny because we're already treading into a lot of different things that I had planned for later, but it's great. This is like a great summary of like what all makes Dark Souls, you know?
There's one more important thing I want to bring up too.
Go ahead.
Another important aspect of all Souls games is the ability to choose how you want to play. If you want to be a nimbly, rolly ball body like me, who is a glass cannon, you hit hard, but you also get hit hard, you can do that. If you want to be a big tanky guy who doesn't get stunned easily, you can do that. If you want to be an archer or a spellcaster, you can do that. If you want to be...
Sorry, keep going.
If you want to be a tanky spellcaster for whatever reason, you can do that as well. You can just play as you want, and it'll work.
I'm really glad that you brought that up, because that was exactly what I was about to say. Another very big core element of Souls games, almost all Souls games anyways, is your character building. Is the fact that you can customize your build, you can have all of these really cool setups, you can have all of this really... You can like put your stats here, get this weapon, combine this weapon, see if this build works, see how you look with this armor. There is a lot that goes into it, and you can it's very much a role-playing game in the sense that you can really make a character and you can feel like how that character would feel surviving in this usually very desolate, very desolate and very rough environments.
Absolutely.
Now,
Fashion Souls, definitely the most important part of the game.
Okay, well, you know what? If we start talking about Fashion Souls, we may have to end the stream, because that's the end-all point. There, like no matter how good you are at the game, if you don't look fashionable, what's even the point? What is even the point?
Oh no! Make sure I don't show you my Dark Souls characters.
Oh no! Oh no! I am infamous actually for whenever I play Dark Souls with people, I will always sit down and be like, "Why are you wearing those gloves with that top?" And they're like, "It has good stats," and I'm like, "No, why don't you wear these ones?" Every time,
Because
like, you cannot play games with me without me coordinating your outfits. That's the thing I do.
Okay, if I'm playing with you, I'm just going a nude run
Why?
Okay.
because then you can't make fun of my outfit,
Why?
Oh, but he can.
I can.
and
I will.
also because I can.
Wow. I will never play Dark Souls with you now.
That's
Anyways.
It's too late. You already promised.
Damn it. Anyways, so now it's funny because we're bringing up the character building. Another thing that I want to say that most the word came up again. Most Souls game have is the unique online features, which I think is something that characterizes the game for a lot of people too. Because Dark Souls games are not like an MMO. They're not like they're not primarily designed as multiplayer games.
Well,
And yet they have what I at least before I started playing the games, the way the multiplayer features were described to me, they just made me excited because they are really creative and really unique. For better and worse, many times.
that's a great way to put it.
But they have this really interesting both co-op and PvP mechanics that you don't see. Like, you do not see the developers take these very bold, very brazen approaches to game design as Demon Souls and Dark Souls do, and Bloodborne does as well, because it is really, really interesting that you can just be wandering around an area of the game, doing your thing, doing what the game's already programmed to do, and then you get invaded by a human being, and then all of the scripting, all of the preordained stuff just goes out the window. You can like think about a roguelike, obviously, in like, procedurally generated dungeons, but how powerful is it that you can have a completely unique experience as a player, even though you're going through a carefully laid out world that everybody else has gone through, but your experience can completely vary, not just by your build, but also because you can randomly experience having that invasion from another human being that just turns this previously carefully structured world into a very unpredictable experience. To me, that's the most magical thing about the invasion experience.
And if I may add to that, there are certain items or spells or weapons that you may get, and when playing the base game, they may not seem that useful. It's like, why would I use this? It would really only be useful in certain situations. But when another player invades you, all of a sudden those items might become useful.
Exactly.
We'll probably specify that more later, but it is a really nice experience because whether you're the invader or you're the invaded, it's all these options are just unlocked to you of how you can go about dealing with this invader.
Now, also, that is absolutely true. That it completely changes the way you think about things, because a previously amazing spell that the enemies always fell for suddenly is extremely easy for a player to dodge. So what happens? Key mentions that he never enjoyed it and he found it very disruptive, and that it ruins his immersion when he sees Pro Gamer 69 come running at him out of nowhere. This is exactly why I earlier mentioned that I find this mechanics to be for better and worse. I personally am of the opinion that it requires an open mind and a willingness to take risks, but at the same time, the invasion mechanics come with a lot of shortcomings. Immersion being one of them, and we are. I think this is a good point for us to stop talking about them, because we will have a dedicated segment for invasions in a while. But no, there's definitely a lot of good and bad things to be said about them. RafaCast says it should be something you could turn off. It is actually something you can turn off. You can completely turn off online features if you so desire. And there are also in-game mechanics for, even if you have online features turned on, you do not get invaded. It is definitely not something that is enforced on the player, which is a good thing, most would argue.
Yes, it definitely is.
Now, before we continue, something that I really wanted to finish establishing earlier on is that Hidetaka Miyazaki, the director of Demon Souls, went actually to be one of the main producers for the first Dark Souls, and he also kept directing the games, with the exception of Dark Souls 2. He was not director or producer of Dark Souls 2. He was not involved in Dark Souls 2 at all, actually. But he is involved in, I believe, 3, Bloodborne, and Sekiro. Now,
And the first game.
That explains so much.
and the first game. I mean, I did say that he wanted to produce that one
Oh.
and direct it too. But anyways, yeah, he was not involved in 2 at all. We will actually. I have so many opinions about 2 that I really want to talk about, because 2 is infamous for being. A lot of people hate it. I will go into my opinions about it later, but just keep that in mind that 2 is a special case. 2 is a
It's
very
okay. There'll be plenty to say on that later.
absolutely. Now
Senty and I are gonna fight, ladies and gentlemen.
it's gonna be amazing. You might be sad to hear that Versi is very likely on my side on that fight, Rennie. Now.
I'm sorry in advance.
Don't be.
Something I really want to tread on, really quick, which we will not have a lot of time to discuss later on, is the fact that very prominently, the games have a very unique art style and art direction that I would dare say has been very much consistent throughout, even to Bloodborne and Sekiro, even if they have obviously different themes. The games all have a very, like, even though they're games made in Japan, which I actually find hilarious, because so many people that I've met think that these are Western games. They're not. They're all made in Japan. The games
Right.
have very heavy Western leanings. They take a lot of inspiration from Western games, and this is reflected heavily on the art style and the way they draw the world. You were gonna say something, Rennie?
Yeah, I was just going to comment that a lot of the places are from. It's just very different from all the Japanese design games that I played, especially just the buildings of the world. It's not very, usually they're very feudal or something along those lines, whereas these are a lot of it's very castle heavy, for example, and I don't see that in many Japanese games, at least to the extent that it feels like it takes design inspiration from other areas in the world.
Absolutely.
Absolutely,
Which is
they take really big inspiration, ancient European, Celtic, and such mythos, and I think that's really cool. I think it's really cool because you really don't. Japan in the past, this is like its own. This is its own kind of forms. We're obviously not gonna get into this today, but Japan in the past has been criticized for being very Japan-centric, very focused on its own culture. So, this game is a breath of fresh air for Japanese audiences, as well as a really interesting insight to how these Japanese developers portray Western fantasy, and how elegantly they portray this decaying world, and how it's so convincing that it even feels like a Western product. They even record. There is no Japanese dialogue. They even record all of the lines in English, and if you're playing the Japanese version, there are Japanese subtitles, but other than that, everything is recorded in English first and foremost.
Did not know that.
Some text is actually lost in translation from Japanese to English, but some people actually argue that that doesn't matter because the text is first written in English. Some people say it's confusing because some of the lore makers are Japanese, anyways. But no, there is a lot that goes into there's just a lot that goes into the artistic direction of the game. Personally, I have a like Mercy said earlier, I have a love-hate relationship with the artistic inclinations of Dark Souls, because I personally think that it achieves the exact purpose that it sets out to do. It sets out to create a decaying, like post-apocalyptic, basically, world full of like zombies and death and undead and stuff. It sets out to create this heavy atmosphere of loneliness, of just death, and as such, you can see in almost all of the armor that you get in the games that it is all worn out and tattered. This is more pronounced, especially from Dark Souls 2 onwards, where you can really tell the textures are like very filthy, very torn. Everything is dirty. Dark Souls 2 goes really heavy on the decaying aspect. Dark Souls 3 feels like everything already decayed and you're kind of just trying to push past that. Yes, Rennie?
Oh, yeah, everything's just suddenly you're suddenly thrown into a world. Everything is already decayed and dilapidated.
Exactly, and in Bloodborne you also see like all of these rained and muddy coats, and even in Sekiro, even though you have this Japanese aesthetic, you have a very everything is very mundane, very humble, very filthy. It's almost extremely real, like they don't glorify the past, they don't glorify anything, they want everything to be gritty and filthy. And in my opinion, I think this is great for a constant sense of atmosphere, and I probably wouldn't change it, more so for what the culture around Dark Souls wants and what the games achieve than for my own sake. But I will say that it threats. The games do have really elegant and fancy locales that really generate a sense of juxtaposition, because in Dark Souls 1, for instance, you start at the Undead Burg and you see all of these awful boarded up doors and this ugly town full of flies and stuff all over, and later on you go to an Orlando, which is this gorgeous just city with light and clean castles and tall guards with the most perfect and clean of armors, and it really resonates with you. Dark Souls 2 does something similar, where you're going through this whole decaying, dying world, and then you arrive to Castle Drangleic, and Castle Drangleic is this incredible bastion of clean marble floors all over, and it's just go on.
Yeah, it's clean. They've got golems, so they have technology. It's just a completely different world from the entire place that you've known so far. That really resonated with me too.
Absolutely, and it sticks out with you. And it does use juxtaposition in that sense, but I personally, maybe it comes down to my own preferences at the end of the day. After a while, I get a little spent, I guess, on the every armor is rusted, every outfit is tattered, every place is filthy. It sets up the stage. It makes your experience probably what the developers want it to be. They don't want things to be glamorous. They don't want things to be gorgeous. But I personally am a bit more of a fan of artistic beauty, I guess, and contrasting things. I have actually a very important subject in this regards of artistic juxtaposition that I want to tread on way later today. But for now, I just want to say that I think that even though Dark Souls art style and realism are not, and like almost extreme realism sometimes, are not my favorite, they are masterful at achieving what they set out to do.
If I may add one thing, since we are on the art style, I don't entirely know how many people talk about this. I genuinely think there is a decay over time of the vibrancy of the games. Demon Souls and Dark Souls 1, you will rarely find an area of the game that has grays, especially for lighting, or just very, very like basic lighting.
That is very true.
Yes.
Dark Souls 1 in the sewers, it's green, it's kind of a bluish green hue.
I would argue that 2 also uses colors pretty well, like in the
it absolutely does.
And the big fortress with the lava, and then the underground swamp with all the blues and stuff. Shrine of Amana, that's its name.
Oh god,
that place is
Sorry.
gorgeous. Dark Souls 2 also uses colors pretty well, But then we get to 3, don't we? To Bloodborne.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I would say Sekiro as well.
Sekiro's absolutely. Sekiro has gorgeous vistas, but the most you're gonna see are the autumn leaves, like the oranges and the reds, and that's about it. I'm actually really glad you brought that up because that's actually a really important point. Going into Bloodborne, right? One of my big hopes with that game is that, we would have this really powerful contrast of this grungy brown and gray Victorian setting. We'd have this grungy setting contrasted with very vibrant reds of blood all over. But instead, the way the game uses blood, both as if it were cherry blossoms, and the way the game colors it, you not only see blood everywhere, they also chose to make blood like the darkest, dullest, almost brown they could find. And after a while, it becomes as simple as just seeing rain. Like, it seriously blends with everything else after a while.
It's unfortunate. They really could have made it more vibrant, and that would have actually made the style pop even more, and it would give a better idea, maybe, of the environment. Because I believe every time you defeat a boss in Bloodborne, it starts raining blood. And the thing is, that's really cool, but you can barely see it.
Now, Bloodborne does have a point in the game where it does do some really interesting things with creative color theory, which is, well, for one, the whole extraterrestrial stuff, spoiler alert, all of those, like, very unique alien creatures are very represented by the color blue, which you don't see anywhere else in the game. Makes them stand out, but they were really shy with the blues they used anyway, so it's like a very bright light blue. It's barely there. But then I think my favorite part personally is when you like get to that nightmare segment in the game, and the sky just turns purple. The sky just turns purple, and like, and the moon is like a bright yellow, and that was really striking to me. Their idea of how to create this, their idea of how to create this setting was to make the buildings and stuff all twisted. But in my opinion, other than the sky, I felt like the world didn't feel very nightmarish, at least to me. I didn't think that they went as far with the idea. They didn't use enough graphic effects. It didn't feel otherworldly other than having a creepy sky. Scaper asks, if I was to play Dark Souls, would it be preferable to get it on consoles or PC? I will always advocate for Steam. You can get the remastered version on PC, and you can still play it with a controller. Even if I am quite comfortable playing the Souls games with mouse and keyboard. I'm a hipster like that.
I would always recommend PC as well.
No. Yes, I would also recommend PC. Even if only just for being able to play with friends as well.
That also. Now, with that out of the way, Dark Souls 3 also has a cool point where the sky opens to have that massive. The sky opens to have that massive, the huge hole in the sky, and it looks all creepy and it's like bleeding and stuff. But more than that, and like it's striking, and again, it's only the skybox, it feels like they only did cool things with the skybox. But there is one part of Dark Souls 3 that even though the game is very gray, it took my breath away. Which was Irithyll of the Boreal Valley.
I thought you were going to say that.
The first time you arrive there, it is absolutely striking. Western Fail says that the mouse and keyboard controls are something. I personally found them perfectly serviceable, and I got very used to them after a while, and they are quite comfortable, but I mean, everybody has their own preferences.
Absolutely. And I will say, I do think Irithyll is one of the best looking areas in the Dark Souls series. I think it transitions, because you were in the catacombs previously, and there was just a lot of dead bodies, skeleton skulls, reanimating enemies, and you just get done fighting this really dark and somewhat depressing boss, and then you walk out of the catacombs. You are on this little hill, and the immediate view is looking directly across the bridge, right over to the Irithyll Valley, and it opens up so fantastically. I do think it is definitely one of the best presented areas in the Soulsborne franchise.
The way it just frames it, the way you just walk up and you just see that hill, and then suddenly this gorgeous gothic snowy town with the stars and the huge freaking moon and the bridge leading up to it. That is one of my favorite areas in the Souls games, period.
Yeah, agreed. I had a very similar reaction.
I think that was definitely the highlight of my playthrough, if I'm being honest. Yeah, I think that was the biggest highlight. It was, and the whole area was really cool, pun intended. But but yeah, no, artistically speaking, and I think we're just really covering the artistic side of the games right now, because we're not really gonna be able to tread into this later, other than when we start speaking about the games in particular. But artistically speaking, the games did start to dwindle a little bit more as time went on, because they were a little bit more interested in having realistic textures and graphics and making the dirt feel more dirty, other than like anything else. But to their credit, I will personally say that Dark Souls 1 has a lot of Dark Souls 1 and Demon Souls especially has a lot of areas that are, I don't want to say ugly, but I could almost recreate them in RuneScape, like very in old school RuneScape. Like they were very plain little caves with no features, nothing special. And fair, I mean, it was the times. You didn't have that many spaces, and it's not like Dark Souls 1 doesn't have gorgeous vistas like Anor Londo and the Dragon Place Underground. But it's weird that we had to sacrifice cool colors and vibrancy for cool polygons and shapes, because let me tell you, even though Dark Souls 3 is obsessed with cathedrals and brown and gray, it has some really cool silhouettes for places, and they have a lot of artistry going in. But again, I think I've already hinted at this pretty heavily, but Dark Souls 2 is my favorite of the series, and part of the reason is because it balances out having gorgeous structures and silhouettes of places with having good color theory, which I don't think any of the other games reach that balance quite as well, personally.
I'd agree with that.
Yeah, if there's one thing I have to give Dark Souls 2 props for, is that I always felt like they did a really good job of giving areas that artistically the feeling of what they were going for. There are some places in Dark Souls 3 and Dark Souls 1 that kind of missed the mark for me.
I really think so too, and as I hinted a moment ago, Dark Souls 3 has this distinct obsession with cathedrals and churches, which you would have thought would have been just a thing in Dark Souls 3, but it's actually carried over from their incredible obsession with cathedrals and churches from Bloodborne. So, they have an agenda.
Don't worry, Shadow Streams, I think that we're going to have a huge discussion about that later.
Yes, we will. Bosses, oh my gosh, bosses are their own discussion.
Yeah.
I think that's something we definitely want to talk about in a moment. But I'm glad you brought it up, Shadow. Iron Keep is an interesting place, but it's an interesting place. But even though it's not my favorite gameplay-wise, I loved going into it because I felt like I was in a Mario level. It felt like Bowser's Castle,
Yeah, it actually very much did.
Yeah, it did.
The huge chains going into the lava, that was just so cool to me. Okay. There was something prominent about Dark Souls 2 that I wanted to bring up, which was that I think there's just too many gorgeous places about it for me. From Majula to the Shrine of Amana, Dragon's Airy. Oh my gosh, the deal, all of the DLC areas, every one of the 3 DLC areas takes my breath away in a different way. They're so pretty. There's just so many good things, so many amazing visual designs in that game. But yeah, no, design-wise, art style-wise, Dark Souls is definitely a mixed bag for me. It's got a lot of things that I don't love, but it's got so many breathtaking vistas, so many amazing and inspired ideas, and no matter how you feel about the art style, you can look at any Dark Souls area and you can there's just artistry behind it, you know? Like, you feel this incredible passion in the artist to create a really unique concept, even if it has to be depressing, even if it has to be very brown. They all have something unique to them, and I think that's something really cool to praise, because there are no areas in that game that feel plain to me. In any game of the Soul series that feel plain to me. Outside of the first 2 maybe, but anyway, sorry, Mercy?
I was gonna say, or reiterate that they do have like their own personality with each area. I think that's an achievement in its own to be able to do that.
Absolutely. Alright, well, we went on for quite a while about artistic stuff, but I think it was a very worthwhile subject to tread, and one that I'm, for no surprising reason, very interested in. Tying into this is the discussion about animation work in Souls games, and how brilliant it is, the way that they tie both your player animations, the way you use your weapons, you swing them, and how they relate to combat in a practical sense, with also the way the enemies move. Like Mithril was saying earlier, he was talking about how enemies telegraph their attacks and stuff, and the animations convey so much of that. And if they were any less clear, if they were any less transparent about it, it would just not work quite as well. As well.
Yeah, it's something that I fell in love with very quickly in the game. The how observation of enemies and the behaviors of the enemies, even though they're all, on a script or their moves are very RNG based, you can bait some attacks out from a distance or anything, but observation is very well rewarded, because then you can tell what an attack is going to do.
The whole observation is its whole discussion that I really want to get into later, but it's actually just really, really cool how it ties into animation. Like, it's so I think that's something that people don't praise enough about the Dark Souls series. It's what an amazing coordination, that's the word, coordination between the coding, the game design, the art department, how everything is coordinated so elegantly, and it just results in this really amazing experience that it's not for everybody, and it's not always gonna be pleasant, but it's very deliberate. Everything is very deliberate, and every little thing is working in concert with each other. Every little thing is very carefully orchestrated, and it's just elegant. I really, really like it.
I actually have thoughts on I think this was definitely a meme brought up a lot in other games, especially with Dark Souls, of course. The hitboxes are, I think sometimes they get a little wonky, and sometimes they may not be very accurate. But that might be more of a netcode thing, which we'll get into later. I think for the most part, the hitboxes are very accurate to the model and to what weapon you're using, which results in a lot of really cool clips that you can usually look up and find of people swinging at each other, and one either does a strong attack and backsteps a swing, like with the attack animation, or another one just completely ducks under the swing they just did and hits them and avoids all damage. It's probably one of the cooler aspects of the animation is that they don't really feel like they don't match up at times, of course, and it's really satisfying.
Especially outside of PvP,
Mhm.
it's really cool
Yeah.
how they have this high fidelity with the animations to the point where if a weapon swings in that direction, that's the hitbox. There doesn't tend to be any extended reach or anything, and it can be frustrating, but it really helps add to the challenge of the experience because you're like, oh man, this halberd has so much reach and so much damage, hell yeah! And then you go out there and you start sour spotting everything, and it's like, well, if you hit people with a wooden end, it's not gonna be effective.
It is interesting too because learning. I think that's another big experience with getting better at Dark Souls is you pick a weapon that you either like to use or that you just are using at the moment, and you learn the hitboxes of it, and that's how you get better with the weapon. You don't even need to level it up. You can go through the entire game with an unleveled weapon, but if you know how to use it and the reach on it, and you know opposing enemy hitboxes, it makes the entire experience just a lot more rewarding, I'd say.
It is just really cool, like, just the detail that... I love game design, I love all that goes into that, and just seeing the detail and love that goes into any Souls game, even 3, and I'm saying that right now, even 3, it makes me really, really happy. But yeah, no, I think that's a good amount that we can say about artistic and animation stuff. Another big thing that I think I really want to go over, and that I kind of treaded on a little bit earlier when we started discussing the matter of the mobs leading up to a boss, is Dark Souls. I want to talk about an anecdote of mine actually. When I first started playing Dark Souls 2 for the first time, I remember just being... okay, so let me just preface. I am a stubborn nerd, and I love to roleplay, and I love to... I was doing Fashion Souls from the get-go, and I was playing as this character, who was a witch, so I was doing a pure hex run, obviously. Dark Souls 2 was my first game, so this is me, my first character in Dark Souls ever, and what am I? A pure magic user. I have a staff on my left hand and a dagger on my right hand. The dagger was literally just for emergencies, and all I was doing was pure magic and dodging things. And I was Fashion Soulsing, so no shields, no heavy armor. I had like baby's first robes, a dagger, and a staff. Imagine your first Dark Souls experience being that. Well, I'm kind of a badass, so anyway, for real though. It was awful, for the most part. It was awful at first, but it was also a really cool experience. I will immediately admit to having summoned so many strangers to help me. Like, oh my god, I summoned strangers like nobody's business. I relied on them a lot, because obviously I was a glass cannon. But other than that, and I realized there are several hardcore gamers right now just rolling their eyes and being like, you did not by any stretch of imagination clear the game, and I'm just sitting here like, okay, boomer. But
Yeah, don't listen to those people.
but I honestly, beyond that, the experience of going through any area by myself with just my little magic spells, and that took 5 years to cast, and my baby dagger, which, let me tell you right now, Dark Souls 2 has been the only game to this day, even though it was my first, it has been the only game to this day. I'm glad Mithril just said that magic characters can have a rough time, but Dark Souls 2 has been the only game to this day that makes me comfortable playing a pure magic build. Even though that was the case, well, because that was the case, I would see these basic enemies on the Forest of Fallen Giants, basically one of the first zones. I would see these enemies and I would be like, is this game for me? You know? Like, am I gonna be able to like do this? Like this basic enemy, this Goomba equivalent, this Goomba ass bitch here is nearly killing me every time I engage with him. Am I actually like meant to play this game? And I want to stress to you guys how hopeless it feels at first. How much you feel like this oppressive sensation of everything is hard, you know? Everything is hard here. There's so much that this guy can do to me, and I don't know why it hurts so bad. I can't do anything that can protect me without being a loser and using shields. Shields are for losers. So
Someone who gets it.
so so I sit there with my pure magic build and I start just kind of learning this pattern, summoning randos, sure, but every now and again I'm like actually just going through things by myself too. I'm just seeing this, and obviously even when you have friends, sometimes they decide to go on ahead without you and like fight the bigger things while you're up left with like a crowd of enemies. So it's really cool to me how these games do this overcoming obstacles thing. This is really what I've been building up to, the overcoming obstacles feeling, because as I said, I just felt completely hopeless at first, but then hours later I go back to that same zone and I'm just kind of not even acknowledging these guys, just walking past them, and if they chase me I just kind of dodge one of their attacks and then just kill them with a backstab or just shoot them down with a spell. And it was just really cool to me to realize, like, anytime you go into a new area, you see that the basic enemy is just this giant fucking knight in heavy armor with a huge shield and a huge sword, and you're like, how am I going to fight that? And 2 hours later, you're just rolling in it, fighting 500 of those at the same time, and you're like, whatever, I fought bigger things. And the games do this really smart thing where in some of the games, one of the first few bosses is gonna be this really big dude that's really scary, and then in later levels, that really big scary boss dude is just a normal enemy. And that's just so smart. The games just, by scaring you to death, by making you work for it, by grinding your face against the ground, you later on come back to those things that made you scared and you realize, I can do this, you know? And I realize not everybody has the same mentality going into these games, but I'm a person that I tend to be like, you know, very like self-conscious, very like antsy, and I very much get concerned that, is this a game for me? Can I do this? So that whole, I think Dark Souls 2 and the Dark Souls series as a whole, but Dark Souls 2 primarily, have become this driving force to me. Like, it actually became a big part of my life in the sense that it taught me the whole, hey, if you actually get into this, if you actually push through this thing that seems impossible, later on the things that once seemed impossible to you will seem easy and doable, and you will be thinking about way bigger things. And that just, I'm getting really philosophical here, but that just really ties into real life and a lot of things. And I love how the games teach you this, because the games seriously put you in a position of, we're gonna make you suffer, and this thing that made you cry once is gonna seem like nothing compared to the shit we're gonna put you through later. And that's just really cool. It's just really cool to me. How do you guys feel about all of the philosophy lesson I just gave you?
I definitely think that is one of the more defining things of Dark Souls. It's a really satisfying experience. It's also extremely frustrating, which is the entirety of it. You know, you have a long, like, 1-2 hour session, whether you're trying to beat a boss or get through an area in a certain way, and when you get through it, you're like, oh, thank God, and then you get to the next area and you're ready to uninstall the game.
Exactly. Yeah, no, you're like, oh man, I did it, I'm the best, and then the next area is like, hey, I'm the first enemy, I'm gonna be harder than the boss you just fought. Nice to meet you.
I think it's funny that, I won't harp on this for long because I don't remember much of it, but I do remember that my first experience with Dark Souls 2, since it was the first Dark Souls game I fully completed, I remember I got to Majula, I was like, okay, I'm gonna go down this long hallway, and that hallway led me to an area you're not supposed to be at yet.
But aren't actually that's something we can talk about later with the whole branching paths thing. But
fair enough.
Are you talking about the The
Hyde's Tower.
Heights Tower Flame.
Yep. Mhm.
Actually, I would say that's perfectly valid as your first location too.
Well, you see, and it is valid, but not for me, Mr. Knight carrying around a tower shield without knowing how to play the game or how the game's mechanics work.
Oh no,
walk
you
in
poor
there,
baby! You were
my
using a
back
power
kick.
shield.
And I would always get hit, my stamina knocked down, and I was just like, so am I just not? Where do I even go? And I would just remember spending hours trying to get through that area, and I did, and then I went to the Forest of Fallen Giants, and it was like, why are these guys easier? And that's something you cannot re-experience.
I think everybody who's ever played Dark Souls will agree with you that the first Souls experience is always the most unique one.
Yeah,
Mhm.
absolutely.
Another thing that a lot of people will agree with is that Dark Souls players really like to tell you how to play the games.
Oh boy.
Dress. Right,
You were gonna
Senty?
say something, Rennie?
I was actually going to say something in response to your question earlier. And I wanted to say that you basically stole everything that I was going to say about my first experience with Dark Souls, the first game. If I may share my own anecdote about that all.
Go for it.
I'll
Share
make it short
everything
and
with
sweet.
us.
Yes, I'll make it short and sweet so I'm not repeating half the things that you said. But the very first game, I was a very different person from when I was before I played Dark Souls. I'll say that right now. It's a very important game to me because it pretty much taught me a new way to live my life and approach things. And I actually, not to go into detail, but I actually got into it at probably the lowest low of my life. I got out of a relationship at the time, and I was just feeling pretty low about myself in general. I was a 15, 16-year-old and going through high school, blah, blah, blah. I'm sure everyone knows that's kind of how that is. And the reason why I got out into Dark Souls was because I was a stubborn fool. And at the time, my best friend had gotten into the game, and I had heard that it was a fairly difficult game, and that he was sort of, I'd watched him probably through the 20-ish hour mark, so he knew what he was doing, he knew what his character was, and I was like, you know what, damn it, I want to be good at this game, because I had to try the game, and I could not do it at all. So the reason why I got into Dark Souls was actually because I wanted to be better than my friend who was playing Dark Souls.
A good reason as any, honestly.
And yeah, I had the I had the classic Dark Souls 1 experience. I dropped off at Firelink. I spoke to the guy and I was like, one bell above, one bell below. Well, obviously I got to follow these staircases that are right next to him. And then I poked a couple of guys, and then they fell over. And then I met the ghost, and I was just like, what is going on?
Oh no. Oh, you poor soul.
And then I figured out, okay, well, I'm not going to go that way. I'm going to go over here. And then I found a spot that was the most perfect, beautiful side of the game that I'd ever seen. It was a skeleton's graveyard, but I was not looking at the gravestones. I was looking to the left at this gorgeous overview of like this castle world and everything, and really
the city, right? All of the city.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Yeah, and taking it in for the first time, and then all of a sudden there are 7 skeletons stabbing me, and I roll up.
Oh my gosh, that's wonderful.
That is a classic experience.
That is a Dark Souls moment, trademark.
And then eventually, I can't remember all the details, but I actually ended up going up the cliff, which is your quote intended way to go, at least for your first playthrough. And then after those 2 experiences, I was like, you know what, this is much more enjoyable. I can actually hit these enemies, and they don't keep coming back every single time.
Oh my gosh, the good old skeletons.
Yes, so very early on, Dark Souls actually was the game that taught me to find fun in failure, and just to enjoy, to enjoy failing. Words are hard,
Listen.
and and just keep on going and going and going. And as you so well put it, nowadays I'm probably very out of practice because I've been playing other games. But I can just straight up run past every single enemy and make it to the first boss, and then the second boss, and so on, without actually needing to kill a single enemy in the first game, because I just know it in and out that well. It's a bit saddening to me, because until another game comes out, or I try another one, I'm never going to have that feeling again. But at the same time, I just look back on everything that happened, all the mistakes that I made, and I know that I've learned from them. I've made them before again. I probably died by rolling off cliffs more times than anything else in that game. But yeah, it's just for everything that I got punished by, for all mistakes that I made, I learned from them, and I can always laugh at myself when I make them again. And that's very quickly translated to how I approach things in the real world. As you've said, it's made me a much more resilient person, and it's given me such a great philosophy in life that it was a very slow and subtle change, and I didn't actually notice it until a couple of years later, but it really just changed me for the better and made me a lot more pleasant person, especially in, when I was not doing so well at something. It just made me want to try again, or just actually really try, because I could always come out of it, look at it and go, I'm much better than at this than I was yesterday, or a couple of hours ago, or last week. And it's I think that it's a great thing for literally anybody to have, to just know this sucks now, but in a couple of hours I can be a lot better at this, and that's where I want to be.
And
Oh, sorry, Versi.
sorry, I just wanted to add one quick thing. I think that is actually that entire experience that we've had. There's something about it that makes it more bothersome to me when I hear that one of my friends is going through the game for the first time, and another one of my friends is helping them through it, telling them where the stuff is at and stuff they'll want, right? Because I by all means, I think if you're going to buy a game, then you should be allowed to play it however you want, and you should be allowed to have fun with it. But I do think that there is a certain point where you can actually miss a lot of the game's intentions by having someone tell you, well, if you go here first, there's this, or if you go here first, there's this, or upgrading this will allow you to blah, 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 stuff
Absolutely.
like that.
That is really good. That is a really good point. Let me be honest with you. Let me be upfront with you. Dark Souls games are obtuse, unintuitive, sometimes in the progression. My first playthrough with Dark Souls 2, I did have to look up a few guides. I tried to obviously not spoil myself, but I think it was still under my own volition, I was the one that took that information, and I was like, hey, I want this really cool hex, and oh, the hexer set looks amazing. Oh, the witch set is unisex, that's cool. How do I get this? So I would look that up, but other than that, everything else was like a new experience. And I do think that being told like, hey, if you go this way and that way, you will get this, and you should equip this, and if you don't wear this, you suck. That ruins a lot of the fun, because the first playthrough is all about experimenting and failing like crazy. Now then, I want to make a really quick, really quick, just heartfelt tangent in regards to what Rennie said. I already went on a philosophy spiel about how Dark Souls can actually affect just the way that that you can look at your life sometimes if you let it affect you that way. But the way Rennie mentions that he changed a lot after playing Dark Souls, it reminds me a little bit of how my personal, I mean, obviously, as I said, Dark Souls affected me, but my personal favorite game of all time that had a similar effect on me, and that would be Undertale. And I think obviously I'm bringing up Undertale into a Dark Souls discussion, and I don't think any of us want to get in very big into this discussion now.
I'll let it pass because it's heartfelt.
But I just want to make a real, honestly, without getting into it, I just really want to make a quick, very big mention to the power of games, I guess, what they can do for our lives. and how much they can stay with us, because just like Rennie said, I was a very different person before I played Undertale. And similarly, Dark Souls also helped shape me a lot, and I think what a lot of people regard as just a simple little pastime can actually end up becoming a really big part of like what shapes you and who you are. And that's just a tangential way of me saying video games are cool, man.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
one of the biggest shifts in thinking to a lot of just a lot of general approaches in life to me was, instead of saying I can't be bothered, or why bother, basically, it turned my mind into, well, why don't you at least try? Just try. That's the minimum. Just try.
Exactly. I think that's the best way to look at it. Dark Souls really manages to achieve that, and it's just cool. It's just cool. That whole obstacle overcoming thing. It's just very neat. All right. Well, now that we're done with what defines Dark Souls, I think we can start getting into the nitty gritty of like something we very briefly grazed over, which I'm sure a lot of people know about, which is of course the infamous aspect, which is difficulty. Difficulty in the Souls games. What is difficulty in the Souls games? So now, before anything else, let me just ask the two of you. Do you think that Dark Souls games are difficult?
I really do.
And no.
Okay,
I
Versi. Oh, actually no.
You go first.
Yeah, Versi.
No,
Versi.
Versi goes first.
Versi,
Sorry,
tell
Shivers,
us,
you go first.
tell us how you feel about the difficulty in Souls games.
Okay, so I think it is absolutely difficult. It can actually be extremely difficult, no matter really how seasoned you are. That's more of, I guess, a subjective point. But the reason I think it is and isn't difficult is because the difficulty more so comes from learning the layout of the game. And I don't necessarily even really mean maps and like pathways. Like, enemy placement is a big part of Dark Souls games. And I think that is one of the biggest things you have to overcome when you're first starting the game. But the reason I also don't think it's that difficult is because the actual enemies themselves are not gigantic obstacles to overcome. I would even say that a good majority of the bosses are just, you learn a pretty simple pattern they have, or like how to counter certain moves they do. And I think that in itself isn't necessarily hard. It just might be something you have to pick up on. But I do think there's a difference between taking one or two times to learn this pattern if you weren't looking for it before, and something that is difficult no matter which way you come at it from. And there are a lot of bosses in Dark Souls that have, or at least in the Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1 and 2, they have different ways to approach bosses other than just hit them with your sword until they die. So I do think that the games are difficult in the aspect of learning patterns and enemy placement, but not necessarily in the actual difficulty of the enemies and bosses.
Now, before we continue, I would like to address two things that were mentioned just now in the chat. Key Hunter says that Dark Souls can be difficult in well-designed ways, but the games also employ a fair amount of fake difficulty. This is a very interesting thing, which, as Mitchell just said, difficulty is kind of subjective, to be honest. What is difficult for one person can be trivial for another, depending on how you play. That is very true. I would like to briefly mention, which I think we can definitely get into in a moment, but I would like to briefly mention that the artificial aspect of the difficulty is present in different ways, and while I will advocate for the way it's been diminishing over time, which is great, I think the more recent games have becoming a lot less artificial in their difficulty. With the exception of Pontiff Sullivan, who is a bitch, and I will never ever accept as a friend.
I liked him.
He's a bitch. I will say that earlier games do have a good amount of needlessly punishing and silly ways of padding the complexity of things. And then Arrow,
of chaos.
Arrow mentions, for a later topic, what do you think is the best known from software Souls-like game? I'm very glad you brought that up, because when we are mostly done talking about Dark Souls, I am gonna go ahead and start us off and talking about other Souls-like games. So do not worry, we will get into that, and it's gonna be really cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyways, so Versi made a very good way to like establish how, like what makes the games difficult. How do you feel about that, Rennie? Do you have anything to add?
Well, I think a big part of Dark Souls, the difficulty as well is, first off, obviously the player's experience with these kind of games. If they've done nothing but play, you know, Mario games or very simple casual games, they'll have a much harder time because it is a very different game from a lot of things that they're used to. But yeah, it also just depends on what you're looking for in a game as well. I know a lot of people who've quit it because it's simply not their cup of tea. They're not after a very punishing, learn from this over and over, we're trying to challenge you kind of game. And I think that that's fine. I will never judge someone who says that, you know, Dark Souls was not enjoyable or it was too hard and therefore not enjoyable for them, because it is a genuinely difficult game, a punishing game. But I think that there's a distinct difference between difficult and punishing. Punishing means that you made a mistake, and difficulty, I don't know, to me difficulty in Dark Souls is just more comes from a lack of experience more than anything else. Whether it's how the enemy moves or how your own character attacks and moves.
I don't want to interrupt you, but Key Hunter just mentioned the curse status, and I think he just got more flashbacks. Oh, sorry, go on, Rennie.
Yeah. And yeah, I'll get into the curse status in a bit.
Fuck the curse status. We are definitely gonna talk about that, man.
Yeah, that was a mistake. I'm not even gonna lie. Anyways, so yes, it's really hard for me to explain properly, but I really feel like Dark Souls is a punishing game, and a difficulty comes within the learning curve of Dark Souls, learning everything that there is to know about how to play the game, especially in your style. And of course, there are some parts of the games that are difficult depending on your styles. My natural...
Sorry, go.
You go first. No, you go first.
Ara just mentions that the fake chests are a bad enemy placement. I personally think that the mimics are amazing because, for one, they have visual cues that if you learn, you can know when a mimic is a mimic, and you can also just attack them, and you can also throw Lloyd's medallions or whatever onto them to make them fall asleep.
I also don't want to delve into it too much since I don't want to interrupt Rennie for much longer, but I will say that, like, for Dark Souls 2, especially this whole idea of mimic chests, they have metal versions of it, which they don't have chains, so at first you're like, okay, well, how am I supposed to figure out what it is? Well, the reason that they are made of metal and that they also have no visual indicator is because you can't break metal chests. You can break the wooden ones in Dark Souls 2 by hitting them.
But the metal ones do not break, so you should feel free to just hit them as hard as you can before opening them.
Yes.
Yeah, no, like I think the mimics are a great way to make you, like, for one, it encourages you to be a bit more methodical about your movement instead of just running around, opening chests, looting things and running. It also just adds a sense of this world is out to fucking get me, and no matter, even if there's no enemies around, I can get bored by a chest at any given time. Now, we are done with the tangent though. Rennie, please go on.
Well, you just gave me a fun anecdote to tell later, but I'll save that for later when we go back to mimics. Mimics are one of my favorite enemies, by the way, but very different reason than usual. God damn, where was I?
I am very sorry. We interrupted you pretty hard.
No, that's okay. It is also, of course, very... the difficulty of certain areas can be changed depending on your playstyle. In Darks, my natural playstyle is to be a very glass cannon kind of build, like wear some very basic light armor, usually something very fashionable, like the black gold trimmed set that you get in Islith from Dark Souls 1. That's
Gold Hemmed, I think it's called.
yeah, the gold hemmed black.
It looks really sick.
Yeah, I wear that with the Mask of the Child. That's just my basic.
That is spooky, but I can dig it. You can look like a serial murderer that way.
And I usually like to use I guess the bastard sword, that kind of size of sword. So my attacks are kind of slow, but they hit hard, and more than anything, I'm very nimbly and rolly. I love stamina regeneration, and it's a very good way to play. It's very advantageous to play that way in Dark Souls in general, because you can dodge roll just about any attack, and I can get up very close and intimate with enemies, which is what I want to be doing since I'm not a spellcaster. But it's also very punishing because I'm in their face. If they do something that's very quick, if I don't know their attacks, if I underestimate how much damage I can take from an attack, or if I try to sneak in an attack before they kill them, before they finish their attack, but the attack kills me, it's very fun for me that way, and it's how I naturally play this game and a lot of other games. But my point is, it's a great way to play through the game in the sense that I can do that in just about any part of the game until I got to the Shrine of Amana. and let me tell you, I'm not even gonna lie, that part of the game almost made me rage quit several times. I hate the Shrine of Amana because it is the only place in any Souls games that has made me question life. And by which I mean it has made me question how I play the game. Because there's not very many places you can roll, and the enemies hit me pretty hard because of the way that my build works. And I wasn't very patient with I guess checking where the cliffs were, and I died a lot from trying to save myself and heal up only to fall off of a ledge. And I have no way of attacking from range. So all of these spellcasters it was basically an area that was designed to counter players who played like me.
I'm actually really glad that you're bringing up how your build has been so good all the time except now, because this is actually one of the main points that I want to bring up here now that we're discussing difficulty. But I will let you finish first.
Yeah. And I can sort of imagine how much of a joke that area could have been to you, for example, Senty, if you were a pure hexer.
They have very good magic resistance, and I hate it.
Okay, well, I didn't know about that.
But no. Projectiles are actually the way to go. I actually had a very comfortable time there, and a lot of my phantoms were just kind of cowering behind their shields while I was just sitting there like, "What's the big deal, bro? Just shoot him."
Oh yeah, I also don't use shields. The only time I use a shield is if it's on my back because it gives me stamina regen.
Shields are for losers.
Exactly. And yeah, that's the only instance that I've had of an area directly countering my main build. And now that I'm actually through that, once again, I'm actually very happy to have that experience, because it gives me a bit of an insight of how others may feel about it, because as Senty said, he was a pure magic user. What about when he went into an area that was very magic centric and they were very strong against magic? Whereas, let's be honest, no one's really that weak against having a sword slash through them.
And okay, so this is actually, now that you guys have described it, and you guys hit a lot of really good points on what makes these games difficult. I really want to get into what builds are, because builds are actually a magical part of the difficulty in the Souls games. More than anything, let's just start with what you guys already treaded upon, which is the big subject of observation, right? We've already talked about this a lot, and I think this is one of the bigger points in which the games are difficult, because I'm not going to come out and be the pretentious new age game critic that tells you Dark Souls is not difficult and you're just not playing it right. No, the games are hard. The games are hard.
Yeah.
They require you to be very attentive. You cannot turn off your brain playing them. And there is, let me just go on record right now saying, King earlier in today's chat said something to the effect of, Dark Souls is a good test in problem solving. We're used to games that don't test us so much as their simple fun. He's very right, and I think that's one of the strongest points of Dark Souls. But don't misunderstand. I think that games are designed like to be fundamentally, recreation. That's why they're called games. So there's very much a desire to just shut off your brain, escapism, just relax. You don't have to think. You don't have to. Well, no, maybe not even not to think. Sometimes you do want to think at least a little bit, but you don't have to like worry. You don't have to stress. And if you like games like those, if you prefer your gaming time to be like that, then you're a fucking casual. No, you're fine. You're fine. You're valid. I know for a fact that a lot of the games I play very casually. Sorry, you were gonna say something, Rennie?
I was just going to butt in and say, just refer back to what I said earlier. I know a lot of people who stopped playing Dark Souls because it just wasn't fun for them. And I agree entirely with that. Sometimes you just want something that turns off your brain you don't want to think about all the time.
And sometimes you want to think about things, but not in the sense of, oh god, I need to roll, oh god, his sword is coming, oh god, my HP, oh god, they're all dying, You don't want that all the time. And that's very valid. I have been called a casual gamer many times, especially like, let's say for instance Final Fantasy XIV. That game is known for its super challenging endgame rates. I spend my entire Final Fantasy XIV time making lammers, role-playing, filling my blue mage spellbook. I am like as casual as they come in that game.
No, you're the true endgamer.
But like that's the thing. We all have different ways to enjoy games and different aspects of games that we enjoy. Versy's calling me a casual because he's a jerk. Come on, and tell that to my face, Versy.
Senty, you're a casual.
Wow.
Senty, you're a casual.
Wow. Anyways, but no, like my big point here is everyone is allowed to enjoy the games at their own pace. But that's just really my main point here is that Dark Souls is a game that you cannot turn off your brain for. You can enjoy it to a more casual degree. Like you don't need to be like min-maxing. I'm gonna get to this in just a moment, but you need to be like super hardcore level 1 build to beat everything all the time. And I actually want to get into this. There are ways to customize your difficulty in Dark Souls games that are not through a difficulty setting at the start of the game. I will get into that in just a moment, but first off, just pattern recognition all the time. You need to be attentive, you need to be awake, you need to pay attention, and you will die, but every time you died, you should have paid attention to a pattern. Every time you died, you should have noticed something that will help you for the next fight. It's brilliant, it's really cool, and you cannot do it while half asleep.
Yeah, something that King brought up earlier. Dark Souls is a game that asks you what you did wrong, and by ask you, it stands over you while you're on your knees and says, you did something wrong, figure it out, here, go again. Exactly,
and that's the best way to say it. So yes, trial and error. It's not always, this is something that we've been wanting to talk about for a while, but it's not always well done. Let me tell you a very good example of this. The curse mechanic in Dark Souls 1. Okay, so tell me why getting hit by a cloud of building up nasty that you've never in your life seen before and letting the little bar fill up means that you are suddenly half HP until you get some obscure ass item to cleanse your curse. That is just really bad game design, and that can ruin an entire playthrough just because of one mistake. Or maybe not. I mean, yeah, it can ruin it because it can. Sure, maybe you can still clear it, maybe you can still cleanse it, but everything up to the point where you clear the game or you cure your curse is what we call tedious and annoying and way more frustrating just because of one little mistake. And usually, with a lot of the controversial mechanics in these games, including PvP and whatnot, I will say that I see the appeal, I see the intention behind them, and I see them as brilliant. The curse thing is one of those really bold ideas, like the invasions mechanics and whatnot. It's one of those really bold ideas that most game designers would be too scared to do because they're scared of their players running away. But meanwhile, the curse system is, in practice, something that just baffles me. How nobody came up and said, "Actually, sir, this is terrible. Don't do this."
So,
Yeah.
if I may, I actually feel like that could have been done a lot better without even really having to change any of the placement or the intention behind it, as long as they had, or maybe around the beginning area, or at least somewhere near the first area where you're going to experience curse buildup, if they had a curse stone lying around somewhere.
Yes,
and
actually.
it doesn't need to be hidden. It doesn't need to be in plain sight.
It
But
can be
it
like
needs to be-
in a little corner, not like an obscure labyrinth dead end. No. It can just be like around the corner that you may not have noticed, but it can be there, and it's just one of them. Let's say, yeah.
I feel like that would have definitely softened the blow, because if you did pick it up and you did get cursed, you could look through your inventory, because you may have seen the item when you picked it up, and you're like, okay, well, what does it do? And it's like, oh, it purges curses.
And you're like, what's a curse?
So
what do you mean?
And then you use it, and your health bar is fixed, and you're like, okay, so I don't want to get hit by that again, and I need to get a purging stone if I do.
You say that it shouldn't be in plain sight. I personally feel like it doesn't need to be like in an altar or like an NPC gives it to you, but it should at least be like you get to that place, and it should at least be in the first corpse you see next to like a decayed fountain or something. It should just be there, and you should be able to just immediately pick it up, and you be like, what is this? Oh shit, that's what it is.
Yeah,
or even ironically enough, on a corpse of somebody who's standing next to two cursed people, could just add a bit of an interesting story of someone who's between.
Hey, let's even say two petrified statues trying to grab onto something, and it's just out of reach, and then you grab it, and you're like, haha, suckers. That would have been amazing. That would have been visual storytelling, which the games are already so good at doing, and you would have understood what it's supposed to be right then and there, and then you meet the petrification bastards, and if you get petrified, you're like, ha, well, at least I have this.
Yep.
Yeah. And that was a huge point that I was going to bring up about Cursed in Dark Souls 1. I 100% agree. It is something that is just too punishing for how quickly it builds up, and there's only 3 places that I can think of to cure Curse, one of which is at the same place, really. I believe you can buy free purging stones from the lady merchant in the in that sewers shortcut.
You can.
And then the other place you can do it is trading humanity with the red cloak guy down in, wow, I forgot the name of the area. This is embarrassing. In New Londo, who is, let's be honest, even if you know where he is very far out of the way, and it is a really niche thing for you to kind of know about. And if you are new to the game, there is no way you're going to just know that he's there.
Essentially, what's going to happen, but what'll happen is you'll just get prompted to look it up.
Basically,
yes.
Yep, no, there you go. And summing it up, it's just the way in which Dark Souls 1 isn't spectacular at trial and error. Now, every time you die, if you were a human, you will become an undead. You will become a raisin man if you die. And you look ugly, and you have less HP than you normally would, but at least, like, you know, it's not a big deal, right? Like, at least it's a way to reward you if you do well and you don't die a lot by being a human. But then, as much as I love Dark Souls 2, I'm glad Key just said that, Dark Souls 2 is really bad about trial and error, because Dark Souls 2 likes to do this funny thing, which is every time you die, your HP gets lower and lower and lower and lower. And even though human effigies are pretty plentiful, they are not at the start of the game, and a new player is not gonna get them. So every time you die, your HP gets lower, so it's funny because the game is telling you, haha, you're bad, now it's harder, haha, you're bad, now it's harder, haha, you're bad, now it's harder, haha, you're bad, good luck. And
If I may interject for one moment,
Hello.
there are, I think, 3 or 4 human effigies you can get in the house of the starting room.
at the very
where
start,
you-
yeah, you can
but-
get a good bunch.
But regardless, I do think that system overall is very. It might be the most punishing.
And
yeah.
let me be
Dark
honest with
Souls.
you, like even if like it didn't happen to us, a new player can and might very well run out of effigies completely and not have any way to like reliably get souls to get a new one because of their low HP and their extremely like low resources. Now, King brings an incredibly smart point, which is that the game would be 10 out of 10 if they had a genie character who sings. But
Yes.
it does not, which means that this entire stream has been pointless and we have to move on now. Alright guys,
By the
bye!
way.
Okay, for reals. For reals though, there is another way in which Dark Souls 2 actually fails quite heavily in terms of trial and error, which is something I want to bring up now, and also when we discuss online features. But it is this little thing, this cute little thing built with the purest of intentions, very naively, called...
Don't you dare bring up soul memory.
Yep. Soul memory.
Oh,
It
God.
was made with nicest of intents, bless their hearts. But soul memory is this interesting mechanic, right? So in Dark Souls 1, they were not amazing. The online of Dark Souls 1 is not great. I would not defend it. I don't think I even would argue that I like soul memory almost a little bit more. Almost, not quite. But in Dark Souls 1, you're matched with people based on your soul level. Your soul level is basically the level that you are whenever you level up. I don't know if there's any other factors that affect it, but I think that's the main one.
It is the main one, yes.
Now, what this means is that the really skilled players who know this game in and out can travel through the world at level 1, get themselves some incredibly overpowered weapons, come back to level 1 area, and grief the hell out of new players with these incredibly overpowered weapons. And it's basically bullying. It's basically bullying. Like, I cannot describe it as anything but bullying.
Yeah, it really is.
Which Dark Souls game we're talking about? One?
The
One, yeah.
But then...
Gravelord Sword?
Yep. Just, yep. But then, Dark Souls 2's answer to this was something that I think on paper sounded really cool. And I can see myself being a naive game developer and being like, this cannot possibly backfire. Which is soul memory. Now, soul memory differs from oh my gosh, Key Hunter brings up another issue with soul memory, but I think co-op in general in Dark Souls is a very clunky mechanic. I will get into this in a moment, but soul memory makes it even worse. But soul memory does this cool thing where even if you've spent souls, even if you've lost souls, even if you've leveled up, the game is keeping track of how many souls you've gotten, period. Just an actual counter that keeps track of all the souls you've gotten ever since you started playing. With this character, anyways. What this is meant to do, obviously, is to pair people up with other players in the sense that they've all had the same quote-unquote opportunities. I think that's the best way to say it. You've collected the same amount of souls, so you have access to the same resources, the same weapons, the same levels. And even if you've spent them, you've had them, which means that you are gonna be paired with these people. There's a problem with this. The main problem with this, the biggest problem with this, is that again, players that know the game in and out are going to be able to go through way more of the game without getting souls. Or getting less souls in general. And get to later levels or get better things. Meanwhile, a player that keeps dying over and over and over again is gonna make their soul memory go up and up and up and up and up and up because they keep losing the souls that they collect. So what this ends up leading to is players being matched with other players that have way better stats and gear and everything than them, just because they haven't been losing their souls. Again, meaning that you're probably gonna get destroyed if you're a new player. The worst part about Soul Memory, of course, becomes the co-op aspects, but we're gonna talk about this later. But in regards of the actual punishing trial and error, this is probably one of the most prominent ways, at least if you're doing online features. Because not only is it gonna keep you from, not only is it gonna mean that you're gonna get invaded by stronger people, it also means that you are not gonna be able to co-op with your friends the way you want to, and you're gonna have less resources to actually do anything well. Now then, that's
real quick.
Yeah.
Since we didn't go over 3's party system,
I do wanna.
I
That's
kind of
what
want to.
I wanna mention that when we go into like online features, but
Okay, gotcha.
yeah, like we're definitely gonna talk about 3's, which I like way better than the others personally. Even if it's not perfect.
Okay. Then me and you are gonna fight them.
I mean, I'm not gonna call it flawless, because Dark Souls Online in general is not flawless.
Yeah,
But we can definitely argue about it. I think that's fine. Ready?
Would you like me to explain just to the chat how soul memory actually works, or what the mechanic behind it? How it works with influencing how you get invaded or co-op and everything. I think.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah. So the way that soul memory works, as Senty said, it keeps a counter of how many souls you've collected in the game, which you collect by fighting and beating enemies, or by using souls that you find in the overworld. Those are the two main ways to get souls. And the way that it works is, for the sake of simplicity, say you've collected 10,000 souls, soul memory will match you with people of your soul memory plus or minus 10%. So it would, so say I have 10,000 souls in my soul memory, it'll match me with people between 9,000 souls and 11,000 souls. In that circumstance, that's not a lot, but especially as you get higher into, say, the millions or the hundreds of thousands, the range, of course, becomes a lot higher. And there are other ways to what's the word? Widen the gap, by, there's a ring specifically, it's like the Ring of the Gods or something, where you can use...
It's meant to help you pair up with your friends.
Yeah. But they don't, you basically choose the same god. Everyone always chooses God of the Blood because it's Dark Souls. And it widens the gap, so to speak, to 15 or 20% maybe. But even with all of these things on top of each other, it made for a very frustrating, for one thing, it made it very annoying to have to calculate it.
There were online tools to calculate it, and it was a hassle to just be like, hey, can I even play with you at all?
Yeah, exactly, and it was a really...
The ring does work, Key. The ring does work.
Yeah, it does work.
And it's basically necessary if you want to find your specific friends. But it is not wide enough that it lets you play with anyone. There is still ranges, and you are not going to be able to bypass it, especially if your friend is in New Game Plus. You're just going to be locked away from playing with each other.
Yeah, it really was a huge shame. That's all. I just wanted to explain that, how soul memory works, especially in terms of co-op.
Now, that is, we went a little bit heavy on like the online features of 2, but that's really how it goes, and that's just generally how I feel like 2 does trial and error pretty poorly. I personally think that the best iteration of a trial and error, even though I haven't, even though this is very heavily real, understanding the fact that it has no online features, is the way it happens in Sekiro. Sekiro, in my opinion, has possibly the nicest way to cue you into actually like dying a lot and trying over and over again, because as the game's title suggests, you even get 2 lives to do your stuff with, and you get that second life back again a lot of times if you keep playing well. So the game rewards you for playing well, but it also incentivizes you to try again, and just that little revive right next to where you were, right where you were, it's really useful in the way that it lets you just get right back on that horse and try again. But it gives you a moment before you revive. It gives you a moment to think about what went wrong, to collect your thoughts, and just get back right there. And if you die, well, no big deal. You can just go back from where you last saved. Now, Sekiro, I really wanted to bring this up earlier, but when I mentioned that most of the Dark Souls games have character building and progression, and most of the Dark Souls games have unique online features, Sekiro is the one that lacks both of these. And it really does.
And that's why it won Game of the Year.
Honestly, because of the lack of these features, Sekiro manages to have the most refined single player of the entire series. And one big thing that I want to thread upon when we get to talking about the design, one big thing that the Souls games are defined by is their extremely claustrophobic and linear levels. And Sekiro does away with this. Sekiro is really open, has these really wide spaces, and it's just a joy to move around. We're gonna talk about Sekiro later, so there is no need to go heavy into this, but honestly, Sekiro has a lot to love. But yeah, I think personally that Sekiro does trial and error the best out of when it comes to the trial and error aspect of these games. But then other than that, anything else that can be discussed about anything else that can be discussed in regards to the whole what makes these games complex also goes down to things like reflexes and active decision making. But this is when we're gonna go into the big subject that I've kinda really been wanting to thread on, that I've been wanting to just actually delve into, which is character builds. Character builds in Soulsborne games are a really big part of your experience, and I actually want to say a really, really big part of your difficulty, because the games have tools that let you make the game, I wouldn't say trivial, but significantly easier than if you just played with an average build or just your starting gear or whatever. Examples that come to mind, for instance, from Dark Souls 2, the Drain Lake set is a set that you can find very early on. It's heavy, but the stats are incredible, and the shield protects from 100% of the damage you take, and you would see every new player and their mom wearing that shield. Then there's the Havel set. Havel?
Yeah,
it's
Havel.
Havel.
Where Dark Souls 1...
It's up for debate.
Where in Dark Souls 1 and 2, that set would basically just ignore everything that was physical damage ever, and just absolutely tank through everything, and it would give you poise for days. And it would trivialize both PvP encounters and actual enemy encounters many times. Now, this is a way in which you can really make the game a lot easier for yourself. And as a counterpoint to these ways where you can make your game, where you can make your own experience much more simple, you also have the opposite, which is builds where you go through the entire game sometimes naked. In Dark Souls 3, this is actually optimal, so, to runners and whatnot. But in a casual playthrough, it makes your life harder because you're lacking severely in stats. And then you have what everybody knows are the level 1 builds. I believe you can clear every single Soulsborne game at level 1. And that's crazy. That's insane. I want to start with that. But it is possible. And this is what I mean when I say that builds are a way to affect your difficulty as a slider. Builds are a very organic way for you to customize how hard your game gets. Obviously, a new player is not gonna know what's overpowered and what isn't, but a new player will still be led towards armor and things, and they will be able to look at the stats, and they will be able to make decisions that will make their life easier. Or you can be like me and play your first Dark Souls game ever as a pure magic build with Fashion Souls, which made my life way harder. But I compensated for it by summoning a lot of strangers to help me.
I know. Hexes of all thing, you don't get many of those early game.
They don't. I let myself start with sorceries while I got to hexes. But then yeah, I then went really hard on pure hexes. I read that Epic Duro says Fury Sword is still my favorite weapon. I read that as Furry Sword.
I've always called it Krelag's Fairy Sword, so don't worry.
Krelag. Anyways.
It is definitely a good sword.
You're definitely a good sword.
What's that even meant to mean? Anyways, continue.
I don't even know what that means, but I said it anyways. Now builds. Builds just can do a lot for your difficulty. And another thing that can very much serve as a difficulty slider is what I mentioned before, how I compensated for my Fashion Souls pure magic build by summoning a lot of friends and strangers. By doing this, I made my life much easier. That's another way in which you can compensate for this. And the cool thing that the games do is that you are a lot more likely to get invaded if you are summoning help. In Dark Souls 3, I think it's very difficult for you to get invaded at all if you don't have help summoned.
Yeah.
So that's a cool way of like balancing things out. It's like, hey, you're having help from someone, but at the same time, you are more likely to be attacked by a random player. Bloodborne, in regards to character builds, going back to that, Bloodborne has a lot less weapon and armor diversity than the rest of the series. It compensates for this in having all weapons be a lot more viable. Keep the word viable in mind, and I really want to tread on that. But that's really important. But not just viable, but also way more unique. They are versatile. They all turn into different things. But despite that, you have a lot less room for decisions in terms of your stats. Your stats are still very much gonna are very much still gonna like dictate what your weapons are gonna be and what things you're good at. But nonetheless, you have a lot less room for that. But it's fine because it allows them to create a more contained experience, and you could argue that it also makes Dark Souls stand out a little bit more from Bloodborne in a way too. Now, from this point, I really want to go ahead and start discussing more about the design of the games now that we've gone pretty deep into what the difficulty is all about. But before we do that, we have hit the 2-hour mark, so I'm going to invite all of you guys to have a quick little break, go to the bathroom, get yourself a quick snack, and we're gonna return here in a few minutes. How's that sound?
Perfect timing. Perfect timing. I need to refill my water bottle.
Excellent. And Bercy?
I'm just gonna go grab a drink.
Alright, I will see you guys in just a few minutes. Go ahead and take yourselves a nice little break. See you. And we are back! You guys are very, very, very nice for waiting so long. That was a little longer than I expected, but we are now back and we will continue talking your ears off about Dark Souls because we are gamers.
And that is what I do. I talk people's ears off about Dark Souls.
Excellent. How about you, Verse? Are you ready to talk people's ears about Dark Souls?
You see, everyone that I do, they usually stop talking to me.
Oh man, well, here they have no choice.
Not actually.
They have to
just-
talk to you.
I would just like a little...
To be
a quick
fair,
thing.
they cannot talk to you because they're chatting, so...
Well, shit.
The birds are starting to sing in my background like they do every morning. If they start to become audible, please tell me and I will deal with them.
That is perfectly fine. I would rather you do not kill any innocent birds, but as of right now, I cannot hear anything from your end, so you're fine.
Okay, that's important. I'm not going to kill birds.
Please don't kill birds.
Don't feel bad. Oh,
I'm not a
okay,
cat.
Don't do that.
Yeah, and there is something I want to clarify with both you two and the chat especially before we delve into the nitty gritty.
Alright.
How are we with, for one thing, gameplay spoilers and lore spoilers of everything?
That's definitely a good question to make. I would rather, if we can make any arguments without spoiling anything, we will. But if spoiling something of the story is absolutely crucial to an anecdote or like part of the discussion, go for it. Gameplay spoilers as well. It's always good to let people be excited, but you know, any anecdote you want to share that requires a spoiler, go for it. But if you feel like it's not absolutely necessary, don't spoil it.
Yeah, that's fine. I just know that in a couple of my responses, I may just accidentally let something slip, which could be a spoiler. So I'm just like, do I have to be careful, or can I just let things flow?
For the most part, I have been referring to things by name, but a lot of the things I've been calling are not specific enough that anybody could infer what they're supposed to be, unless they've already played the games. But yes, Roasty, if there's like any huge spoilers, we will probably mention them before just saying them. But don't worry, I don't really see the rest of this discussion coming to huge spoilers or anything, so you're fine.
No, nor do I. I always like to clarify.
So anyways, the final boss, alright. Alright, so before we move on to design, is there anything else you guys would like to discuss in the terms of difficulty that you don't think we covered already?
No, not really. I feel like I've said everything that I've had to say about it. Dark
Same
Souls
here.
is easy, people just need to get good.
Yeah,
I know, right?
honestly.
Anyways, to summarize, of course, what we were discussing before, we started the podcast. We talked about what exactly makes Dark Souls, and then we started going into detail about why the difficulty is considered to be what it is, and what makes it difficult. So now that we've established, you know, a lot of why we think that the games are hard, let's hard or not hard, I guess. I wanna actually get into like the actual subject of design and like what the games are based around and how they work. So as we know, as we've established before, it's very much combat based more than anything. You guys know that it's a deep and observation based game. You have to pay attention to traps, you have to pay attention to your enemies, you have to always be on the lookout. But beyond that, I think things that bear mentioning is that in most of the Souls games, we see what at least I like to. You guys can tell me if you think I'm wrong, but I think that the Souls series, with the exception of Sekiro, is very much characterized for having cramped levels and very few mobility options. Sure, you can go off in different branching paths, but do you guys agree that most of the actual levels, everything, this is obviously on purpose, of course, because everything is very strategically placed, and the placement of one enemy or one trap or anything always has like a reason, and they want to draw players towards this or that in a certain way. But you know,
Yeah.
at least to me, even though it works for the gameplay, at least to me, a lot of the time the levels do feel really claustrophobic and really cluttered, and well, not cluttered, but like cramped at least.
Oh, absolutely. There's a lot of really tight hallways, and I also feel like part of it's deliberate, especially in the early parts of
absolutely.
Dark Souls 1.
It is
where,
100%, it is 100% deliberate for sure.
Yeah. Just speaking of times where some of the enemies before a boss trains you up for the boss, the area I like to call the slums, which is the lower undead burg, i.e. before you face Capra Demon. Before you go through the boss fog, you put your pit up against a bunch of assassiny hollows. And you also have dogs set upon you. And there's this very particular set of enemies that I always lead back into this open area because there's about 4 of them come out at you at once in this very, very tight corridor.
It is very much like a thief ambush, right? Like they all look like thief hollows, and they all kind of like come out of the alleys and they try to like ambush you.
Yeah, that's exactly why I call it the slums, because even the undead burg is all dilapidated and stuff, but that place is just really the bottom of the...
It is at the bottom,
lower.
and it is dark, and it is extra filthy, and it is, yeah.
Yeah. And I always found that really interesting, even when I first played it, because I was like, oh, well, the best way to kind of fight the Capra Demon is to position him in a way where you can get off a really strong attack. And it kind of teaches you that by making you think, oh, well, fighting 4 of these guys in this really tight corridor where my sword is going to bounce off of the walls is a really bad idea. So I'm going to take it back out into this open area where it's a bit easier to actually dodge and hit them without fear of my sword clinking off the wall. That said, I did always play with a big sword, so if you were more of a fencer, then it could have gone better, but that was something I always found interesting in that area.
Like I mentioned before when we discussed like the hypothetical halberd that had like really good damage but a lot of sour spots, the game is always consistently like making you consider like your reach and your range. But I think that is definitely a very good case of the claustrophobia and like the narrow space being used specifically to prepare you for an enemy encounter that will be in a closed off space. It is though very like interesting how deliberate everything is, to the point where like it almost feels a little too linear to me sometimes. Like it is very much always going to be a certain sequence of events that you go through in any given area, and there are very few ways to deviate from that, or like take branching path, or take like within the levels themselves. Even though you can take branching paths to other levels, the levels themselves don't tend to have many branching options as long as it comes to like reaching the end. For the most part, there are definitely some exceptions, especially the more open-ended or labyrinthy areas. But I think this is where Sekiro shines the most, because even though that means that you could potentially end up missing on a lot of things and you don't feel like your hand is being led as much, the game has these really big and sprawling zones that feel really unique and really different from everything. And I just actually really appreciate that. It's a really nice, change of pace from what the rest of the series was, and it's part of what makes me sad that I have not finished the Souls game, that I have not finished Sekiro yet, because it really made me feel like an actual ninja jumping around places and being able to explore and be stealthy. Like, it was actually really unique.
Yeah, I bought Sekiro over the Christmas period, and I'm very excited to try it. And one of the things I'm excited about is being able to play Dark Souls, like a Souls-esque game, in a very different style, i.e. being very mobile, being able to jump from building from what I've seen, and have a very strong stealth element to the whole game. I'm very excited about that.
Because the hook and like your jumps and climbing, it is insane how well they nail mobility in that game.
Yeah, I love games with solid mobility, hence why I always play a stamina regenning light roller, because I can't play a Souls-like game and be a fat rolling tanky person. It's just
Now,
it's just
Versi,
not how I play.
Versi, since you have played Sekiro, how did you feel about like the open worldness of it, like the open-ended levels and stuff compared to the Souls experience?
It was an extremely nice change of pace. I actually think that's why, like, that's one of the big reasons it did so well. I think maybe even outside of Dark Souls fans, because it was just a fresh experience, especially coming from FromSoft, which has previously been doing only Dark Souls or Soulsborne games, and while they aren't obviously all the same, that claustrophobia design is definitely left intact.
It
And
really
so,
is, and after a while, it really did, to me at least. The Souls games do a really good job at making their levels feel like actual locations, you know? Just by the way they do furniture and background elements, they do a really good job at making it feel like you're going to an actual place. But the layouts, after a point, the layouts seriously make you feel like you're in like an amusement park ride, which with only one way to go.
Yeah.
now I will say though that after I think I played New Game Plus 3 for Sekiro,
Oh damn!
and while I absolutely love that game, and this is something that happens with any pretty open world game, right? You are going to eventually experience like, well, I already know where stuff is, and I've already explored over here several times, and so I think that there's no point in me revisiting this area that I might have. You know, it has a nice view and it's really fun to explore, but there's nothing there. So like, why would you go back? And there's no real reason to after a certain point. But that is more of like a that's like a thing that would happen even in Dark Souls, I think.
I was about to say, yeah, that is actually a problem in Dark Souls in general, because you're like, well, my build doesn't require this, so why would I worry about that?
And while I love the grapple mechanic, it is limited.
Yes.
Not very limited. And I think that is obviously a good thing. I don't think that it would make sense to be able to grapple to anything.
It is no wrecking ball from Overwatch kind of grappling, but
or the Dying Light grapple hook.
Dying Light grapple. What's that like?
I don't know if you know much about it, but it basically cancels all physics just so you can grapple onto something. You can grapple. You can literally be falling to the ground. You grapple the ground. You take no fall damage.
Oh, okay.
Like Terraria.
Yes,
that
it's
Terraria
exactly like
does that too, actually. Yeah.
But I do think the big plus side of having the open world is that like you don't feel cramped in.
Yeah, that's
And
that's the biggest
even,
thing.
Even if there's nothing off in the distance there, like for you to pick up, you know stuff is there that you could go see or that you could go to at any point in time.
That's, I think, the most powerful thing about Sekiro. I think the fact that the grapple is so limited is the one trade-off to the whole. Oh, you know, no, they can't really control where the players go as well. Like they can't be sure that all the players are going to go through the same paths because of this change. So the trade-off is, of course, that they make grappling only happen where they want you to be able to grapple. And I think it's a very good trade-off. It's a very fair way. It's a very fair exchange for all of the power they give you.
I absolutely think it's fair.
But you're right. Like what you said about it not feeling cramped anymore. I genuinely just think that that's the biggest thing. That's actually the main reason why Sekiro is more enjoyable than most Souls games, and it's just the fact that like after a while you genuinely just feel that claustrophobia. You genuinely just feel like those levels are really cramped and almost like the walls are closing in on you. But with Sekiro, you actually just feel like it feels way more like an actual place. Feels way more like an adventure. Dark Souls, to me, doesn't feel like an adventure so much as a quest is a synonym with adventure, but it's like feels like a mission, you know? It feels like a task. Feels like I'm here with an objective and I have to go through the objective. Whereas Sekiro reminds me a lot more of Zelda, or like, and even Zelda doesn't have as much mobility as Sekiro, but like reminds me way more of those open world games where like I actually can explore and this place is breathing and living. And don't get me wrong, Zelda, now that I'm bringing up Zelda, which is a prominent thing, Zelda has the this quality that a lot of its temples and dungeons don't feel like real places, and I just praise Dark Souls for having the positive trait that all of its locations feel like real places, even if their layout is like highly limiting. But Sekiro is
Yeah.
the best of both worlds because you have this amazingly gorgeous real life place with a pretty sensible layout of where you can and cannot go, but it's still huge and it's still sprawling and you can still explore its nooks and crannies and feel like you're in a real place. And I think that's just really powerful.
That is.
You make me really excited to give it a try.
It is, and it is. You're
Look,
gonna enjoy it. I want to get back
Trust
and
me
finish
when
it
I
eventually.
tell you, it deserved Game of the Year.
Yeah.
I know that when I finish Dead Space, I might go ahead and keep streaming that one. Probably. We'll see.
Yeah.
Get
Sundays.
my hopes up.
This Sunday is going to be all about Sekiro for me.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
All right. So that's Sekiro. That's like in terms of open-endedness, and I find at least I honestly find myself whenever I think about playing Dark Souls again, I realize that it is that cramped feeling of this level has only this few ways you can go through it that really do make me like not want to pick him up again, because it is like, especially Dark Souls 3, it's kind of a very linear experience, and honestly there is just not a lot that you can like enjoy about it. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
in terms of navigation at least, there's a lot of incentive otherwise, but in terms of navigation, again, what I said a moment ago, it's like the walls are closing in on you, and I would call that one of the biggest failings of the Souls series.
Yeah.
Because at one point, you cross the line from carefully placed and delivered to, again, legitimately claustrophobic, legitimately limiting, legitimately like, not even unrealistic, it's like legitimately gamey. Like, it feels like a level from a game, which is not usually what you want in this very immersive setting, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But yes, that is a big part of this whole. That is a big part of this whole aspect about the design of the Souls games.
That being said, could I actually want to bring up something about Sekiro that I feel like is kind of a negative within that open world aspect.
Oh, go
It's
ahead.
like,
Go for it.
there wasn't much variety with the areas. Like, and I say that
Oh.
because like when I get on Dark Souls, I know like obviously not, by now I know what I'm looking for. But there's a lot of different areas that are really unique. And again, they have their own personality. Sekiro has really beautiful areas, but there's not very many of them.
So okay.
Because of how
Okay.
big they are.
So, I think a big reason why this might be is that Sekiro shoots itself in the foot by Dark Souls is, Western fantasy, Western fantasy, Western, yeah, dark fantasy, but it's just medieval fantasy. All of those like wizards and dungeons and dragons, and there's a lot you can do with that. Like honestly, you can think about a lot of different levels and they work.
Mm-hmm.
And they did
Sekiro-
some great things with it.
Absolutely. Sekiro, on the other hand, is based on real life and feudal Japan and everything that came with it. So obviously, while they can come up with some cool locales and pretty views, you are very much still going to stay in feudal Japan. So you don't have like a lot of room for like, I don't know, a magic volcano or a huge
you-
pillar of dragons or something.
It wouldn't have sense to have a big magical castle
Exactly.
full of sorcerers in feudal Japan.
Exactly. So
Now-
they're a little restricted in that sense.
If I might, I don't want to talk about it too much because I know that one of you hasn't played the game yet, one of you hasn't finished. There is an area of the game that I think that Sekiro really shines, and I have a feeling that you will know it when you get there.
Can you give
'Cause
us
I
a hint?
think that-
Can you give us a hint without spoiling it?
There's almost an entire section underwater.
Okay. All right. I'll keep that
And
in
I
mind.
think that
Oh.
that flips the entire like it's a bit more realistic thing on its head, because the area that you enter isn't necessarily supposed to be based off of anything real, because by story things that I'm not going to talk about, you aren't in the real world anymore.
Okay, interesting.
And there are some really cool secret bosses there. There's really cool just everything there, and a lot of it takes place underwater, which is it was definitely one of the most surreal experiences I had in Sekiro.
I'm actually excited to see that eventually.
Yeah, that sounds
Oh,
amazing.
absolutely.
Also, Mithril said a moment ago, compared to earlier games, Dark Souls 3 has a lot of options in the directions you can take through the game. I really want to talk about that. That's a big part in the in the design that I want to get into, and I actually have important visuals to show you guys for that. But for now, let me get into like another big thing about the Souls games first before we get into that very big, very important point. And is that the I want to actually go back to our comparison with the Legend of Zelda, where when you think about Zelda, when you think about a Zelda dungeon specifically, what comes to mind, Rennie?
Legend of Zelda dungeons.
Yeah,
First and foremost, like puzzles.
there you go, there you go. Puzzles. And Verity, when you think about like combat in Zelda games, it's not particularly like engaging, is it?
It's pretty simplistic, but it's not bad or anything.
It's not like it's terrible. It's not like it's a button masher or anything. But for the most part,
It is very surface level.
and you know, invulnerability frames and etc. etc. And surface level, like you said. In Dark Souls, dungeons do not have much in the way of puzzles or complexity, or keys or locked doors or anything. So okay, there are some locked doors here and there, but dungeons are a lot more about the combat and the depth of combat, both in the boss fights and in the boss fights and in the normal mobs, like we've discussed. There is a lot to them, and that's kind of where all of the focus goes into. So that's I think something important to distinguish Dark Souls from similar games, where things are just very much focused on all of the fighting. Now, I think the best example of where Dark Souls does away with this is in all of the 3 DLC areas in Dark Souls 2, which are phenomenal, and I really love
fantastic.
all of how those dungeons work, because they mix the complexity of combat in Dark Souls with really cool puzzle mechanics that you don't see anywhere else in the games, and make these areas so unique and cool. And it actually, I felt like I was playing like a Zelda game, but cranked up to 11, you know? Like, it felt like what you would see in a Zelda game, but with the depth of a Dark Souls game. And other than that, I just found all of those 3 areas really cool.
Oh, the drowned city of Scala, I want to call it.
That's
That is
that's
very not it.
That's a Final Fantasy 14 then.
You know what? You're damn right.
It's
The first DLC.
Sunken Temple of Karn is another Final Fantasy 14 dungeon. It's the it's a poison city. I love that place. It has the little switches with the bow and arrows. What is it called? It was my favorite area for a while.
Don't laugh at me for being a Final Fantasy nerd.
What is it called? The Drowned City of Scala.
Sunken City.
Sunken City.
Crown of the Sunken City, yes.
But what is the city called? It has a name.
Does it have a name?
It does have a name. Hold on.
Oh, Shulva.
Shulva, that's the one. Oh,
Yes,
that
thank you.
completely escaped
Come
my
on,
mind.
Scala, Shulva, come on. I was close.
They start with S. I guess so.
That place was so. I got stuck just because I did not think. Once again, I do not carry a bow and arrow. I do not use those items. That place was like game changing for me, just because of that fact that I had to have one and utilize it. And not even in a combat way. I didn't feel like I was cheapened in having to play a particular way. It just felt very different in that, oh my goodness, I actually need a bow and arrow to progress through the game.
As I mentioned, pure mage, what am I doing with a bow and arrow, you know?
Yeah.
That felt a little annoying, but ignoring that little thing, I mean, getting yourself a short bow is very easy. And
I'm pretty sure they drop you a pretty basic one in the game, like very early on when you find the first switch.
In a very chest inside of the blacksmith in Majula, there is one right there. And getting arrows is also like pretty cheap, so it was the closest that Dark Souls has gotten to, you know, using equipment like Zelda uses its items, and I thought that was just really cool. But obviously, not every build has access to that. We're gonna get into more of it, like what builds do for the game design in a moment, but I just really want to stress how fun those 3 dungeons were, because they were like definitely the highlight of Dark Souls 2 for me after the DLC came out. I enjoyed the game before they came out, but once they did, I was just head over heels.
By the way, Senty, did you enjoy the Fume Night DLC?
I found it
with the Fume Tower.
I found that entire area really hard, really hard, really cool. Personally, it's way more vertical than most levels in Dark Souls, and the Fume Knight himself was, I would say, the hardest boss fight I've ever fought in Dark Souls. Personally,
that's fair.
Maybe, I don't know.
Do you know why they call him the Fume Knight?
He makes you fume.
Because you'll be fuming after you fight him all night long.
Haha.
That could be true.
6-year-old joke.
But the reason I want to bring that up is because I was just like remembering the DLCs, and I remember that one of the most populated at the time PvP areas for me. I remember anytime I'd get invaded, or I did invade, and everyone would always fight on that giant chain over the chasm.
Oh my god.
Because it's so cool.
It is
on top
awesome.
Of that one area gives you an entire view of the DLC in terms of like the backdrop, and essentially what it is, it's just like a bunch of ash on one side, and then it slowly transitions over to this like melting and flaming world.
It's incredible.
And then it's such a good design choice.
And the way, and if you look around the towers, it's just this huge desert of ash all around you. It's incredible.
Yeah. When I actually remember when I first came into that world, I was like, oh, it's snowing, and then as I continued on, I realized, wait, that's not snow.
Yes, it feels amazing. And just that huge chain, I remember that feels so impressive. And the way you use the stakes to like kill the idols as you go, and the way you use like the smelter like wedges to affect the elevators, it's such an amazing level.
Yep, they did so well with it. It was such an impressive design. A bit of a maze, arguably, but it was always worthwhile to figure it out.
I actually have I just realized the chain. There's actually 2 chains, and one of them is actually how you get to the broom tower.
Yeah, the first chain is how you access it.
Yeah, I actually will post an image in our thing. Just for reference, it is super cool. And
I think everyone should see it. So.
Yeah, I think getting an image of it is very important, because it's such a good aesthetic.
Here actually, instead of going to the for the putting it in the stream, I'm just gonna link it here.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Unfortunate folks on YouTube won't be able to just click on it, but you can also just look up Broom Tower on Google, and you will find incredible pictures too.
You will find it almost immediately.
This is such a good picture too. Exactly how I remember it.
But anyways, so yeah, no, I think that's another very big characteristic design part of Dark Souls is just the focus on combat and all of those things above puzzles. And I honestly, sincerely, I'm struggling to come up with another set of dungeons that made me feel as excited as the Dark Souls 2 DLC levels.
They did really well.
I don't-
Dark Souls 2 has some of the best DLCs.
Yeah, I agree with that. Dark Souls 2 is my least favorite of the series, but it definitely had the best DLCs by far.
Like yeah,
I agree.
and I cannot think of like any base or DLC levels that were that cool in terms of actual, I don't know, layout and everything. Those 3 DLCs just blew me away, and they absolutely made up for what was definitely rather lackluster enemy placement in the base game. Now, when
Yeah.
Scholar of the First Sin came out, they fixed a lot of those issues, but I will not deny what Key said earlier, that Dark Souls 2 did have weird enemy placement at first.
Yeah, I played both versions, and it was definitely Scholar definitely felt improved upon. I kind of wish they had. I kind of wish that they had gone with that initially, whether it was due to time constraints or whatever, or if they needed community feedback. But it was definitely very interesting having to refine some of my more favorite items.
Dash asks me what my opinions of Bloodborne are. We will be talking about Bloodborne more at length later on, but in summary, I find it to be very unique. It has some amazing ideas. It is a very fast-paced game as well. Some of the best in the series for sure, but while I haven't played it myself, I am not a huge fan of a lot of the artistic decisions. The boss designs especially are my least favorite of the series. And the color usage, as I mentioned earlier in the stream, is really poor. And I personally would have really liked Bloodborne to have been more about even if what they went with like the more what's the word? What do you call those alien creatures? What's the name of the author?
Oh,
I'm gonna be useless here.
I'm actually not quite sure.
There's a name. Lovecraftian, that's the one. Thank you, Scaper. All of those Lovecraftian creatures, I know a lot of people are crazy about them and love them, and they added a lot of identity to the game and a lot of personality. I personally wanted a game more about an actual Victorian setting, more steampunk, more werewolves, vampires, witches, and hunters. That's what I wanted. But the game went a little so hard on the Lovecraftian alien stuff that it just kind of lost me.
And also, if I may just briefly address what Dash just said, I definitely was not happy with how dark Bloodborne was aesthetically. Like it really was like way too dark for me at times, and I couldn't really see what was going on.
Now, honestly, it was, and the browns were all over the place. The excessive use of cathedral, but yeah, we'll get more into Bloodborne later. That has its own place. Now, we've discussed, those main parts of the designs, but I think it's high time that we discuss something that Amitril hinted at a moment ago, and that is the interconnected worlds and the branching paths that you have as options to go through in these games. So, hear me out, right, guys? Dark Souls 2 comes out. And some people take it upon themselves to talk about how incredibly linear it is and how inferior it is to Dark Souls 1 and how many more paths you can take in Dark Souls 1. And I never understood why people refer to Dark Souls 2 as a linear game.
Yeah, forgive my language, but I'm gonna have to call bullshit on that. It has the most starting branching paths that you can take.
Out of any of the games, absolutely. I heard so many people refer to the beginning of Dark Souls 1 as like so many paths you can take, and later on you can take even more, and the Dark Souls 2 paths all converge in one place later. I mean, not really, but I actually have very handy visuals for the stream to look at here. Here first we have the Dark Souls 1 progression map. Firelink Shrine, what you see down at the middle, is technically where you could say that you start. You can say that it is connected to the Undead Asylum, that is basically the tutorial zone. You do go there later again, which is a really cool touch. But more importantly, here you can see all of the different places that you can go to. You don't have to read all of this. Don't worry if this is a little much or anything. But this gives you an idea of how interconnected things are and how the areas connect with each other. So to begin, let's just discuss the whole branching paths at the beginning of the game, because I think that's a very important distinction to make. How much you can branch, how much you can customize your experience. So from Firelink Shrine, you can go to the Undead Asylum, which is where you start. You can go to the Catacombs, you can go to the Undeadburg, and you can go to New London Ruins. That is technically three different zones you can go to. But correct me if I'm wrong. Doesn't what all is required to go to the New London Ruins? Is there anything in particular? Because I remember that you told me that you're. Sorry, go.
There is an elevator.
Yes, there's an elevator.
Yeah, you can go to and from the new Valley of the Drakes using an elevator, and there's also a later shortcut when you, spoiler alert, when you open up the giant door and release the water that has flooded the area.
Am I wrong? Or is the elevator allowed from the accessible from the start of the game?
Okay,
yes, it's accessible. Sorry, the Blight Town, the elevator to the Valley of the Drakes and to Blight Town, you need the master key for from the start of the game. I can't remember off the top of my head where you get the specific key for it. I'm pretty sure you get that specific key as you're leaving Blight Town, actually.
You do.
But the elevator is locked as Mithril says. You get the key normally by progressing through
you got the master key. Okay.
Yeah, but if you have the master key, you can unlock it.
So I'm gonna let that slide, because if the master key is like it's almost what everybody starts with, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
All right. But that's still a good amount of starting. I'm not gonna call Dark Souls 1 like super linear by any stretch of the imagination, because that's a lot of things you can do. And more things open up to you later on. The more stuff you do, which is really cool. Like there is a lot of the way things operate are definitely not linear.
Absolutely.
But people will always insist that Dark Souls 2 by comparison is a lot more linear, and boy howdy, I don't really agree with that.
I don't either.
Here we have the Dark Souls 2 progression chart, which as you can see has some very linear paths after you go to Heights Tower, Huntsman's Copse, or Grave of Saints, or Forest of Giants as well. But for those four that I just mentioned, all of those come from Majula. From Majula you can choose any of those 4 lines, and the cool thing about those 4 lines, right, is that after you get those 4 souls, you get access to another fork in the road. Fork in the road. And the cool thing about this is that this chart that I found here doesn't even include the DLC areas. So we have we have 3 areas unaccounted for. More than 3 actually, because the DLC areas have more than just those basic things. And I think it's just really cool because unlike Dark Souls 1, where sure you can go to those higher end areas, but it all kind of makes I just don't feel. I'm not saying that it doesn't give variety in the long run, but it all feels like something. I guess the best way I can describe it is that it feels like some of the difficulty differences are so pronounced that you might as well just go through the quote-unquote normal pathway every time. At least that's what I've heard people describe it as. I know I sure played through the normal pathway for the most part.
I have quite a bit of things to say about the linear argument that people put between Dark Souls 1 and 2. Do you mind if I
go ahead.
Go off for a moment?
Go ahead.
So, whenever I first played Dark Souls 2 and compared it to Dark Souls 1 as you normally do, there's just a couple of things that I found very important to consider, 2 main points. But I do want to start with saying that I always found Dark Souls 1 to be and Dark Souls 2 to be opposites, in the sense that you progress through the game in a pretty set out pathway. In Dark Souls 1, you got to ring the 2 bells, you make your way to Enolondo, you get the Lord Vessel, and then from then on you have 4 different paths to choose, which you have to complete all of them. And then
technically, you can also skip them if you get enough souls, but that's a little bit of a that's too much of a hurdle.
that's in Dark Souls 2. You can't. You got to get the Lord Souls in Dark Souls 1.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, you have to absolutely unlock the get all 4 souls to unlock the final area of Dark Souls 1. Whereas in Dark Souls 2, it's the opposite. You have 4 pathways that you can choose from, i.e. you're also hunting down 4 big bosses, and then it sets you on the very linear pathway towards Drangleic Castle. But then once again, as Senty sort of said, once you get to Drangleic Castle, you revisit the old areas and you gotta explore the world, which is something I actually really liked about Dark Souls 2 as well. It made me go back and find all these little nooks and crannies or places that I kind of ignored or dismissed, and then I realized, oh, I'm actually looking for things in these places. Like you get a very particular ring that unlocks very specific doors throughout the world. So it was kind of fun to go back through the world and find all of these places once I had the king, or the ring, or the key to unlock it.
The King's Key, I think it was. I forget what it was called, but it's a King's Ring.
Yeah.
King's Ring.
Yeah.
Yeah, King's Ring. I also, just a little side note, I also enjoyed getting up and having a bathroom break every single time I got to the doors, but that's besides the point. They open very slowly.
They
ladies
open
and
quite
gentlemen.
slowly.
They open very slowly.
And after you're done with the Drangleic Castle line of areas, you also have the option to go to Shaded Woods or Shaded Ruins for 2 different zones. The the Dragon Shrine at the end, like you have to go there to get like the thing that lets you visit the memories of the giants, but it also comes with an optional boss, among other things.
Yeah, that was a fantastic area. And yeah, I genuinely really enjoy that area. Very explorative, and I'm not gonna lie, going along those really long bridges, you know, the area I'm talking about, gave me a lot of anxiety, because I was just like, something's gonna happen here. These things can just snap and fall at any moment, and that's just death.
That bridge has that bridge has a bunch of hidden features, actually.
Yeah, it is incredible. It terrified me, and it still kind of does, but I loved it, and I still do love it. And then another aspect that I think a lot of people don't realize or don't really think about when they think about how interconnected the areas are, you have to unlock teleporting in Dark Souls 1.
Oh, yes!
So they implemented a lot of shortcuts between areas, because in a sense they sort of had to. You do not have to do that in Dark Souls 2 and 3. You have teleporting off the bat, so there is no need for them to constantly make little shortcuts or little pathways, because
that feels amazing.
You don't need it. You can just go to any bonfire you visited. Then too, another thing with Dark Souls 1, you could only teleport to a third, maybe half of the bonfires that you actually sit down at, and it's on a side note, that's a blessing and a curse to me personally. I'm really intimate with a lot of the Dark Souls 1 game and areas, like really incredibly so, because I've played through them so long.
And like it forces you to get to know them because you travel back and forth.
Yeah. Whereas in Dark Souls 2 and beyond, I've lost that intimacy with the game itself, because I just sort of, almost skip through a lot of areas. I don't take in the surroundings. I don't see things multiple times, because I can just pop right at a bonfire and be back where I started. But but that is very nice, not having to do that every single time. So as I said, it's a blessing and a curse, but I really do miss the intimacy of the games that I do have with Dark Souls 1 in the later installments.
It's an
But yeah,
interesting
that's
question.
just a
It's an
very-
interesting question of like, when is the realism and the sense of adventure become an actual hurdle to the point where it's a
Yeah.
hassle to get from point A to point B? You know?
Yeah,
Because
and
that was the thing with me with Dark Souls 1, and is that it became really annoying to travel from here. Well, it more than anything felt like a huge commitment, you know, to go anywhere, because you had to go there, you had to like sit down, you had to like commit to getting to the end, because otherwise you wouldn't be getting back for a while.
Yeah.
And going back just meant that you were wasting time. So because of that, Firelink Shrine felt less to me like a hub and more of just I guess the one place that I had to come back to a lot every now and again where people gather, but I wasn't really attached to as much because I just kept wandering way too much and I didn't really need that place. I just went
Yeah.
there because it happened to be interconnected. I'm very
And,
sorry. I'm very sorry to stop us for now, but my cat needs food really quickly, so I will be right back super fast.
no worries.
Hey,
Damn cats.
unlike last time, I'm gonna let you two talk with each other and talk with chat for a moment while I go take care of that. So feel free to continue the conversation, or
Okay.
or talk about whatever. You can even talk about how lovely the sky looks today.
All right, back
It's
to Dark
raining.
Souls.
No.
All right, guys. See you in just a moment.
Gotcha.
No worries.
So I actually completely agree with your opinion on Dark Souls 1. I think that is a very strong suit of the game, and also why I don't think it is required or that it feels necessary to get teleporting to every bonfire, because looking back at those charts, almost every area is interconnected in some way.
Yeah.
And on top of that, there is no, like, while it is nice to return to Firelink every now and then, there's not really any need to. And I think that's also kind of a nice thing, because you can level up at any bonfire, you can repair your weapons at any bonfire if you get the proper tools. And I think that really does make it feel more like a consistent adventure, rather than okay, so now I need to go back here really quickly, get this thing, teleport back to here. It feels, I'd say, less like a game and more like an adventure. That's probably a
Yeah.
stretch, but I do think that it definitely, like you said, gets you attached to the world itself, and it helps really build it. And of course, I don't consider that necessarily a problem in Dark Souls 2, because with the map layout, it would be very annoying to not be able to teleport to any bonfire.
Yeah.
Because you would just have to run straight back and forth, and it could be annoying.
Yeah. You can't see it, obviously, but I've been nodding with in agreement with you the whole time. That was a huge thing I wanted to bring up too. In 2 and 3, you always had to come back to the hub to level up.
Mhm.
Admittedly, I don't really know why they went with that choice. When we go into the lore, I will bring up something that I was really excited about when the final DLC of Dark Souls 2 was coming out, about why I thought they made that choice. But yeah, it's not really something I understand, because, as you said, I really liked that idea of having the adventure, repairing at the bonfire. I mean, I guess that happens in Dark Souls 2 and 3 as well. But being able to level up on the go, you don't really feel like you have much of a home of sorts in Dark Souls 1. You can be just about anywhere, and Firelink Shrine is just a place where all of the people you've met thus far
Happen to gather.
congregate. Yeah.
Um,
Welcome
it
back, by the
definitely
way.
feels nice
Thank
in
you.
that regard. Welcome back.
in regards to lore discussion, I did consider us having like a dedicated spot for it. We can tread into it a little bit, but I definitely want us to be sparing with it, just because I would also definitely not want to spoil too much. And I know that if I get talking about it, I will go for a long time.
Yeah,
same. There's a lot of Dark Souls lore.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna lie, I won't be able to talk about the lore as passionately as I normally would without
Spoiling.
majorly spoiling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's what I figured too.
But- Yeah, but there is a big part of Dark Souls 2 lore that I do want to discuss, which can be spoiling, but I'll definitely save that for later.
I think as long as
I'll get into it.
we just brought it up like this, right? There's one
Yeah.
thing that I really want to say about the lore, and that is that if you think about any given Dark Souls game, the story, like the actual events transpiring in the lore, are not in the game rather, are not it is not really. I mean, it's not bad. It's just not special. It's nothing unique. There's not really like. I mean, the characters can be memorable sometimes, but they're not really like spectacularly deep because the games are hardly ever about the characters and way more so about the world, with some exceptions.
Yeah.
But the cool thing is what we discussed earlier is that the Souls games do so much of the storytelling like in the background and through item descriptions that the games can afford to focus way more into world building rather than actual story. And that's not to everybody's liking, I wouldn't say, but it honestly becomes very universally appealing for a lot of people because it's a really unique approach.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, before we move on from this, I also had a Dark Souls 3 chart prepared, which is significantly different.
Just a little bit.
Just a touch. It actually had escaped my mind completely until I found this as I was getting ready for the podcasts. Why I didn't have as much fun replaying Dark Souls 3 as much as I did with the other games, despite it having like so many more weapons and such cool spells and a character creator at the start of the game that I enjoyed way more than the other games. And that was simply because of, well, beyond like the lack of diversity in zones, you also just have this very linear progression. There is not really a lot of variety. You're always gonna go to the High Wall of Lothric, and you either skip a few paces by going to Drangleic Castle,
Which is Lothric Castle, by the way.
which is Lothric Castle. Yeah. Yeah, why is that Drangleic Castle? What? Why is that Drangleic Castle? And I said it because I was reading it.
Yeah.
Why is that Drangleic Castle? What the hell?
Actually,
Lore spoilers.
You can get there that early.
Yeah, absolutely.
This also doesn't include.
Spoilers.
No, I mean you can actually. This is not a huge spoiler, but there is a way. Without saying how, there is a way to fight the boss that will let you go to Lothric Castle, and you can skip a lot of the game that way.
Absolutely.
But this chart
cool.
also doesn't include the DLC, so I have to make that disclaimer.
Mhm.
But by all means, you are always going to be going to the High Wall of Lothric, the Undead Settlement, Road of Sacrifices, Fire and Keep, quick little stop at the Cathedral of the Deep, Catacomb of Carthus, Smoldering Lake, Irithil of the... that's an optional one. Irithil of the Royal Valley, Irithil Dungeon, Profane Capital, like, it's very much the same thing every time.
Yeah.
Hello, fellow intellectual. Oh no, you got me to say it. He got me to say it. Hello, fellow intellectual. No, not even
madman
intellectual. Fellow
Finally did
intellectual.
it.
Fellow intellectual.
Intellectual.
Fellow intellectual. You are very much endorsed to try out Dark Souls. There is a lot to like in the series, and everybody will tell you to try a different one first, probably.
Dark Souls 1.
I say Dark Souls 2. But Dark Souls 1 is not bad either, honestly.
Are you gonna listen to a cat?
Okay, but yeah, I think something that I forgot to bring up earlier, when Bercy was telling us how samey the zones look in Sekiro, it's something that makes me a little bit sad, and it is the fact that, by all means, the three most recent FromSoftware games have very samey locales across the map. Like, it makes me a little bit sad to think about how the three most recent games they've released are not really that... I don't know. There's just not a lot of diversity in what you see in the areas. And it's all very focused on being gritty and dirty and... I don't know.
Which three games are you talking about in particular?
Sekiro, Bloodborne, and Dark Souls 3.
Yeah. I will say it makes sense within the Souls series. Sorry, Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3, because they are trying to interconnect the lore. But yeah, I don't think there's much of an excuse for that for.
3 still has a weird obsession with churches, though.
Yeah, that's very true. But I do think that in the defense of that game, they do put a bit of emphasis on, I guess, the importance of the churches to people. So it's not like it doesn't come out of nowhere, but it is a bit. It's like, another one.
I think
Yeah.
I definitely agree. You know, speaking of that thematic thing, I think my favorite thing about the way Dark Souls 2 did the branching paths is that each branching path felt like a gradient, you know? Like, you go from this neutral area that is Majula, and then you either go to the forest, and like, I don't know, I just really like to think of how these little zones expand and become deeper the more you go into them, you know? Like, this, even though they're linear zones after each path, every little area is another layer of depth, and I just think that's really cool way to, like, have a thematic gradient in that sense. I just like that. I just like that a lot. I'm gonna gush a lot about Dark Souls 2, I'm sorry.
If it's alright, since we are talking about Dark Souls 3 at the moment, have you played the Ring City DLC? Has everyone on this call played it?
I have.
Yes.
I have played all of it, yeah.
Okay. Can I just say, despite me not really thinking it's as strong as the Dark Souls 2 DLCs, I do think that it had some really good scenery, especially in some of the final areas.
I want to say that it didn't wow me, and Irithil was still more interesting to me visually, but it is probably some of the best sceneries you're gonna see in Dark Souls 3.
Let me see if I can find. Just in the meantime, I'll put them in our chat. But I think the first image I posted, I think like that is a really nice area.
I really want to show. I really want
Ring
to show
City
this
in
one.
itself is really cool.
I'm gonna post the link here. People can look at it. If you're on YouTube right now, you can go ahead and search for the Ring City DLC for Dark Souls 3.
It also had like a lot more color than I was expecting. It wasn't by anything like crazy, you know. It wasn't something that the
Yeah.
series hadn't.
It's
for
silly.
Dark Souls 3.
It's silly how that's like colorful for Dark Souls 3 standards, you know?
Yeah, but at the same time, like that's
Yeah.
why this DLC was impressive, especially by 3 standards. I feel that's kind of why it's also disappointing at the same time to then go back and see like, well, why couldn't they have just been more vibrant? Because then their world would have popped out more. And
Yeah,
it
they
would
are
have been
really they're really
memorable.
afraid of colors in that game. It makes me a little sad. But I mean, okay, so we will go into 3 very soon and get everything out of the way. But it's still like it still has its merits. I don't want anyone to think that I dislike the game. I probably would, if you ask me which Souls game I would play right now, I would probably say 3 or 2. But I still think that 3 is the weakest for several reasons. We will go into those in a moment.
Yeah.
I will make us hasten a little bit because we have been going for already 3 hours.
Oh, how dare we!
And I do not want this stream to be another 6 hours long like the first one. All right.
Personally, I don't see the problem, but fair enough.
We'll see what happens. I'm not gonna like abruptly end any conversation if I can, but I do want us to, you know, be as concise as we have to be.
Absolutely.
Yes. That's fair.
So now, let's go back to my favorite subject, in terms of game design for Dark Souls, and that is character building. You've heard me talk a lot about character building. The good thing
Yes.
is that Rennie has provided us with a lot of his experiences playing as a TF glass cannon, like a really fast glass cannon type of character, whether it be with huge swords or just faster weapons. He always plays
That
as
is what I
something.
do.
He always plays as something fast and that hurts a lot and without shields. So, it goes without saying that the build that you go for will drastically change the experience that you have. And it's funny to me always to see new players really fail to appreciate this, or maybe not even realize that it's a huge deal. Because it is easy to to not realize how much not having a straight sword and a shield is going to change your build, or how much not investing into HP is going to affect you, or how much having heavier armor can affect you.
You don't need HP if they're not going to hit you.
Exactly. But and because you didn't spend that in HP, you can invest it into having really strong attacks instead, or being able to have more spell slots or something. There's a lot of
Or
different
having
things.
more endurance.
Exactly, which means more attacks or running more. But oh,
A very constant thing I see with new players is they always gravitate towards having a very tanky, like high armor, high poise build.
yeah,
with
no,
a
people
big weapon.
always make a
Hi there.
huge deal out of the HP.
Yeah, they go straight for the giant, Dad.
Okay, to be fair, I went for Falchion, especially in Dark Souls 1, because that thing was busted.
Okay, yeah, well, yeah. Let's be real here.
But now, if you guys remember when I was talking about the customizable difficulty slider in regards to the builds that you can have, the catch with having your own custom build is that not all builds are going to be viable.
Yeah,
And I'm not just
unfortunately.
talking about like, oh, I accidentally put my points across all my stats because I thought I should do that. Which is not something you should do. You should never invest in every single stat. That is stupid. But beyond just that, beyond just a botched level up build, there is not a single Dark Souls game where being a pure archer is viable. Outside of Dark Souls 2, I would argue that what I did about being a pure mage is not really favored by the games. Dark Souls 3 might allow for it a little bit, especially in PvE, but not really, because of how Dark Souls 3 treats magic users and spells. More on that later.
Dark Souls 3 really crippled the
Really
mages.
hates mages. Actually, let's just discuss
Yeah, it really does.
Let's just discuss it right now. Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, mages get spell uses. So you equip a spell and you can use it a certain number of times. And if you equip it twice, you get twice the amount of spell casts. And in Dark Souls 2, they even went above and beyond by making it so that if you have a high amount of attunement, which was what let you have spell slots in the first place, that meant that you also got more uses out of the spell sometimes. Cool. Well, and what was cool about that is that if you ran out of a spell, you could just go ahead and use another one that you had, or you could just use your few charges of your strongest spells and then switch to a more quick or simple one. In Dark Souls 3, they returned with the mechanic that Demon Souls had, which was a mana bar. I realized that I accidentally said that Demon Souls had spell uses. No, Demon Souls also had a mana bar. The difference being that in Demon Souls, magic was strong. In
There is
Dark
so
Souls,
much
Can't really
statement.
speak on that. I
in
never
Dark
used
Souls
magic.
3, magic is not strong. Magic is just kind of there.
Yeah.
And usually the strong magic is something very easily dodged.
Very easily
Yeah.
dodged, and that consumes literally every little bit of mana in your pool.
Mhm.
And here's the fun part, right? There is something called an Estus Flask across all games, which lets you restore your HP. In Dark Souls 3, there's also an Ashen Estus Flask, which lets you restore your mana. How do we get more Ashen Estus Flasks? Well, by getting less normal Estus Flasks, which means that if you're a mage, you get to heal yourself less.
It's a good idea in theory, in that if you're casting spells from far away, then you shouldn't really be getting hit, but it doesn't work in practice.
The problem with Dark Souls games is that they really don't enjoy the thematic of a pure mage or a pure archer or anything like that. It actually infuriates me a little bit how, and this is something that I have a huge gripe with the games. The games are designed for straight sword shield users.
Yeah, yeah.
Every
I
time,
agree.
always. Dodging is neat, and you can beat the entire game with dodging. The games are designed for straight sword and sword users, straight sword and shield users. Dark Souls 3 especially. And I think the most insulting part about this whole thing is what the sorcerer in Dark Souls 3 starts with. I think that's probably the most like that is officially the most insulting part of the game, because when you start oh, here, let me show you a picture if I can get a big one. Where is it? Here it is.
Sorcerer looks great, dude.
Sorcerer looks great, man. You know, here you go, guys. Here is what a sorcerer in Dark Souls 3 looks like. You will notice that they start with a sword and a shield. Why?
Fairy shield,
Yeah.
It just solidifies the fact that they wanted magic to be secondary at best to like anything else, and that offends me. For one, I already hate any kind of fantasy media where they give shields to mages. At that point, call them battle mages or call them spell swords or whatever. But if you grab a mage, if you grab a wizard and you give them a shield and a sword, that is just absolutely lame. I'm looking at you, Lord of the Rings. I don't like it. I hate it. But Dark Souls, in 1, they had like this pretense that you could be a pure mage. It didn't work amazingly, but you could do it. In 2, because it was a completely different team, they were like, yeah, let mages be happy. In 3, they absolutely dropped the pretense, and they're like, oh, you're a mage. That's why you start with a rapier and a butler.
Yep.
Idiot.
You're a fencer with some spells.
And the spells are so offensively bad. Like, okay,
They really are.
I want to tell you a story about Dark Souls 1, my first time playing. I distinctly recall this time that there was a static enemy standing still in Dark Souls 1, and I target them, and I cast a spell at them. They were static, they were not moving, and the spell missed them. Which is painful, because in that game, you also cannot roll out of casting a spell. Once you start casting the spell, you have to commit forever. But then in 3, it's great if your spells will hit the enemy, probably, as long as they're not a human player. And then, not too much. And you're gonna run out of mana in 2 seconds. And then you're gonna have to pull out that sword that you started the game with, because that's what you should be playing the game with. And what do you mean you want to roll? Use your shield. It's just...
Now, I think that there's obviously nothing wrong with building a battle mage, and I think that is encouraged, especially with Magic Shield as well.
Absolutely.
Which is a great spell, by the way, and Magic Sword. But I think, like you were saying, that like especially for a starting class, there's no reason they should be running a sword and shield, or like a rapier and a parry shield.
Yeah, I really appreciated the way that Dark Souls 2 did it, where they gave you a dagger. Because like, sure, this is a game where you might need a physical weapon, but you're a mage. Like, you probably don't have the strength required to equip bigger things. Have a dagger. It's a tiny thing.
Yeah.
Sure, I appreciate that way more.
Everyone can use a dagger, basically. Let's be real.
By the end of my game, my dagger was infused with magic, so it dealt magic damage, and I was doing hexes. So I had dark damage on the main side, and then I had a little magic dagger for support.
And hexes were strong in 2.
I love hexes in 2 so much.
They were great.
That being said, they were actually completely broken in Dark Souls 1.
Yeah.
My fellow intellectual friend has really good taste in powers.
Yeah, my that's something I wanted to bring up too. Is I feel like, and this is not justifying it by any means, what they did to Magic in 3.
I can't believe Rennie hates Magic.
Oh God, it's awful.
I actually don't like this.
I hate Magic in Dark Souls 3.
Same.
In Dark Souls 1, it was really powerful when you spec'd into it, and it was used as like the it was used as the speedrunning strat. It was the way to go if you're a big speedrunner, because you could set yourself up for a boss. You cast it and the boss would just be dead if you knew how to position yourself and everything. And in Dark Souls 2, I actually distinctly remember one of the first patches being that the lightning spear line of spells were nerfed because they were very powerful, and hexes kind of reigned supreme, which was okay because hexes have a huge stat investment requirement.
Yeah.
So everyone's like, they're strong, but by gosh, do you need to invest in them?
Very quick tangent. In Dark Souls, your magic damage is affected by your intelligence. Your lightning damage is affected by your fate, Well, your holy and lightning is affected by your fate. Your miracle damage, I guess, is affected by your fate. Your pyromancy is affected by whichever is highest between your intelligence and your fate, but they work together. So even though you can use pyromancy if you have only one of the two, but it works better if you invest in both. Hexes are affected by your lowest stat between intelligence and fate. So if you are not training both equally, you are not going to be good at hexing.
Yeah. It was an amazing system in terms of balancing, because
I will say the problem with that was that then any hexer was a magic powerhouse. Like you could do any magic perfectly if you were a hexer.
Yeah, that's true.
But whatever. Sorry, go on.
But yeah, once again, that was also the speedrunning strat, to go straight into hexing and just get it as soon as possible. Which, I mean, it makes sense, but as you said, I think that From really wanted to be a sword and shield game, and all of these really, the top players of the game are all just running straight from magic because that's what's best.
No.
I'm perfectly fine with that. So I think that's why they toned it down, and by toned it down, I mean they just basically decapitated it in Dark Souls 3, because they're like, well, this is what we envisioned, so this is how you got to play, which I do not agree with at all.
Do not get me wrong. I am not as naive as to think that I would have even played Dark Souls 2 if it didn't have magic. And that's why I got into the series at all. Because I love magic. I love creating mages in my fantasy settings. Sure, I also like thieves, I also like swordsmen sometimes.
Sorry, someone's knocking on my door.
Don't worry.
I'll be back.
I also love thieves, I also love swordsmen sometimes. But mainly I love magic. So that's why I even got into the series. But my big thing with this whole argument is like, if you're going to not like magic, if you're going to not like only swords and shields playthrough, then just don't have anything besides swords and shields. That's my point. Don't offer me something that I can't be good at. And that's kind of why I appreciate Bloodborne and Sekiro so much. Because even though they limit you way more, they do not give you fake promises as to what they are about. You know what you're getting into, you know what you're gonna have.
Senty.
Hello.
Very sorry about that.
Not a problem. Do you remember that Dark Souls 2 hex that used every soul in your inventory?
Oh my god,
cast a
yes.
spell?
Oh my god, yes.
That spell that might actually be my favorite spell in the entire franchise, because it was such a high risk, high reward. You would one shot literally anything with it. Maybe not bosses, but
the chunk of damage that you took off of bosses was crazy.
Yeah.
The chime spells in general were really cool. My character was supposed to be a witch, so I limited myself to staff spells because, I'm a stubborn role player, but the chime spells were really, really cool. They had some incredible things that you could do with them. Dark Souls 2 was...
If I may, though, I think one thing that Dark Souls 3 did do well with certain magic, and unfortunately it is mainly faiths, and not actual spells, but having the super armor on spells was really nice. Because there were certain spells like Lightning Stake that you could put armor on yourself, and then anyone that tried to hit you out of it would not be able to, and then they would just take a huge chunk of damage. That being said, it wasn't hard to dodge, and them missing it only affected them and not you.
Yep.
So
pretty much.
Yeah.
That's the unfortunate part of it.
Gosh. 3 also had this really cool thing, which I like to call pyromania. Everything in 3 is fire, fire, fire.
Yeah.
And this extends to you. As a player, the only magic that is really good against the general population of enemies is fire. Fire is good against everything. If you're in a pyromancer, congratulations. You are the one pure magic build in the game that is viable.
Yeah, it's really sad. I was really saddened by that.
And that meant that if you were running a battle mage build with fire and swords, especially those great swords that were just broken, you would break everything.
Yep.
Yeah. And it was really sad because when I was playing for the game for the first time, I am an explorer. I picked up and found all of these spells, and I was like, oh, this looks really nifty. I really got to give this a try. And then when I actually made my spellcaster build, there was this. It was both incredibly underwhelming, and there was this one sorcery that I was really excited for, Magic Greatsword, where
God,
it summons
yeah.
a sword, and brings it in front of him,
Oh,
and like,
yeah.
oh yes, I can finally use this, and and let's give it a try. What do you mean it only does a quarter of the damage that my normal spell, like my normal sword stab that I'm not even spec'd into does?
Yeah. That was the thing, right? Like, there were so many cool spells. They were amazing. Like, they had such cool ideas. Even if they were easy to dodge, they had really cool ideas, and it feels like they came up with this amazing list of spells. And then Miyazaki comes in and is like, alright, but how about we make them tied to mana, and then we, reduce everything's power by like 90%, give or take? No, you're
Yep.
right, 95%. Let's go with that. You're right. And that was it. That's your magic for the game.
It's very unfortunate.
Yeah,
Because the DLCs introduced some really cool magic weapons.
I loved. Oh my gosh, the little dagger, the magic dagger. That's my favorite
Dagger was
weapon
awesome.
in any Souls game. That magic dagger was my favorite. I love that dagger so much.
I am certainly a thing when it comes to scythes, and that magic scythe that soul weapon scythe was like the best thing that had ever happened to me in the game.
It was so cool.
You're making me so sad with how that game treats builds, because Dark Souls 3, out of all games, is the one that punishes you the most if you're not a straight sword and shield user.
Yeah, if you're not a good build in Dark Souls 3, it's really difficult to get through the game. And I think that that's what turned me off of the replay value a lot, is just that I wasn't enjoying progressing through the game as something that wasn't the ideal.
Now, I'm glad, and now the point where this, I'm glad that we discussed this, because the point where these builds really start to fall apart, more than just against the bosses, is on PvP. Which is exactly what we're about to discuss right now, ladies and gentlemen.
Online?
Welcome to the PvP and online features segment of the stream, where we address everything that you've always been concerned about, such as but not limited to all the nasty things that can come through PvP. So yes, first and foremost, PvP, as I mentioned earlier, was kind of a bullying space, because no matter the game, there was always a way to exploit the mechanics of pairing up, so that you would go ahead and go to the first area, and all of the new players, you could have this overpowered character that you could just bully and bully and bully and bully with.
It was worse in the first game because there was nothing, if you needed to be human for whatever reason, there was nothing to stop them from coming at you again and again, but they turned that back in later games where they made it less likely to invade the same person over and over.
Now, outside of just that human part, the first game was also the worst PvP, bar none, because of something called backstabs. Now, every game has backstabs. It's a weird mechanic, but I think it's cool. It rewards like strategic positioning, and it forces you to think about how you're facing your enemy. And it also forces you to not always just try to turn and run away, because that's an easy way to get backstabbed. But the first game likes to program backstabs in a way where, like, if your enemy is thinking about your behind, not even close to, if they're just considering your back as a potential target, you will teleport in front of them, and they will stab you, and then they can just walk around you again and do that again, and then they will walk around you again and do that again, and they will, oh wait, you're dead already, never mind.
Yeah,
chain backstabs.
See, because of the netcode, there was desync between players. So on their screen, they were seeing you, like, in front of them with your back turned.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not gonna go into this, but there is an entire meta game around that, and someone made a video out of it, and it's hilarious just because you're having to try to play around the netcode.
I love how people bash Dark Souls 2 so much after the release, but that game has the best netcode in the series.
I honestly have to say Dark Souls 3 does for the most part.
I actually see. I would like to say yes, but Dark Souls 3 uses the same method as Bloodborne does, which is as long as one player hits the other. These things are not as bad as in one, of course, but as long as you hit the player on your end, even though they very much hone the accuracy of everything, if you hit the enemy, they get hit, no matter what happened on their screen. And vice versa, if they hit you, you get hit, even if on your screen you weren't quite that close. What this means is that you're gonna get phantom hit a lot.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the actual animations don't matter so much as you hoping that you're not close enough to be in the range. Because the game doesn't have the game is not exactly peer-to-peer as far as I'm concerned, or is it? It might be. But it's not like, it doesn't execute the precision that a game like Smash Bros. Might have, because it also has to account for all of the like soldiers and low-level enemies, so it just tries to simulate accuracy. Whereas in Dark Souls 2, what the game does is that it tries to make sure that you, if you get hit and you see yourself getting hit, but they also see that they hit you, that's the only time when damage is registered. So it double checks.
I have to say, for one, I actually agree with Griffin on this one, because I didn't experience too many phantom hits. I did experience a lot of online BS that you would consider with Dark Souls, especially. But Dark Souls 2, online, and especially in the arenas, I had the most issues with the netcode in that game. Because one of the most popular weapon types in PvP was the rapier. And hexes and spells, just because of like how phantom hits were so frequent there. You would be behind them, they would thrust forward and hit you. It was a nightmare. And this of course is not every player, but it was a large majority of the player base, and it's not even really something that players could control, to my knowledge. Dark Souls 3 was boring with the combat for me, so I still can't consider it my favorite in any way, and I will always consider it my favorite game, but I had way more experiences with the netcode in Dark Souls 2 than with 3. But
that is really interesting. Ready?
Yeah, I can't speak for much in terms of being phantom hit, because I avoided PvP like the plague because of that exact problem. I want to be close, I want to be rolling around them, dodging their attacks, and that just simply doesn't work when I'm not rolling on their screen, but I'm rolling on mine. So I avoided PvP, but I will say I enjoyed Dark Souls 1 PvP because of the viable variety, just how many builds you would see, and I most often just watch this on
for leaving them.
Yep. Which is not a big deal, but they were all very samey.
No.
Yeah, and Dark Souls 3 just had the best. It was really boring to me. There was no magic, there was no variety. It was all just people in great swords and armor.
I was gonna say that I didn't experience. I was gonna say that I. Yeah, see, I didn't experiment that much with 3, because even though I tried to like the PvP for the longest time, the reality is I cannot stand how poorly diversified and balanced the PvP is in that game. 2 really allows for the most variety every time.
It does. It has some of the funniest weapon builds, because if a whip build is viable in a Dark Souls game, it's probably the best Dark Souls game.
Yeah. Yeah, you're gonna have the most fun with that game. And I wish that they did more with I can understand why they didn't, but I wish that they did more with consumables, fire bombs, poison knives, or at least made a better way to make them more viable in both
Oh,
a
dude,
gameplay
oh, dude,
sense and
in two, the throwing knives were like what everybody had in hand when their enemy was low and trying to run away.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
they did a lot of damage, and they were pretty good for throwing.
All right, so give me just a quick moment.
Yep.
no.
Sorry, my cat wanted to come in. All right, so honestly, yeah, this is just basically us establishing that builds were not always viable, and PvP had this issue specifically prominently. But let's talk about the other aspects of PvP that make it special. I guess earlier today I discussed what makes it so unique and cool, but that is very much put on the sidelines thanks to all of the other issues that it has, like Key mentioned the lack of immersion when you get invaded by Pro Gamer 69.
Yep.
And again, because of the
people were
bullying, because of the exploitation, there is just no way to guarantee that your invasion will be a legitimate player. It's really fun when you get invaded by cool people, or when you invade the cool people, even if you're still gonna get upset if you die because you were making progress. But half the time when you invade, you get sent to a world of gankers who are ready to kill you, and when you get invaded, it's usually a player that is just out there to bully everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's unfortunate, but it is actually how it is. Like, it comes down to that, and it's really dumb. But I will say though, specifically in Dark Souls 2, it was thanks to PvP that the game suddenly obtained like 5 times the longevity that it would have had for me otherwise. Because if the game had just been exclusively co-op or exclusively single player, maybe I would have had fun making my characters and going through the bosses, but I would have done so very few times. However, the fact that I could like make my builds and then pit them against other players in like the arenas or the Iron Keep bridge, for instance, the fact that that was an option, suddenly I was excited to make all of these characters because it gave me a sense similar to that of an MMO, where I would be meeting random people and I would be fighting them, and it was just exciting to me to see like all of the different builds that people were coming up with, all of the different things that I could be put up against, how the satisfaction of building a character for like hours and then seeing it work. That was like unrivaled for me in Dark Souls 2. And it was so disappointing going into 3 and never getting that sensation again.
I will 100% agree with you there. The amount of hours that I spent on the on that bridge, you know, the one,
absolutely,
was astronomical, and the amount of builds that I just tried out for fun was also, and because in this game you could also respec, so you didn't actually have to go through it every single time, was also another great thing for PvP.
I just kept making a lot of characters though, because I'm a nerd, but no, absolutely. And the respecking thing actually, even if you have several characters, was amazing, because if you made a mistake or if you wanted to retrace something else, you could do it.
I'd say that's probably Dark Souls 1's weakest aspect for me, is you cannot respec at all.
Yeah.
There is no respecking. If you just accidentally put a skill point in something, well, you gotta level up and put another one where you wanted it.
It's funny for me to say, but that very quickly that became a non-issue for me, just because I could get through the game so quickly, and once you learn where everything is, it just doesn't matter. But I'm fine and happy to play. I've already played through Dark Souls 1 100 times, whereas I don't have that kind of dedication to 2 or 3, so that's kind of why I'm glad to have the respec option.
You can ask me anything about 2. I have over 800 hours in that game, and I love it, and I know it like the back of my hand. But 3, I just don't get that urge anymore. I thought when I got 3, I thought I would be playing it as much as I did with 2. I was so wrong.
Yeah,
sorry.
And it was a shame, because a lot of my issues with 2 was very rolling focused. I guess it didn't. I could still play my playstyle, but it just felt less fluid. And Dark Souls 3 fixed that for me, so I was actually excited, being like, yes, I might be able to really get into this game and give everything a proper go again. But just all of the things that we've already mentioned before kind of just stop that dead for me. It's like, oh well, this actually isn't as good as Dark Souls 1 for me. And I find I like Dark Souls 3 for what it is more than 2, but I definitely find Dark Souls 2 much more replayable. Like, if you said to me right now, if you can't play Dark Souls 1, which of the series would you replay? I'd say 2, full stop.
Same, actually, yeah. The more we talk about it,
agree.
especially.
Yeah.
Alright,
Um,
oh, go ahead, Versi.
One more thing I do want to go over. Earlier when we were talking about soul memory and leveling up for 1 and 2, I did hear that you mentioned you think 3 did this really well, correct? Is that mainly for co-op?
Yeah, mainly for co-op, because no matter your level, no matter anything, there was a really strict and a little crippling level scaling system, which was not very elegant. But no matter what, you can always join your friends with any of your characters, no matter your game cycle, and you can set custom passwords so you don't have to risk meeting up with strangers and your summon signs. And I just find it way more elegant, way faster to play with friends that way.
That was
Yeah.
So Dark Souls 3 is the best for co-op. However, I also feel like that was the main issue and what also ruined the entire early game. I don't know if you know of this, but you can give your level 1 character any item in the game.
Oh yes, you can drop stuff for
Yes.
friends at any time. Yeah.
So now, even especially going back to Dark Souls 3 nowadays, anytime you're in your high wall, just don't Ember. Don't summon your friend unless your friend is really high level, because you will always at least be invaded a few times by people who have stacked up stats, who have endgame armor, endgame weapons, and while they may not be leveled, they have the movesets to be endgame.
Yep.
And
Yep.
it's just the most and not to mention they only have half their Estus, I think, but it will heal them to full.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, especially that early on.
So it really is just an unfortunate. I've had friends who tried to start the game with me, and they were completely new to it. And I started a new character with them, and we would just constantly be invaded by these people, and we couldn't make it past like the first bonfire. So we just kept saying, okay, well then you go back to that bonfire by yourself without embering, and then we'll ember up over there. It really is just like the worst experience for Dark Souls. And
your starting gear just cannot compare to what they can get that way either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's I agree
Fast.
that definitely crippled the PvP a lot. For the co-op, it's great, but you're right. The problem being like, oh, it's great that I can summon my friend, but the thing is that when you summon friends, you're also more likely to get invaded.
Mm-hmm.
So even though the co-op is easier, it's also ruined by the fact that you will get bothered by some bully with overpowered gear.
Also, there was a very strict limit on how many because I was a big PvPer for every Dark Souls game, and Dark Souls 3 was the most punishing to invaders in the series.
Oh yeah.
You could only let's say the person has 3 summons, or sorry, 2 summons. You may possibly get one more red summoned with you, but that's it, unless they use the branch or the fingers, right?
Yeah, the knuckles.
And the knuckles. And if they didn't use that, then if you did get a teammate, it was going to be a 2v3 with the host most likely just sitting back from you guys.
Give me a moment, guys. I will be back.
Gotcha. And what that doesn't even include are the Covenant invaders that invade invaders. So you would get invaded by the Way of the Blue, or not the Way of the Blue, the
Cathedrals of the Blue.
Yeah, Cathedrals of the Blue. You get invaded by them, so it'd be a 4v2, and you wouldn't get another invader with you because the knuckles weren't activated. So it would just be a unless it was within another area like the Farron Woods or whatever I can't think of off the top of my head, but you were always in like an uphill battle. Meanwhile, the host had all of his healing. Everyone could heal, so there was no like putting pressure on someone. Oh, Seed of Giants. They actually nerfed that in Dark Souls 3 because it was so punishing. So it only lasts for a certain amount of time now. But yeah, the gank parties, they were prevalent in every game, but Dark Souls 3 is just so bad. It really is unfortunate. That's all I've got to say on that. But, yeah.
Yeah, I do agree with on that front, but I don't have sympathy for a lot of invaders who are just, as Senty put it, are just coming in to bully.
But, well, now I don't like that either. But I do think that there is obviously people that just like to invade to kill someone. I don't know if I can consider that bullying. Maybe if you're strictly trying to target them, or if you're coming in with like loaded up gear, I can maybe understand that.
Yeah, to clarify, I am talking about coming in with loaded up gear and actually but when I invaded, I don't feel sympathy for them. Yeah, when I invaded in Dark Souls 1, I always tried to invade, at least be geared towards their level, or invade in a later game where they had the opportunity to actually have their build, and not only just for the fact that I wanted to be fair, but I also wanted it to be a challenge. I didn't want to just walk up to them and just go, boop, you're dead.
Yeah.
But yeah, there was a build that a level 20 build I remember making, where I just gave myself a +4 Great Scythe, and I just had the gold-hemmed black robes from Islif and the Mask of the Child, and I'm like, this is fine, and the Grasscrest shield, and I was like, this is fine because
I am really sorry about that, guys. Hi.
You were fine.
Oh, it's fine.
And yeah, I always thought that was fine because, I could have gone and made my Scythe +15 and imbued it with like fire or electricity or whatever else, but I felt like it was an even playing field because, like, well, I have a +4 Scythe, they probably might have a +3 short sword or be a sorcerer or something, and they can at least deal with me instead of being this ultra tanky monster that'll just waddle up to them, push them over, and the fight's done.
I think the big takeaway here is that the online features were really creative, really cool, and I think they are an interesting way to tie things with the lore and everything. But overall, I don't think any of the Dark Souls game really did them right.
I feel like that the intentions were good.
Yes.
And then people just kind of... There's not much they can do with them.
I mean, you have to consider that, like, the devs probably didn't even consider the lengths people would go to be assholes to each other.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that's a little sad to think about, but it is what happened.
But while we're on about PvP, I want to mention something I always found really funny. The biggest PvP hotspot for Dark Souls 1 was on the bridge of the DLC, the Artorias DLC, and I always found it so funny that they had the PvP arena right there, and everybody was literally 10 seconds away at this bridge.
Because the arena had something stupid about it, didn't it?
To be honest, I never even got into the arena because no one was...
Me neither. Like, I know that when I played the game, it was like way over.
I should preface that I got into it on the remaster, but... Yeah.
I got into it on Games for Windows Live. That was a long time ago. It didn't work.
Yeah, no, oh my gosh, I tried playing it there too, it was so bad.
But for some reason, I don't know, it was just part of the challenge of Dark Souls, actually getting to play with your friends.
It's kind of sad in a way. Now every time I bring that up, of course, people tell me, well, it's a solo game primarily, and you're not supposed to be with people, and the people are like extra help, and if you have to have people to help you, then you're a casual. But that's just them trying to sound cool for beating the game by themselves. Pat on the back to them. B, some people want to have a game to play with their friends, and it's a little sad when their multiplayer game has no multiplayer features.
Yeah.
Well, now that we've established like all about the online features and how we stand on them, I think at this point we are very much ready to move on to um, the big segment of well, we're gonna go over this like briefly, but the big segment of the games spoken about individually in any sense that we didn't cover. And this is where we can actually tread upon like any ground that is a lot more specific to each game in a more concise way. So, and this is finally where I can where I can start using the backgrounds that I prepare for this a lot more appropriately, because so far I've been like cycling between them as it seems ideal, but sometimes it's a little bit jittery. So, anyways, we're gonna start with the game that I've watched like five or four Let's Plays of Demon Souls, and I never seem to retain much about it, just because, I mean, it's definitely a product of its time in the sense that it was a much more simple game than the rest. But a lot of it is not extremely memorable, even if it does, if it probably has the most creative bosses out of the entire series.
Yeah, that's actually interesting too, because I definitely I never played it to the extent that I did other games, but I did really like Demon Souls, despite a lot of its shortcomings, mainly being with especially netcode, and then they shut the servers down. But the bosses were so creative, especially for the time, I would say as well, because this was before.
The bosses make
Dark Souls 1.
the bosses make Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3 like seem like their bosses are more primitive even.
They're so creative. I love them to death, but they're also not extremely memorable. The only boss that I think is the most memorable, and that a lot of people who might think of immediately, the PvP boss.
Ah, yes, the one with the turban.
Yes, that you could get as an outfit in every preceding Dark Souls game.
Now, I will say
Jeremiah?
Yep.
in terms of memorable bosses from Demon Souls, though, I think the Manta Ray boss also stands out to me a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have the one where you had the priestess lady protected all by all of these knights, and she was like giving them a haven despite having a demon soul. That one was really striking.
It was really cool. I'm trying to remember the name of the boss, but
I can't remember them
knight,
either.
The giant knight.
Oh, that one! Oh my gosh, that one was really cool.
That was so cool.
Demon Souls had probably like, man, revisiting it always makes me amazed at how easy it is for me to forget like the areas and the stuff. Okay, this is actually a perfect chance for me to mention like one of the best things about the series. Even though the art style is not my favorite and the character creator has its limitations, I especially like the character creator in 3, especially because a lot of the hairstyles and stuff are unisex. But like the big thing is in the character creator, no matter the game, you can have a male or female character, it doesn't matter. You can have them be thin or fat, it doesn't matter. They can be muscular or they can be weak, it doesn't matter. You can have whatever you want, and the game will treat them exactly equally. The armors will look almost always the same, but even if you're female, the armors will not really look any more skimpy or anything. It's a really cool game for like that kind of gender equality, and I really, really love that about the Soul series. So,
however, there is also certain quest lines based on your gender, but they're really not anything
special.
They're not game changing.
They're very minor. But then you have Demon Souls, which disappoints me a lot because an incredible amount of the armor selection is gender locked in that game.
Yeah, actually.
Just a question about that. I haven't actually. I'm wanting to play Demon Souls, so I haven't really watched a playthrough or anything. Do you mean to say that the armor designs are very different, but mechanically or stat-wise they are the same?
No, I mean that you literally cannot equip several of the armors in that game, depending on your gender.
But you can you still get, say, male armor as a female and have it in your inventory?
You can get, yeah, exactly. You can have it in your inventory and you cannot equip
You
it.
can't wear it.
That may, unless there's like the
There-
gender change coffin in Dark Souls 2, that makes no sense.
I don't believe there is either. And
I honestly don't know.
I don't think there is. I don't think there is. And the big deal with that is that a lot of those armors for males were really like good physically, and for like, and had a lot of defense, whereas the female ones had a lot of like elemental defense. So like, you know, if you were building this type of character, that type of character, and also they had different weights too. So you might end up completely screwed just because you wanted to play as a girl or as a guy.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden you want to be big and like you want to play tanky, but because you chose a girl, you can't really do that.
Bingo.
That's really disappointing.
Well, again, product of its time, and it's really good to
Yeah,
see
that's
that
true.
they made away with that ever since. Like, if this were the case in Dark Souls 3, for instance, I would be upset. But I'm just happy to see that, like, they moved past it, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't like it for the fact of the, you know, I guess the fashion souls. That enough is to make me not like it. But the fact that you literally cannot wear certain armor types or armor sets and have those kind of mechanical option to be tanky or to be elementally tanky, that's just like I don't understand why you would make that decision.
I think the fact that your gameplay experience could be affected by character customization was a big no-no.
Yes, that is.
Can you imagine in Dark Souls if you you could like carry more or less based on your character's weight or muscular?
Yeah, no,
Tone body.
that'd be awful.
That'd be horrendous.
that'd be terrible.
And then customization stops being a physical thing and becomes an actual gameplay aspect that you want to maximize or minimize.
Yeah.
So like that's a big deal, but then you have just like the fact that it's interesting to me because when you think about character creation in a lot of games, you think like, you know, if I'm playing as this species or this race, I would like it to affect my stats or whatever. And some people will actually vouch for the sake of gender differences, but I really think that the more aesthetic those are, the better. And again, it just makes me happy to see that that FromSoftware has only gotten better ever since, and made things a lot nicer ever since they started to like make the Souls games and make the Dark Souls games, and from there on you have like this really impressive equality, especially for especially for Japanese creators. But yeah, what else do you guys think we should mention about Demon's Souls? Because other than being slightly unmemorable, I don't think I have much to say about it.
It had creative boss designs. It wasn't very awful gameplay. It had pretty satisfying gameplay, I'd say, for the most part, for me at least. But there were, of course, a lot of issues with it that I think really date it.
They need. My opinion is that they need to re-release it in one form or another because I really want to play it, but I'm not going back to PS3 for it.
I would
absolutely buy it again.
I would like the game to have a complete overhaul, a complete remaster, not in the Dark Souls 1 remaster way, just actually like new models across the board. And new content overall, because even if you remove the gender lock, the amount of armors in that game is a little saddening. It's really
It's not very many.
Yeah, that was always a criticism that I heard about the game.
Now, one thing I want to say about this game, and actually all of the Souls games, well, no, not all of them, but this game specifically started a trend that a lot of the Souls games have. I would not spoil anything, I will say this as vaguely as possible. The ending, again, I guess this could be considered as a slight spoiler, but I, again, will avoid mentioning exactly what happens. The ending of the game is just incredibly unsatisfying.
Yeah.
There is so little payoff at the end of everything. There is just, it feels like, and especially in a world so dead set and having like this oppressive and miserable atmosphere, and a game that's about like trial and error and dying a lot. I'm not saying that they can't have their like, I mean, if not all games need to have happy endings is my point, but like, I would like to, after a game that has forced me to, like, always be attentive, not fall asleep and everything, to fight so hard for everything, I would very much enjoy an ending that makes me feel satisfied. And that is not what I got out of that is not what you get out of Demon Souls.
Any of them. I didn't really get that out of any of them.
I will. 2 has one ending that I do enjoy. Added with the Scholar of the First Sin. I will not go into what it does and what it is, obviously.
I know which one you mean.
And 3 also has one that I think it's pretty neat. But other than that, I think yeah, Souls 1 specifically as well has really lame endings, and I don't know about Sekiro. Oh, Bloodborne.
Yeah,
Oh,
obviously,
Bloodborns are also.
They weren't awful, but they
Eh.
certainly were not.
Eh,
I wouldn't put it on the standards of Dark
slugs.
Souls.
Slugs.
Yeah, it's
So come on, it was pretty good.
Slugs.
Senty. I don't know what this means.
Slugs.
Well, guess you better play.
Yeah,
Slugs. Actually, Mithril. Dark Souls 1's endings, without spoiling them again. I know we're like kind of dancing around them a lot, but Dark Souls 1's endings are both are less so open-ended, and they're both just meaningless. Almost completely. Dark Souls 1 has 2 completely meaningless endings because they both kind of lead to the same result nonetheless. Alright, well, I think we're done talking about Demon Souls. So, we can go ahead and start covering anything that we missed about Dark Souls the First.
Alright.
Not sure if you overheard me and Rennie earlier, but I think like Dark Souls 1 feels very much like an adventure, a journey, if you will, right? Not having the precise bonfire teleportation and not even unlocking it really until a certain point in the game, you get to and also being able to level up on the go, repair your weapons on the go if you purchase the right things, and just it felt really nice to not just have to go back to Firelink every time you wanted to do something, and
That
you would
is
just go
definitely
back there every now and
convenient.
then to meet up with NPCs that you've met along the way.
He makes a point of there is some depth to Dark Souls 1 endings, I think, if you go into the lore videos. Well, the lack of depth that I'm talking about is after I have watched the lore videos of 1 and 2, and how basically the default ending of Dark Souls 2 essentially is the exact same as both endings of Dark Souls 1. But then Dark Souls 2 finally adds one extra ending that is different from all other endings at long last. But basically, both endings of Dark Souls 1 seek to perpetuate a cycle. And it just kind of depends on which side you take, like who gets like the biggest laugh, but it's not really a huge difference or anything. Anyways, that's the general gist of it without going into the nitty-gritty. Dark Souls 1, as I already talked about the PvP grievances I have with it. I find it to be, I personally think that after a point, the whole traveling around without teleporting is sincerely like, it might feel like a journey, and I definitely won't disagree with people that prefer that system, because that's their thing. But I felt like it was such a big commitment to go anywhere, and it felt like kind of a hassle to have to get back every time, because you've already been to that area, and going back doesn't really offer anything unique or different. And it's not like they offer you an alternate path to go back through. I don't know. I generally was, and I also generally thought that Dark Souls 1 had like a needlessly punishing lack of bonfires too. Maybe I'm just a little bit too casual, but I didn't like how few bonfires that game had.
Yeah, I will admit, some of the bonfires were needlessly hidden.
There's a lot of hidden bonfires.
Yeah. But part of me likes that. I like that because I found them. But I can understand. I absolutely understand where you're coming from. Um, I will say one of my criticisms for Dark Souls 3, especially, is actually just how many bonfires there are. There's freaking you beat
3 has
a
too
boss.
many. 3 has too many.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
yeah. Like I'm pretty sure that there's several ones where you can literally have them on the same pathway, almost within the same frame, if it weren't for
And
for
how
turning a corner.
Dragon Slayer armor
Yes.
Yeah.
to the
Yes,
archives.
I knew
that
you were
one.
gonna mention that one.
to the library
It's so
place
infamous.
immediately, like right away. Why? What does that even do?
Yeah, I was like, was I supposed to face an enemy? Was there supposed to be some, like, did I collect an item that would have prevented me from walking through, similar to the Irrefill?
And like
Requirement?
you do need an item to enter the archives, but the bonfire is before the item that you might need.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, so I was really like, did I skip an enemy? Did I fail a quest line?
Well,
Did something happen here that I failed?
that is on Dark Souls 3 territory. But I definitely see what you mean. Yeah, Dark Souls 3 has the opposite issue to Dark Souls 1. Now, as for in terms of identity, though, Dark Souls 1 is definitely the most acclaimed of the series because it definitely has the most of its own like face going for it. It has its own things. It has its own like lore. It was the first to establish this world with like Gwyn and all of those things, and people love it.
It has Solaire and Sigmia.
Yeah, like it has
and
all
I
of like
also-
the biggest thing. Yes.
Sorry, I was just gonna say, like, I sense a coming change to Dark Souls 2, for conversation wise. If that, so I wanted to mention, have you been to Ash Lake?
In one. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, honestly, that is my favorite area in Dark Souls as a series. I think like the setup to it was very well done.
And it's
also
completely optional, right?
extremely hidden.
Yeah.
It's completely optional. It's literally just to get to a covenant. And the scenery of it is so unsettling. I'll post a picture in here just for a recap, but it's unsettling, and the music is perfect for it.
It's
That, like,
gorgeous.
It's great. It was so uncanny because there's no area in the game that even looks slightly like it.
Yeah, it's such a great place, but I'm just gonna be blunt. I feel like they squandered a lot of potential with the place, but
Don't get
it
me
is
wrong,
so gorgeous.
the fact that it has so little in it kind of makes it stand out more, almost.
Yeah,
But it does feel. I would have liked to at least have it be bigger and have more things around it. I don't know.
I would have liked to do more in it.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
There's only one straight pathway in it, which, you know, is fine, but
I
And it's
do
very long.
love that imagery a lot, though. Here, so you guys
the
can see.
implications of it as well are what make it really interesting to me.
It's also a very long pathway
Oh yeah.
to run down. It's probably like 3 minutes of just straight running.
And I think that's
in one
great
direction.
because that's like a statement in itself, right? Like someone with less less appreciation for the artistic value of that might just say, "Oh, I bet there were enemies here and they removed them or something." But no, the devs just want you to walk through it and like soak it in.
Yeah, that's exactly what I did. Even if for my first playthrough that was more out of like caution than anything else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You expect something to jump at you the whole time.
Yeah, absolutely. And what was I gonna say? Oh, man. Quick anecdote. I remember walking all the way down there on one playthrough because I wanted to do a playthrough with the very special dragon sword that you get down there.
Mm-hmm.
And then I realized I can't teleport. I rested at this bonfire. And yeah, I stopped playing that playthrough for a while. But I wish, part of me wishes that you could at least do PvP down there. because I feel like it'd have been a great area for that, at least. But I can also understand. But part of me also likes that
The
they
Serenity.
left that out as well.
Yeah.
And I know the reason why they did that is because there's not technically a boss down there.
Um,
There is a mini boss enemy, but not a boss. I argue.
I think a lot that just to bring you back to that grievance that you had with that one character that you stopped playing. How much would have been fixed if there had just been like a consumable that allowed you to go back to Firelink? Not even to like any random bonfire, just to Firelink.
I would have really enjoyed that because a lot of the time in my playthroughs I just didn't rest at any bonfires and just boned back to Firelink in the end. But if I had a consumable, whether it was the dark sign that it would remove my humanity and souls, but I would return to Firelink specifically, that would have been pretty great.
I'd almost
I
say
think
that I'd almost say that something like the Aged Feather altogether, where you can just go there infinitely, just because it is supposed to be your hub, would have been good. Because you'd still have to walk
Yeah.
all the way back to where you were. It just saves you one annoying trip all the way back.
yeah. No, I agree with that. Even if they made that the function of the dark sign.
Anyways, though, Dark Souls 1, I get zero urge to play that game again, because it is aged, and it has a lot of mechanics that I don't love, and it is a little relentless in some of its features, plus, yeah, there's a lot that I don't enjoy about it. But I will still call it probably the most, like, it is a vanguard of a game, like, it has so many things that are so unique to it, and it has so much lore and so much, like, settings and so much, like, weirdness. Like, the lore might be, like, Western fantasy, but it has so many, like, unique weirdness to it, like the mushrooms or the crystal dragons, or, like, there's a lot of really cool stuff to it.
It's so good, and they set it up so well for the future franchises. This is all stuff that you find out literally in the opening scene that I'm about to say, so it's not really spoiling, I argue. But you know them finding the soul of power, the dark soul, whatever you want to call it, and splitting it all between so many powers is just like I was listening to it. I'm just like, oh my god, what am I getting into?
Yeah, no, you definitely get that sensation of it. It is very special, and I cannot for a second deny what it like did for the series and what it did for like gaming.
Yeah, and there are so many interesting stories to it, like everything with the witches of Izalith and all of those who inherited the fragments of the souls of power, each have their such interesting stories to them. They've just done so well with every single one of the major bosses, I say.
Also, like,
They didn't.
Sorry.
They didn't make it clear or obvious, but it's really, really, really damn interesting when you read into it.
Also, something that we will not be seeing again in the series for quite a while was that the game was very much its own thing. Like, sure, it took a lot from Demon Souls, but it was just its own setting. It had its own stuff going for it.
Yep.
It did not rely on Demon Souls setting or its rule set to be good. And I think that's something that you cannot say about the games until Sekiro and Bloodborne.
Yeah. That's part of my criticisms for the later games, but we'll save that when we get
However,
onto it.
Which we are about to get into 2 right now. And I'm glad that I just said that, because 2, I personally feel that even though people really, really hated how different 2 was from Dark Souls 1, I would honestly say that that's one of its biggest strengths. 2 tried to take after, like, you know, because in a similar vein to how Final Fantasy does things, 2 tried to grab, like, you know, same spell names, same weapons, same classes, more or less, but everything else was kind of remixed, and everything else was very different and felt unique. And I honestly think that they did a really good job at, like, iterating on, like, what the first one had started, maybe with not the best enemy placement or layouts all the time, but they iterated on the first one, and 2 also went ahead and kind of tried to stand on its own 2 feet a lot of the time, and so much so that people hated it specifically because they didn't get the same feel they had with Dark Souls 1.
Yeah, when I first played it, I definitely had that feeling of just really distasting it for exactly that reason. But as times actually move forward and everything, I've actually realized how much I do appreciate Dark Souls 2 for kind of, actually doing that. And as time goes on, I'd almost say annoyed at the fact that they tried to make some I feel like they tried to hit a very certain point of standing on its own feet, but making certain throwbacks to the first Souls game.
Now, I
In
really
terms of
wanna,
lore.
I really wanna say here, a big thing with 2 for me, is that, oh god, don't tell me I lost my train of thought. The game in particular, like, it's very, Dark Souls 2 was very different from the first. Okay, now I remember. It was very different from the first one, but I think a big thing that nobody is really accounting for, nobody really accounted for when Dark Souls 2 came out, was that your first Dark Souls run of any Dark Souls game, as we have found out, tends to always be your most special one. Because the knowledge
Yes.
that you learn in Dark Souls 1, or Dark Souls 2, or Dark Souls 3, or Bloodborne, or Demon Souls, even a little bit of Sekiro, maybe a little bit less so. All of those knowledges, if that's your first game, you're gonna carry part of that when you go into the other ones. And you're gonna be better at those games because of what you learned in that first game that you played.
Yep, absolutely.
And there's gonna be a lot less discovery, a lot less, like, everything being completely different. Obviously, like, you don't know the map, you don't know where the locations are or anything, but you're gonna be a lot more, like, oh my gosh, I know the feel, King. I really want Bloodborne on PC.
Yeah,
But
Ditto.
I
anyways,
love it.
but like, you feel that. And people got very upset at 2. I will 100% tell you. Obviously, I'm not like downplaying the reasons they might have had to legitimately dislike it. But I legitimately think that people don't really realize how much they wanted to have Dark Souls 1 happen to them again, and they couldn't, and then they got upset at the game because of that. And it's
Yeah.
really a shame, because besides enemy placements and soul memory and the death penalties, Dark Souls 2 has some incredibly brilliant things. Bonfire aesthetics, for instance, are some of my favorite
Yes.
things in any game ever.
They're really
Yes,
good.
it had some amazing things about it. I know I hate on it a lot, but I always have to stress that it is still a very brilliant game, and it added a lot of fantastic things to the Soul series, some of which they kept and some of which I wish they had as well. Bonfire aesthetics being a perfect example of that.
My thing
And
with the
speaking
Oh, sorry.
of
Go on.
bonfire aesthetics, speaking of bonfire aesthetics, I like that you are able to kill enemies to the point where they don't respawn.
I was right about to say that. Yes. This is something that people get really upset about sometimes. They're like, but what if I wanna? But why should the game take away my challenge just because I haven't learned? I should be whipped with chains until I'm good at the game. Whatever. Well, that's what the Covenant of Champions is for, which takes care of that. But
Which you get at the start of the game.
yeah, which you can get at the start of the game if you want. So go for it. But honestly, I cannot tell you how amazing it is that you can actually make enemies stop spawning. I really love that. I think it's wonderful in the sense that the game is like adapting to the fact that you're like struggling with an area. So there you go, for a player that is not dead set on proving themselves to themselves or to their friends that they're badasses, because apparently if you're not the best Dark Souls player ever, you're nobody. For a player that's actually just wanting to go through the game and experience everything that there is to it without necessarily hacking up the challenge to 9900, that is an amazing feature. But more than that, well, this is a little bit more secondary. This is definitely more secondary, but I loved clearing areas of enemies completely. There was
Yeah.
a serenity. It was amazing for PvP, for one. Like, I was happy hosting fight clubs when there were no enemies. because you could explore all around the area and it would look really cool and there would be no distractions. And most important of all, it just looked really cool. It's not something that you can get in any other Dark Souls game where you can just explore the whole place without any worries of being jumped by a million knights or things. It's very secondary, but that was like one of my biggest like funnesses in the game. But now here's the cool thing, right? Let's say that you're like, oh, I'm mad now because I really wanted to get that item and now it's not respawning anymore. Bonfire Ascetic makes enemies respawn again. Obviously again until you kill them a certain number of times. But the cool thing about the Bonfire Ascetic is that even though it makes enemies harder to kill, it also means their drop rates increase as well. They're more likely to drop good stuff because they're harder. That is so smart. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it.
And also, Bonfire Ascetics essentially act as a New Game Plus mechanic for that bonfire.
Exactly. It made that bonfire New Game Plus, and if you went to New Game Plus, that bonfire also ascended one level, so your file had that upgraded forever. It was amazing.
Which means you could get New Game Plus 2 items on your first run.
Which is amazing. It was so genius.
Very cool.
It was so genius. Also, King, I know exactly how you feel. I know exactly how you feel. Welcome to the Senty Gushes about Dark Souls 2 stream. We're Senty Gushes about Dark Souls 2. Now, I really did appreciate that. There's a lot about the lore that I like about 2. I already said that I really like one of the endings, which I will not get into. It had some very neat covenants. Some really, again, they were really good covenant ideas on paper, but not all of them really worked. Same as with 1, I guess. Is there anything else you guys think we should bring up about 2?
I want to go into a part of the lore that I was very excited about, which disappointed me. I'm just not sure how spoiler it'll be or anything, but I really want to talk about it.
You can wait by the warning, just like spoiler alert for Dark Souls 2 and maybe 1.
No, it's definitely a Dark Souls 2 thing. Honestly, at this point in time, I kind of really separate Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 2 lores.
Okay.
Not because I can't possibly have the game interact with each other, just because they both seem like such, different games.
They do exist in their own spaces for sure. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Anyway, so one of the very big spoiler alerts, lore-wise, for the game. One of the biggest things about all of the kingdoms within Dark Souls 2 and its DLCs is that there was a king, and the king was, corrupted, overpowered, or anything of the sorts. And the perpetrator, the person who did it, was usually their queen. And this was a really exciting premise for me as the third and final DLC was coming out, because I started to notice the pattern. I noticed, well, Vendrick was starting to, everything crumbled for him because of everything that his queen was pushing him to do. She was being very manipulative and methodological, and he realized it at a point, and he put in so many barriers in place for her to need to overcome in order to achieve her goal.
Same with the other 3 kings, right?
Yeah, exactly. Same with
they all had a queen.
Yes.
The queens. This is slightly tied to Dark Souls 1 lore actually, because the queens were all shards of Manus, who was the Abyss personified, I believe.
That's exactly it.
And you are disappointed because there was a character that was constantly in the game throughout at all times that you really wanted to be the final boss of all DLC.
Yes, that is exactly it.
And whose name even includes the particle that all other queens had in their names, which was ANA.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So, for those unaware, Dark Souls 2, to level up, you talk to a character called the Emerald Herald. She's the one that gives you levels, and she's the one you keep giving souls to every single time you come to Majula, which is your hub. She's a very mysterious character, who kind of just gives you your task and sends you off on your way. And then her real name is revealed to be Shanaloth. That Anna part is also present in all of the other Shards of Manus, and everything was pointing to her being the final boss. So, I think myself included, we were all very disappointed when she turned out to not be a fighter or anything.
Yeah, I just thought that it'd be such a brilliant twist and something that I was really expecting and excited for, because, you know, throughout the whole entire story, when we're learning about the backgrounds of the kings and everything that happens, it shows them, you know, handing things over to their queens, their power, the souls and everything, and it really and I just remember this one moment, like, I've been giving the souls and hence my power to this one lady this whole entire game, like literally the whole entire game, and I've just not really had a thought about it. So I was really excited for some, you know, crazy, you know, strength power where the more souls you actually spent on her,
the stronger she would be.
Yeah, the stronger she will be. And yeah, I mean, actually the third DLC, it's a tough toss-up between the first and the third DLC being my favorite, but the third DLC was just edged it out, and I was pretty happy with how that queen turned out. I thought there was a different take on the other.
Oh yeah, I love
the other three.
Yeah, that was really cool.
Yeah.
Get it?
Yeah.
Get it?
I get it.
Get it?
Get
Eyes.
Ice cold.
I'm sad.
So yeah, I still love the DLC, and I still love how it all came through, and how you worked to actually, you know, befriend her in a sense. But it still left a pretty disappointing taste in my mouth that that they didn't have a big reveal planned for the Emerald Herald.
I think they might have, honestly, and at some point someone said, no, waifu.
But yes, that's just the major. It's a very personal one, and I still think that they did an amazing job. But that was always something that was just like, oh man, that was just the story writer in me is like, oh, that could have been brilliant.
That could have been so cool.
Plus, that would have been the perfect way to attune her strength to your level.
Yeah, exactly.
And also, like, maybe afterwards you can just level up at every bonfire because you stole her cell phone or something.
You stole her essence.
That actually would have been really nice to have.
And like, yeah, no, I think it would have been cool. But I mean, whatever. It is not a complete deal breaker, but I agree with Rennie completely that the story writer and me as well really wanted that to be the build up, and when it never happened, I was just kind of left like, that's it. Yeah, I feel yeah. Alright, what else do you think we have left to mention about Dark Souls 2, other than that it is the best of the series and that Rennie has changed his opinion about it completely throughout this whole discussion?
Yeah, no. That was so Australian. How about the return of the Dragon Slayer? That certainly was a surprise for me.
That was very much just absolute fan service.
Yeah, really confusing, and I spent a long time figuring out what it could mean, and I just came to...
My favorite theory about it, sorry to interrupt you, is that that's the actual Dragon Slayer, and the one that you would see in Orlando was just an illusion created by Boob Lady. I forget her name.
I think
Gwendolyn.
that you're talking Gwendolyn. Guinevere was Boob Lady.
Guinevere, no. Yeah, Gwendolyn. He, the guy, yes. Guinevere was also an illusion. My bad.
Excuse me, I'm pretty sure that all of the items and everything refer to her as a her. Gwendolyn, that is. Did I?
Gwendolyn is a guy.
I know that, but is that what the
Gwendolyn
game goes
is
on?
the,
I can't remember.
The game does call him a he.
Oh, okay.
But they say that he's attuned to the moon, and that's why he's so feminine.
I like Gwendolyn.
Same.
I think there's even Dark Souls 3 lore that ties that theory together, with Dark Souls 2 having the Armor Slayer. be the actual Dragon Slayer.
I think at this point we might as well move on to Dark Souls 3 just for the sake of brevity, because we are closing in on 5 hours.
Mm-hmm.
And I really do want to say that if I started my argument of Dark Souls 2 with how much it stood on its own, I want to say that that is easily Dark Souls 3's biggest weakness, more than anything. Also, yes, Kingy, I alluded to this before, without going into much detail about the endings again. Dark Souls 2 is one of the very few cases where the series lets you have one ending where you live outside of the cycle. And I think that's really cool. But anyways, Dark Souls 3. I want to say, outside of everything else that I've complained about that game earlier today, my biggest complaint, without a doubt, is that Dark Souls 3 was created almost specifically to be Dark Souls 1 again. You know? All of the complaints that people had about Dark Souls 2, about it not being like 1 enough, it's like they grabbed all of that and they put it inside of a chimney, and that chimney was the reason, that chimney was what fueled Dark Souls 3's creation completely. Like, they brought back the character animations of a several years old game just for the sake of nostalgia. Some might argue if it's not broken, don't fix it, but I do not enjoy how the characters move in Dark Souls 3 at all. Sure, they made them smoother, but they are the same animations from 1, and I do not like how janky the characters feel in that game. And it feels like so much beyond just the animations are just trying so hard to be Dark Souls 1 again, and to allude to Dark Souls 1 again. And when Irithyll, this really cool city, this really pretty place, just eventually converges into being an Orlando at the end, it was a really cool moment, don't get me wrong. It was like, whoa, it's an Orlando, sure. And yet, it's like, the game does not have its own face at any point, I don't think. The game may have Lotharic, but even Lotharic as itself is a combination of Lordran and Drangleic. And oh yes, Mithril, I think that's a thing he said.
Yeah.
The game might entirely exist completely as a love letter to fans, or just as pure unadulterated fan service. And I mean, it's a shame. It's a shame because I was really excited after Dark Souls 2. And I really love the character creator, and I really love the spells, and I really like some of the area ideas, but the game, even though I mentioned earlier today that there's still a lot of love put into the creation of that game, because making games is not easy, so much of that game is just trying again to be Dark Souls 1, and it just makes me sad. Also, yes, I agree, King, exactly with that an Orlando would have been better off as a cameo. King, Rennie, sorry, you were gonna say something?
Yeah, see, years ago when I played it for the first time, I would have argued with you that that is exactly what made Dark Souls 3 really great. But once again, as I got distance, I've found myself feeling the exact same disappointment in that it did, like, I got a big rush of excitement, like, oh my god, it's Onion Knight. What's he doing here? And then I really went back to, like, actually, what the hell are you doing here?
Yeah, exactly.
And yeah, and one of the reasons, a big reason why I did prefer it over 2 was that I always did prefer the rolling system. It was just slightly different in 2, and it threw me off a lot. So to go back to what I, learnt was a huge advantage to me. So that's just a very biased thing, since rolling is like 60% of my gameplay.
And I know that you never played with heavy armor, but 3 ruined everything to do with poise too, though, as well.
Yeah. That's also another reason why I liked 3, because I never relied on poise.
I didn't like it because it meant that there was a lot less build diversity again.
Yeah.
Now, a big thing with 3, in regards to... I will say that I think the Dragon Slayer armor in 2 is a lot more elegant of fan service than anything that 3 does. In regards to 1. um, you would have obviously you don't argue that the game was good because it was like Dark Souls 1 anymore. But just
yeah.
but-
Sorry.
no, it's fine. But like so much of that game is just based on it and just bringing characters back from it, like Andre the Blacksmith, the Onion Knight,
Yes.
and Orlando.
Yeah.
Everything is there. Even one of the bosses is just basically Windolyn's body possessed by an evil thing. Then all of these guys are supposed to be referencing Artorias. And okay, so here's the biggest thing, right? The cycle,
Oh my
right?
god, I never understood that. Yeah.
The cycle is like it is a different Onion, bro, but we all know like what they were doing. He even says,
Yeah.
"Oh, ho, ho.
Yeah.
Hmm. It's the same.
Yeah.
Way back in Dark Souls 2, we find out that there is this cycle of kingdoms falling and rising, falling and rising, falling and rising. So the fact that 3 references this is cool, but it was cool in the sense of like, wow, this is a persistent thing that I can escape from thanks to this new ending from Scholar of the First Thing. Cool. But it is a thing, and it is depressing, and it is sad, and it is impactful, but it is not the thematic, you know? But then we go into Dark Souls 3, the Ring City, and it may be cool, it may have amazing vistas, but the entire premise of the Ring City is basically just the cycle. The cycle, and you see buildings from both games thrown all around, and there is dimensional bending. And again, it just, that DLC really hammered down to me how little Dark Souls 3 was its own game. Because it just leaned 100% on Dark Souls 1 and a little bit of 2. At all times.
Yeah.
Agree. 100%. I could not agree with you more.
And it's trying to be fan service, and I'm sure some people got excited at that, but it's to the point where it's so excessive that like any subtlety is gone, and any enjoyment I could have gotten out of it was already like so drowned out by the fact that this game doesn't really bring anything unique to the table. The few new characters that it has barely get a time in the spotlight, and everything else is just trying to reference Dark Souls 1 and 2. The crestfallen guy, Dark Souls 2 had its own crestfallen guy, but at least he had a different design. Dark Souls 3 tries to look a little bit, well no, actually he has like the Abyss Watcher armor or something. But he has the same voice actor as the one on 1. There's just so much.
You know what?
Hello.
I was just happy the Patches was back.
You see, it's like Patches is a cool character and I like him, and I like the finale he got in the Ring City. It was amazing.
Yep.
But just think about the stacks upon stacks, right? Like you have Patches, you have an Orlando, you have an Andre, you have the Onion. It's even, as I said, it's harder to think about what this game has of it that is not from another game than it is to find things that come from Dark Souls 1.
Yeah.
I think 3 is the most modern in terms of gameplay, especially for a solo playthrough perspective. And the unrestricted co-op as well. It is more comfortable. It is the most modern game. But make no mistake, if Dark Souls 2 had the character creator and unrestricted co-op of 3, I would not hesitate to just play that one way more. Like if we had all 3 games and all 3 of them were equally as balanced, like had the build diversity of 2, well no, if they were all like as balanced in terms of having the same character creator, graphics, and online features, I would go for 2 every time.
Yeah.
But 3 has the modern edge. E3 has the modern edge, which is, you know, it's nice and I like making my characters more visually there, but it doesn't matter when I can't really give them any builds that are not this or that. Yeah, 3 in general is just a bummer to me, I guess. It's not a bad game, but...
And another big nod that you didn't mention was always one of the biggest mysteries in Dark Souls 1 that I wondered for a very long time, but I kind of hoped that they'd never solve, is the mystery of Gwyn's firstborn.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Because I really wanted that to be, you know who. Yeah, Sole.
Same.
And then I don't know, it was just very anticlimactic for me to find out.
Oh my god, Soler is back in the game, isn't he? Is he? No, he's not.
What?
No, Soler is not back in the game.
No.
No. It's just
No.
for a moment. I know his armor is though. I know his armor.
Yeah,
is.
yes. As is well, I guess Havel's is in all 3 games.
But anyways, yeah, no, the Inheritor of Thunder, the guy with the dragon,
Yeah.
he, my god, every time, like, I had even forgotten, like, that there was even more nuts to Dark Souls 1 than I realized.
Yeah, I was waiting for you to mention it.
Wow. It's a shame. And then, the sad thing, right, is that when the game goes so hard on, quoting Dark Souls 1, when the minor spoiler alert, I don't think anybody's really gonna care, not even the people that follow the game cared. When the super boss of the Ring City was Slave Knight Gale, like, nobody cared. Nobody cared about Gale. Like,
I've actually forgotten who that is.
there you
Was
go.
he-
The guy with the
the
red
red
cowl that first gets you into the painted city of Ariandel, and then...
Now, I'll be frank. I liked it, but I could understand why
Now,
it wasn't very effective.
I appreciate them trying to have their own characters, same as I appreciated the lady with the scythe in Ariandel.
Oh god, yes.
Frida.
She was super cool. I appreciated that, but it was too little too late, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I didn't see this character throughout the whole game, I didn't get attached to him, I didn't understand his... I mean, I could have read more about his lore, but even when I did, he wasn't particularly exciting to me. Obviously, after I watched the Vadividia video, I was like, that's kinda neat. I don't know. But at that point, like, you know, when they are leaning so heavily on this is Dark Souls 1.5, you would have just expected that final boss to be fucking Win, or the Chosen
Or
Undead.
Giant.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
how about the fact that the official final boss of Dark Souls 3 is just the Chosen Undead from Dark Souls like 1 and 2 and everything?
I mean,
Yeah.
I
It's-
liked it.
I think it's no, like, don't get me wrong, it's a really awesome fight, but I'm just saying, like, when you stack everything together,
It would have
Yeah.
been a lot cooler if they didn't spend the entire other portion of that game borrowing from 1 and 2. but
exactly.
mainly 1.
If it had been a surprise, hell yeah. Same with the Onion Bro. If there had been nothing else, Onion Bro would have been great. Same with Patches. If there had been nothing else, Patches would have been great. Same with Andre. If there had been nothing else, Andre would have been great. But you have all of these things together that just remove Dark Souls 3's face completely.
Yeah. It just really is, as Senty put it, just Dark Souls 1.5 additional. Here's more.
Basically, yeah. It's a send-off to the series. I think it's a good send-off to the series.
But there was definitely too much.
There was, again, there is a soul, there is a love for the game because it's a FromSoftware game and there's a lot of coordination between the teams. But it almost feels
So-
like Mitchell said, the director did not really want to make it, so it just really feels like, let's get it out of the way. Let's get this game out of the way. Let's give them what they want and move on so we can finally make Sekiro. So we can finally make the Elden Ring and never talk about it ever, even though people are waiting for it.
They'll get around to it.
Yeah, they will do it. But
Yeah, that's true. It was meant to be more of a sequel.
like, yeah, no,
Which
like it feels almost like it's upset. It feels like the game is constantly yelling at Dark Souls 2 for not being like Dark Souls 1 and then going overboard.
Yeah. And yeah, that is almost part of why I like Dark Souls 3 and all of the pandering towards Dark Souls 1 is why I kind of take Dark Souls 2 story and lore and everything away from Dark Souls 1 and 3 because they're so interconnected. And then I feel like Dark Souls 3 is like, okay, let's just sprinkle a couple of, you know, flakes of pepper on this meal that is supposed to represent Dark Souls 2. It's like here's the cake,
Yeah.
and then the cake is all Dark Souls 1, the icing is Dark Souls 3, and these sprinkles are Dark Souls 2.
That's actually the perfect way to put it. It's like you have the Dark Souls 1 cake, you have the Dark Souls 2 cake, the Dark Souls 3 cake is just Dark Souls 1 cake with like a chunk of 2 like put at the top and like maybe a cherry to represent Dark Souls 3. Now, for you, Rennie, of course, I'm sure that your first time playing Dark Souls 3 must have been really cool because there was a lot of cool nostalgia moments.
Yes, absolutely. Which is worn off more and more as I keep as I've get more distance from it.
Yeah, no, King is right. The only Dark Souls 2 character that appears in 3 is dead and laying on the floor, and it's the ladder maker that nobody even cared about. Now, ladder man. Now, Dark Souls 3. It's sad because Lothric has a name, you know? Lothric has characters, Lothric has a prince, Lothric has like knights and lore and things, and none of it even matters because all of it is just shrouded in so much Lordran and so much win and so much like everything that this game that the games before it did. And it just feels like if you're playing Dark Souls for the first time and this is your game, let me just be frank right now. The way that the Souls games share their lore is cool, it's unique, and it works. After a while, when every line of text ever that comes across your way is just obscure and abstract, it becomes pretentious. And it becomes tiring, and sometimes you just want something straightforward instead of more questions being raised with every little bit of dialogue.
Yeah.
3 not only has abstract pretentious dialogue, it has abstract pretentious dialogue that counts on you knowing the previous games. How are you going to enjoy it? Like, I'm not saying that there's a
research the game before you play it.
I'm not saying there's a problem with there being a Harry Potter 6 and you needing to watch the previous 5 ones before you watch the 6th one. But my problem is when you like, I don't know. Maybe it is called Dark Souls 3, you know? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you should be expected to know the previous games. It doesn't do it for me. Like, it doesn't. I knew the games beforehand, before going in, but if I were playing this game for the first time, or just putting the game in a vacuum, it has nothing going for it in terms of like its own lore and its own world. And I think I've established this many times, and I'm actually just repeating myself now. All right, what else do you guys think we should discuss before we move on?
That's all I've got on 3.
Yeah, all I'll say is that 3 did have some pretty great fights, even if they were very similar to some of the previous fights. One of my favorites was the Demon Prince. I think that was...
that was in Ring City?
Yep,
Yeah,
was
yeah.
the first one.
The Ashes of Irondale. Was it? I can't remember.
It was
No.
Ring City.
No, yes, it was Ring City, yes, because like the one of my favorite parts in any of these games, running theme, is when you're falling from the high place and then you land and then there's the boss fight. I don't know what it is about it, I just love it. What's it called? Demon Prince, Four Kings. I always love that.
There is something.
that kind of
And the Frozen King from the DLC in 2.
Yes,
That
yes.
was such a
I
good
actually, I remember especially because by that point I was using.
Okay, we're about to talk about Bloodborne as soon as we're done here, actually. Anyways, go on.
Yes. Little anecdote. I actually remember having a lot of fun with Artorias' greatsword, which was I believe that was found in the Broom Tower
Yes.
in Dark Souls 2, and I love the Artorias boss fight. That's one of my favorite boss fights of them all. And I always remember using the weapon art where you do the backflip to always enter into that that form because it looks cool.
Oh, that's cool. I never tried that. Anyways,
Yes, that's all I wanted to say.
that is.
I
perfectly
also
fine.
want to go out real quick and say that Dark Souls 3 has, I think, in my opinion, the hardest boss in the series.
Which one?
Meteor.
Meteor. Is that? Remind me what it is.
Dark Eater.
Dark Eater. What's he look like?
Giant dragon.
Oh! Okay. I gotcha now. Okay, yeah.
Oh yes, of course.
And I actually very much enjoyed that fight.
Hardest one. Honestly, yeah. I still find the Broom Knight to be really hard.
He's very tough.
But no, I think I see what you mean though. Yeah, I remember that one.
Here, I was thinking that Senty would find Pontiff Sullivan being the hardest one.
I hate him. He's not the hardest one, but I fucking hate him. He's a bitch.
He actually teaches you a very valuable lesson about.
Parry timing.
Okay. Remember how I was complaining?
I was gonna say panic rolling.
Oh yeah. Remember how I was whining earlier about the way they treat mages and how the sorcerer in Dark Souls 3 starts with a rapier and a buckler?
Buckler? Yes.
Pontiff Sullivan has 2 swords, moves super fast, swings them super fast, and is described as a sorcerer. Like, not even a battle mage. And he has robes. And I hate him. He's stupid. And they don't know what a mage is. And they're dumb.
I'm sorry for laughing, you're so right.
Fuck him. Fuck him. He's stupid. I hate him. Ugh. Okay, I'm done with Dark Souls 3 forever.
Bro, just run a sword, dude.
Oh, actually, I do have one more thing to say about it.
What's
Weapon arts were cool, but
yes.
underwhelming.
Yes, both of them. So cool, so underwhelming.
And also, screw the Ashen Estus and the Estus Flask thing.
That is so
yeah.
dumb.
Okay, now I'm done with that. And I will warn, I do not have much to say about Bloodborne or Sekiro because I want to keep myself blind to them because I 100% intend to enjoy both of them to the fullest.
We can go ahead. We can discuss them briefly.
Yeah, I don't have much to say about Bloodborne because everything I say on it's going to be brief anyway, but I do think Bloodborne has DLC on par with Dark Souls 2. And it has one of the coolest boss fights ever. I don't actually come to think of it. Did anyone here play the Bloodborne DLCs?
I have not played Bloodborne. I don't have a PS4.
Okay, so I don't know if I want to describe it, but basically.
I mean, I've watched the DLC myself, so.
Okay, so then do you know the first boss fight of the DLC that I'm talking about?
Is it Lady Maria?
No,
okay.
She is around the end. But Lady Maria is really cool too. It is.
Lady Maria is probably one of my favorite things to come out of the Soulsborne series.
Lady Maria is such a cool boss fight. I can't remember which one it was. It was also like one of the hardest. Especially from Ludwig.
Ludwig, okay.
So
and he had the sword. I won't spoil what sword it is so when he doesn't get it spoiled, but he had the sword.
Yeah. And it also had such a good soundtrack. Have you heard the soundtrack for that fight?
Okay, let me just come out and say this right now. No matter the Souls game, I've been playing the OST from all of these games this entire stream. I cannot distinguish any of the songs between each other. They are all chorus, they're all choruses, they're all dramatic orchestras. The only time they are slightly distinct is in Sekiro. And the only time I liked any of them was in The Dancer of the Boreal Valley. That's my favorite one, because it's the only one that feels slightly different. Everything else to me just blends together. I'm not asking anybody to agree with me, because I know that a lot of people are like, wow, the Souls game have such amazing music. I don't care about the OSTs in any of the Souls games so far. Maybe I need to listen more closely to the Bloodborne one, because I haven't listened to it very closely, but
I would recommend Ludwig the Holy Blade, because it is the coolest song in Bloodborne, and one of my favorites from the game itself. It does everything right. It's very well orchestrated. I think it stands out a lot, but that's because I've listened to it over and over again. And
I will
have context for
I
it.
will need to listen to them again, but to me, personally, Bloodborne is definitely the OST that I listened to the least. So I'm gonna say that right now. Bloodborne is the one that I know the least. But as far as the other games go, none of them except The Dancer of the Boreal Valley really stand out to me. They all feel like orchestral messes with choirs on top. And that's just my opinion. I know that there's more to them than that. I know that they have structure and everything. Personally, they might just not be my style.
With the amount of that I've played all of the games, there's only 2 songs in the entire series that if you played them to me, I'd be able to pick them up immediately. They're both Dark Souls 1 tracks. There's The Filing Shrine and Gaping Dragon music. If you had me listen to anything else, I would not be able to tell you where they're from.
I'm not surprised that you can recognize them, because you are huge in Dark Souls games.
Oh man, you don't even remember the Ornstein and Smo song?
I don't I mean, if you play it to me, I might recall it, but...
Honestly, I'm far too busy dodging Ornstein's thrust and then Smurg running his hammer at me to listen to the music.
That's fair. I'm very much a fan of the Soulsborne music, but that is just...
I mean, there is absolutely nothing... There's absolutely nothing wrong with liking it.
I'm also not going to come out and say that they are the I recognize all of them, because I really don't. But there's just a lot of are quite a few number of them that I really do enjoy.
I want to ask a quick question to you guys in the chat. Briefly, just bringing up SNO. Who do you guys usually take down first, Smurg or Ornstein?
That is a good question.
I always went for Smurg first.
Yeah.
Is it Smug or is it Smo?
Smo.
Smaug.
Smuff.
Snorlax.
Smuff.
Smo is really evil. I don't like him.
He's an awful person.
Yeah. There's I actually do like that scene though, the cutscenes for that, because they actually do give them personality without using any words.
Yeah.
Assuming they're even real. Ooh.
But yeah, that's all I have to say on Bloodborne.
The main thing that I have to say about Bloodborne is what I said earlier in the stream. Basically, that I was kind of hoping for a more Victorian-esque theme of werewolves, witches, vampires, and vampire hunters, and maybe priests and stuff, and maybe cyberpunk things as well. No, not cyberpunk, steampunk things. But what we got is still a really creative game with a lot of really unique stuff, and the day it comes to PC, I am buying the hell out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, that, my dear friends, is Bloodborne. I would actually argue that when it comes to Sekiro, we did a pretty good job at covering a lot of it.
Yeah.
We went on about it for a while. Oh yes, I think I know. I might know the one you're talking about, King. If it's the one that I'm thinking about, it just makes me a little bit sad, because I would have liked it to have been the whole theme of the game instead of the alien stuff. But again, it works for what it is, and it still is very unique. And again, it is probably the most unique out of all of the Souls games, in a way. Especially with the weapons. Oh my gosh, those weapons. So cool. Sekiro, I think there is something very important to be said about the way it delivers the story, because unlike the Souls games, it is not lore that is too tucked away. In fact, the lore is very much presented in straightforward dialogue, and your character even talks which I thought
Oh,
was
that's weird.
that it's really cool how it does it. I'm not gonna spoil anything to you, but it is very elegantly done, and they did nail it in very good ways. I haven't seen all of the story yet, but from what I've seen so far, they do it in a pretty enjoyable manner. And I was upset about the lack of character customization, but both with the very specific way in which your character operates, which is just a ninja, no ifs and buts about it, and because he's his own person with his own name and his own character, it just works that there is no character customization, and it works fine, and you do not care that much. I didn't, anyways, and I'm a sucker for character customization, so
I was gonna say that's some big praise coming from you, Senty.
yes. I mean,
But if
maybe that's just the reason I haven't finished it, you know?
But if you are just going to be playing a character of a game, it probably is better that you don't customize them, because
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
my
know,
thing.
then-
That's my thing. At that
yeah.
point, like if they had let me name him, that would have been bad because he's very much his own character with his own voice and opinions and things.
yeah.
I got to the snake, Mitchell. I got
Okay.
to the snake and I screamed.
Oh man, now I know there's snakes in the game. Come on, guys.
You'll know what it is when you get to it. Anyways, so yeah, that's really all we have to say for Sekiro, isn't it?
There is one thing that you briefly touched on earlier that goes for all of the games. The quests themselves.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of liked the way that they did it. It encouraged exploration and all of that stuff, talking to them and trying to figure things out, and gave a good insight into the kind of characters that they were. But I was always really sad when I failed one because I just didn't know what the hell was going on. And then especially when I had to go back in the game, Dark Souls 1 was very was a big. It had this a lot where I had to go backtrack in the game and talk to them at Firelink or down in Blight Town for some random strange reason, and then go all the way into Izalith and then somehow to Ash Lake to finish that. It was all over the place, and it made me really sad that I actually had to look it up to figure out what to do for a lot of them, rather than it being like, it was nice that it wasn't straightforward, but it was a little bit too obtuse for me to really enjoy as a quest that I really wanted to finish.
That's just the thing with Souls games, isn't it? That you really will
Yeah.
need guides very often, because even though it is really cool that they don't hold your hand as heavily as a lot of games would, they go overboard, and they are so abstract and so ambiguous that it can just really take out like a lot of the excitement.
Yeah, and
Well, not
also
not excitement, just like, I guess you're just gonna feel like you missed out on cool things and that you got a weird ending, not even out of your own volition.
yeah, exactly. I just went ahead and I killed the next boss, and and that made me miss the opportunity to continue the quest line, or maybe, as you said, miss out on a particular reward.
Or ending, yeah. How do you feel about that, Bercy? The whole, like, obtuse nature of the quests and stuff. Bercy?
Check the chat, Mr. Discord, Mr.
Oh. Okay, it seems that Versi has to go for the time being. Because the entire stream ran longer than any of us expected, really.
I didn't.
I did.
I mean, I expected this.
I wanted this to be 4 hours long. I am very sorry.
We're almost done.
We are almost done. We are near finished, but Versi does have to go.
Yes.
So for now, all of you guys can bid farewell to Versi. This is perfectly fine. We are about to wrap up, and for the time being, Rennie and I can take it from here.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if Versi can hear this, but thank you very, very much for joining us, Versi. It was lovely to have you. And yeah, I don't know if you were able to type anything in chat, but it was great to have you here.
Yeah, see, Mithril gets me.
The good thing is that we're about to move on to a lot more secondary of a subject, which is other Souls-like games that are not actually made by FromSoftware.
Yeah, that are not from software.
Haha. So
I'm funny.
You're hilarious, actually. Not sure if you realize.
Thank you. I have recently.
So let's start with you. Why don't you tell me any additional Soulsborne games that you have played outside of FromSoftware?
Oh, the biggest one that I've really fallen in love with right now is Astral Chain. I haven't finished the game, but it's a lot less open world in the sense that you continue to explore the game. You're very much shuffled into chapters, very similar to say Bayonetta. But you can go through and find a couple of quest lines or little secrets and nooks. And as you unlock more abilities, you go back and unlock more paths to explore in previous chapters. But the combat, which is mainly what I'm focusing on, is gorgeous. At the first level, it's very basic because you don't unlock, well, one of your main attack sources. You've got a gun and you've got a baton, and it's just dodge timing, timed dodging and attacking, classic thing of gaming. But then at the end of the first level, you finally get your Legion, which just imagine having the time dodging and attacking of your character from Dark Souls, Bayonetta, etc. Except except you're also controlling a second character at the same time.
So like, it's so creative because of the use of the Joy-Cons too.
Yep, it's so good, Senty. And I would actually buy it for you because I know you're kind of interested in it because it's...
I'm actually really fond of Cyberpunk, so I've actually been really looking into it for a while.
Yeah, it is. If you enjoy the Soul series, you would enjoy Astral Chain.
The Soul series. The whole
Soul
series. You just said series.
Sometimes us Australians just forget to add an S to our words.
You know what? Fair. I will accept it this time, but you will still get nicknamed that in the server.
No, I won't.
Yeah, you will.
There's no need to be so serious about that.
Anyways, I actually didn't even know that this was a Souls-like until you just brought it up right as we were preparing for this stream. So I'm actually really curious to try it out, honestly, because Cyberpunk, cool graphics, etc. It looks cool.
I'd compare it a lot to a mix between Souls combat and Bayonetta combat.
Souls combat and Bayonetta, that makes sense.
And with the added control of your Legion, which you'll get there. Like I would 100% recommend the game for you and anyone else who enjoys the Souls series.
The Souls series?
Senty, I will push you over.
Alright, that is a good example. Alright, chat, now it's your turn, before I go into like my personal examples.
Mitchell says Hollow Knight.
Mitchell mentioned Hollow Knight, I'm glad he did, we're gonna get into that in a moment. But other than Hollow Knight, anybody else can bring up any other Souls-like that comes to mind?
Can I tell you a secret?
Tell me any secrets.
I haven't played Hollow Knight.
Do you own it?
No.
Alright, well, Steam.
You can't. I'm on an Australian Steam server now, you can't give things to me.
I can't send things to you? What the hell? Ugh!
I win this round.
Screw off. Code Vein,
Anyways.
I'm very glad you pointed that out, Rafa, because incidentally, I want to dedicate a very small segment of today's stream to talking about the beautiful mess that is Code Vein.
Yeah, so, long story short, should I play the game or not? I mean, I still haven't gotten an answer.
I don't know. Oh, jeez, there's a new Star Wars 2. Okay, Surge 2 was one that Versi was gonna bring up. I'm glad you brought the Star Wars 1 too, Rafa, because I forgot about it completely. I'm gonna talk about it in a moment. Yeah, Fallen Order. Now, for Code Vein... Fuck, man. When the game came out, I was head over heels about it. Because specifically of the character creator. It lets you create these really pretty anime characters, and it's such a robust and cool character creator. And it's also in a more modern setting. And I have some pictures to share with everybody on this that's watching right now. I don't like to share art without having the credit for it. And if somebody could actually get it for me, that'd be amazing. No pressure if you can't for now. I'm just gonna share a few of them, not all of them. But these are mock-ups done by a fan artist of a and I really had to bring this up this stream, of a modern day Tokyo post-apocalyptic Dark Souls idea. Now, I'm not a fan of post-apocalyptic stuff, personally, but I love the creativity on display in these incredible screenshots. Here you can see how like the golf club is their weapon. You can see how they have like a soda can as their Estus flask. You can see how their cell phone is their magic catalyst. There's so much that's just so awesome about these mock-ups, and it makes me really sad that like this is not an actual thing. And these screenshots were a huge part of why I got so incredibly excited when they announced Code Vein, because I was like, if we're getting a fantasy, like if we're getting a modern day anime Dark Souls game in a modern setting, maybe this is what we're gonna get out of it. Unfortunately, we did not get that. Thematically speaking, a very powerful thing that the Souls game have, and I'm trying to say this as quickly as I can, is the fact that you are a nobody. You are this random undead who's using like short swords and basic things against these massive demons and dangerous beasts. And you feel like the odds are always stacked against you, am I right?
Yep, absolutely.
And that's part of the empowerment. It's feeling that no matter what they do, you have the persistence to keep fighting until you win. This game has your character be a revenant, which is like a vampire with super anime powers. Basically, your character can do everything really well, and you can even, and that's even part of the lore, that your character can be any class you want at any point and switch them at will. And it takes a lot out of it. It takes a lot out of it. The weapons are all really keen on being super epic. Like, that's a big thing in Dark Souls, right? You can get the boss soul weapons that are amazing, but all of the other weapons are like basic short swords, a normal dagger, a simple magic staff, a short bow, right?
Yep.
Meanwhile, in this game, every weapon is over-designed. The smallest weapon you can find is either a rifle or a longsword. Those are single-handed weapons. But then you have great swords that are even bigger. Like, all of the weapons are massive and way over-designed. And then finally we get into the matter of like the story. You know how Dark Souls is just elegant about the way it just subtly introduces everything to you?
Yep.
In contrast, Code Vein has cutscenes. You can skip them, sure, but they're all over the place. They are all over the place. And that's fine. Games can have a more straightforward method of presenting their story, right? The fact that it does this is not actually a problem in itself. The problem is that, I mean, you could argue that there's some anime that have, like, a lot... I don't think anime is the problem with it. Like, I think anime is just an art style, but of course we all know that anime has tropes and stereotypes and pitfalls, and the problem with Code Vein is that it falls into all of them. All of them!
Okay.
Over-sexualized female characters, cheesy one-liners before battles. And the thing with games that put their story forward and up in your face, there's nothing wrong with that. If the story is good.
Here we go.
That's all I have to say on the matter. I don't even want to spoil anything, I don't even want to say anything. I just want to say that I was extremely disappointed. The character creator is still possibly one of the best that I've seen in any video game ever, and probably the only reason I keep playing it. I actually wanted to finish this game before this stream so I could talk in it at full length. The story cutscenes get so bad that I don't want to keep playing.
Is this a common complaint that you hear as well?
No, I mean, maybe. I don't talk with many people about this game. Versi finished it, and he also told me that the story was really bad. The actual battles, the actual combat is neat, and this game has something that Dark Souls doesn't have. I'm not sure if Key Hunter is still listening, but if you guys remember how we were complaining about how obtuse and annoying co-op was in Dark Souls, in this game is built around co-op. It's amazing. You have spells that are for healing your teammates, for buffing them. It's all based around having a team. and playing with your friends super easily. Super easily, and I love that so much. It's super comfortable, it's super neat, and there is no hurdles, there is no summon signs. You can just type in the thing, type in your password, and you can summon your friend, and it's really easy.
See, that sounds great.
It is really awesome. I really do like that. And the combat is Dark Souls. In a way, it is enjoyable. But the problem is... the areas are really underwhelming. The layouts are not exciting. Enemy placement is barely just okay. They're not visually exciting either. And then the bosses exist. They're not bad, they are challenging, and they can be satisfying to beat. But the problem with them is, the best way I can say it is that in Dark Souls, when a boss has a long winding attack, it's easy to dodge, but it hits you really hard, right?
Yes.
And the faster ones don't hit you for too much, but they're harder to dodge. In
Yes.
this game, the moves that hit you for the hardest barely have a wind up.
Oh, so they expect you to have very quick reactions?
Like, unnaturally quick. So it feels actually unfair in the long run. That's all. That's just my big summary of this game that I really don't want to like go too far into. But oh my goodness.
Yeah, see, that would tick me off to no extreme. If something's gonna hit me hard, I either want something choreographed or I want a a tell of some kind. Like if I see a subtle glint in their eye, or if they say a voice line, I want to be like, okay,
there
I
are
need to
barely
dodge.
any tells. It's a little ridiculous how little tells there are.
Yeah, like a great example is Lord Nito's sword attack, where a sword stabs you through the ground. His tell for that is like a screech, and then you hear the screech and like, oh well, I got to start rolling.
Yeah, no, this doesn't have any of that. I mean, sure,
Yeah.
it's not like every boss is unfair, but the bosses just infamously have these few moves that are just really hard, and they just come out of nowhere. But anyways, that is
I would not
basically
like that.
that is basically the quick resolution to the whole Code Vein situation, because it is a recent game and it is not a bad game, but it is a bad story. It is a shallow experience, and even in terms of character customization, you find a lot of really cool classes that dictate your build, and it's really creative how it works. But the problem is, the weapons are not exciting or interesting because there's very little to
Okay.
do with that.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Like the weapon types are very narrow, so yeah. But yes, that is Code Vein, and I'm actually quite glad that earlier today Mitchell mentioned Hollow Knight, because I really did want to talk about this game. Hollow Knight is not like the other games in this list so far. It is not a 3D like 360 full range fighting game. It is well, adventure RPG. It is actually a Metroidvania.
But Senty, how could a 2D game possibly be a Souls-like?
I'm so glad you asked, Rennie. You see, the way it achieves this is, this game takes a lot of cues from Dark Souls, mainly in the themes, more so than in the gameplay. In the themes, you will see, in the game you play as a bug. Everybody's a bug. And the thing with this is that there are a lot of, there's like this huge sense of a dying world. Very few bugs are still like sane and like just sensible around. A lot of them are wild and out to eat you, but some of them have been corrupted by a strange force. And there's just this sense of like loneliness and decay, and you're very much alone and you're very small compared to everything around you. More to the point, when you die, you drop all of your geo, which is what you use to buy anything and use things, and you can go and pick it up.
Currency.
Just like
Yeah.
in Dark Souls. Just like in Dark Souls. And you can just feel a lot of Dark Souls inspirations as well in like the palettes and like the simple colors that everything has. But there are some things that I think that this game does Dark Souls better than Dark Souls almost. As weird as that may sound.
It sounds very weird, but I'll allow you to explain.
Without overstretching too much, the main reason why I feel like this game has a really good grip of Dark Souls, is that it has something that Dark Souls does very little, which is strong juxtaposition. So, Hollow Knight is blessed with incredibly gorgeous graphics that are all hand-drawn and are kind of cartoony, right? Like the bug is cute, has little big black eyes.
Right.
Because the art style is like cutesy and simplified, the moments when there are gruesome and gross and like pseudo-graphic imagery, it really sticks out to you. Because there is this jarring contrast between everything that you've been seeing. And the fact that like even the cute little bug knight that you play as the whole time just has this hollow black eyes always staring into nothing. More to the point, what I very much heavily criticized the more recent games for is the lack of color theory understanding. And Hollow Knight is incredible with the way it uses colors. And some of the colors that pop out are really powerfully made. And it's just actually an incredible experience. I am someone who doesn't like Metroidvanias, actually. And yet this game is one of my favorite experiences on Steam in general.
So what you're saying is that I should play it.
You should absolutely play it. Maybe after Sekiro if you want to play Sekiro first. But I personally like this game better than Sekiro.
Alright, I'll keep it in mind, but I also have to keep in mind that you keep telling me to play Undertale, so I'm not sure how much...
You have not played Undertale, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Rennie.
You know that I'm not kidding you.
Rennie!
We've had this conversation like 7 times.
We have,
Anyways, this is about Dark Souls.
We do have to talk about Dark
And
Souls.
Sorry, Scaper, but Senty likes me too much to end our friendship.
Unfortunately.
It's the curse of me. Yes, unfortunately I haven't kept too much up to date with a lot of these games that have come out, so I've actually not really even heard of Star Wars Fallen Order, and from the sounds of it, I don't think that Senty has heard much about it either.
I have actually read a little bit. I haven't actually even watched any gameplay, but I do know I have heard a lot of really, really high praise about it. People were not expecting a good Star Wars game to come from EA, or even a Souls-like Star Wars game to even exist. And apparently it's just really, really good. I don't know much about it, I just know that it's something on my to-watch list, and I was hoping Versi might know a little bit more about it, but I guess he's not around.
Yeah, everything that I have heard about it has been very positive, and I can really imagine it being a bit more like Bloodborne versus the other installments, because I don't know, I just can't imagine Star Wars having a very shieldy play style, but also having, you know, the lightsaber and the gun if you are playing a Jedi, assuming.
I'm really not sure what kind of character you have. I know that there's lightsabers. Is that Versi who has just returned?
Yes, that would be.
me.
Hello, Versi.
Are
Hello,
you
I'm
back?
back.
We missed you. We're about to end things up. We were just talking about Star Wars The Fallen Order.
Yes, and we're hoping that you can shed some more light on it, because Senty and I don't really know that much about it.
I'm not sure if you do, though.
Oh, yeah, no, I've been playing it a lot recently. It
Oh.
is fantastic.
Oh, wonderful.
Would you compare it more to, say, like, Bloodborne kind of
Sekiro.
playstyle? This
I'd play it more to
Sekiro.
Sekiro.
Which is good.
It has so good combat. I was really surprised. I literally went out and bought the Fallen Order expecting to return it within like under 2 hours. It's just such a good game.
And I am a Star Wars fan, so I think I want to play it eventually. It is on my wishlist on Steam right now.
Yes, it is completely worth it.
Is this now?
Such a good game. They've got like basically they've got a lot of collectibles, and most of them are cosmetic. But there are like upgrades you can just find.
And
lying
don't
around.
worry, there are also loot boxes. I'm kidding. There are no loot boxes.
Might as well be.
There
Not
is
really.
something in my eye, and I really need to take care of this. I am very sorry for all the pauses today, guys. I'll be right back.
Remember when we were supposed to have hourly breaks?
Yeah.
I don't get paid enough for this.
Well, you're lucky then. I'm getting paid
It
in
is.
kind of exposure. Kind of.
But yes, please continue. I'd really like to hear more about it because as I said, I know next to nothing about it except that I've heard some great things of it, and that it's Star Wars.
So I obviously don't know too much about the story so far, but it is interesting. I actually quite like where they're going with it, but I'm not gonna talk about it too much. But the combat was the real pull for me. I'm gonna keep bragging on it because the Force powers feel really good to use, and they're all really useful. Being able to perfectly deflect attacks is one of the skills you're definitely going to want to work towards. And there are difficulty settings in the game.
Oh,
However, they do not affect the damage you take, I don't believe. They mainly affect parry timing window, your I think the way enemies act towards you, how good the AI is, and that's I think mainly something else. But for the most part, yeah, it's just parry timing and how the AI fights. But it's not necessarily you take more or less damage.
I think that's if they're going for a bit more of a challenging game, or I guess jumping on if they're aiming to go for the Dark Souls effective challenging, then that's a really good way to go because it lets people kind of relax a bit more on the easier modes, but then it also lets people feel good about themselves and gives themselves a good challenge of a higher difficulty that they need to be a bit more aware or faster reflexes, etc.
They have they basically have stamina, or I'm gonna compare it to Sekiro's poise or stance posture. Sorry, posture. I'm gonna compare it to Sekiro's posture meter, which you don't have stamina in the game, but you have force stamina, and some of your attacks use the force, and it's not necessarily like just you only use the force when you do like a push or a slowdown. You have dash attacks that consume force.
Right.
And the combat's very simple too. Well, there's not like super crazy combos or anything. It's mainly just like an actual, timing based thing. Parrying is really good to know how to do, but some attacks can't be parried, and blocking isn't always the best option, and you are very much rewarded for dodging. And the dodging feels really good. You get... I don't have too many force powers right now, but force push is really good. It just throws off some of the smaller enemies and kind of creates a gap. They have force abilities that let you do a shockwave around you that damages everyone and knocks them over. So it's really good for when you're getting gank spanked.
Hello.
Hello, welcome back.
I still don't know what's in my eye, but it's annoying me a lot.
Do you need me to kiss it better?
That's not how it works. It's fine. I think I don't feel it anymore, so I think I took care of it, maybe.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Versus has been talking about Fallen Order. It's a lot of good stuff.
Earlier
it's
before...
also a really interesting Metroidvania.
Oh, Fallen Order. Oh.
Yeah. It's got Metroidvania elements. It has, I would consider it parkour to the same degree that Sekiro does, minus the grappling hook, obviously. But it's got climbing, scaling. It has some really cool parkour elements. Like you can use your force slow to slow down fans while they're moving, and then you jump across them before they speed up
Oh,
again.
that's cool.
That's great.
It's super neat.
Um,
I
I
love getting unlockable powers and exploration like that. Sorry, Senty.
It's actually pretty fitting because just earlier before you arrived, we had just discussed Hollow Knight and its Metroidvania elements, and I gave the chat also a rundown on Code Vein and how I feel about it, albeit rather briefly.
Yeah.
It was about 20 minutes.
At any
Can't
rate,
blame
that is a good game to keep in mind. Was there another extra Metroidvania game, extra Souls-like game that you wanted to talk about?
I don't think y'all didn't talk about Lords of the Fallen, did you?
We have not, no.
Okay. Well, I like that game, but it's hard to say that I enjoy it. You know, I don't know if that even makes any sense, but it is a very, very hard game to get into, especially if you're coming out of Dark Souls, because it is a bit clunkier, but it also it feels nice at times. They have some cool assassin classes, I guess, but there really is no character customization, which is could be better.
As we all know, that just means that Senty doesn't care about it.
Yeah, the armor, they do have cool armor sets, but they're nothing like, I don't even think there's that many in the game.
And you can only play as a big, muscular dude, can't you?
Yes, and even with the slimmer armor sets, he just looks like he's roided out, so...
Yep.
You're always gonna look like a tank, regardless. You'll just look more and more ridiculous with each armor set you're wearing.
And I heard it, I heard it described as a very slow-paced and almost clunky Souls.
It basically is. It has some good sound design in places, and some, the animations are nice sometimes, but it is very clunky. I can't say I would recommend the game unless it were free, which is unfortunate to say.
It really doesn't
the bosses
sound
don't
like
really
my
feel
style.
that inspired. The bosses really just don't feel inspired, and bosses are usually a big thing for Souls-like games.
There was also one that someone brought up earlier that I know that you wanted to talk about. Let me see, what is it called?
Astral Chain?
No, that was Rennie who just talked about it immediately.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Surge 2?
The Surge. Oh my lord. Okay. So 1 and 2 for the Surge are very conflicting games for me, because for one, I've been playing them a lot in the server, and if you ever came in while I was playing them, I was just like, especially in the beginning, I was like, this game is dumb, it's stupid, it's not fun. It's because it is outlandishly hard in the beginning. You basically have to find an armor set, and it has really cool elements. I would consider the Surge so much better than Lords of the Fallen, and I would actually put it up there with Dark Souls for how I would compare it and how much fun I had with it. But for one, not all the boss fights are very interesting. There are a few in both games that are kind of cool, but they're not anything special. They're not anything stupidly memorable. There's a pretty good amount of armor sets, although they're not anything, again, crazy. But they have some pretty cool aesthetics to them. I especially am a big fan of exosuit, kind of armor-ish looking things. Not a big fan of the bulky stuff, but it's got a really interesting mechanic that allows you to guarantee a part of armor you may want.
Oh.
So it's like, let's say this dude has a robot or has like a mechanical arm that you want for your armor. So you can actually target individual body parts. And
that's
if you break the armor on them, you get the chance to cut it off, which requires energy, and energy is built up during combat. However, energy is also how you replenish your health. So it's a bit of a battle of like,
Oh,
well,
interesting.
okay, this dude is murdering me. Do I want to heal or do I want to
Do you wanna
risk not being able to cut off that limb?
See, Hollow Knight does something similar, where the energy that you use to heal yourself is also the energy that you could use for very strong and devastating spells.
Uh-huh. And again, the thing is, it's always like if you're going after an armored part, it's going to be tougher because they won't be stumbled as easily. If you hit an unarmored part of an enemy, they're going to be stumbled pretty frequently and take more damage. Armored parts, they don't stumble as frequently and they take less damage. But if you manage to cut that limb off, you are guaranteed the schematic and you are guaranteed parts to upgrade it.
Whoa.
And so essentially what happens is you just if you need more parts to upgrade your legs, then you just cut off their legs and you just put it in a machine and it's like, well, here you go, here's some scrap for your upgrades. And it's so convenient. It's such convenient farming. I've never had to farm for anything way past the point.
That is a really creative way. That is a really creative way of making like the actual farming, I guess, process a lot less random.
Yes,
Yeah,
it is.
that's a brilliant idea.
It was great. I think that's like one of the best mechanics in the game, and considering how important armor is in that game, it's really good that it's you're able to access it and upgrade it as easily as you can. Because one of the biggest problems with the game is early game. You need to first off find an armor set that you can put on and upgrade. One that you're going to stick with for at least a little bit, because you're going to need to upgrade it, and you're going to need to upgrade your core power. Your core power is literally just like, leveling up your character, but you can't wear armor that goes over your core power consumption, because each part of the armor takes up a certain amount of power core energy.
Interesting.
So if you don't have enough energy, you can't wear that piece of armor.
Okay.
That being said, you can obviously mix and match, and the Surge 2, I think the first game, they have like partial set bonuses, so that you don't have to have like a full set to have a bonus at all.
The art style of it and like a lot of the thematics don't seem to be exactly my style. But everything that I'm reading
very
seems
gritty.
Everything that I am reading seems to be like people really liking the game.
I was very surprised with it. I didn't like it at first, but the minute I started like upgrading armor and upgrading weapons, it became a lot simpler to understand. Some bosses are frustratingly hard in that game, especially because blocking isn't super reliable and dodging is basically the only way to go. You are very forced to learn patterns, but
okay.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
suppose
would
that could
definitely
be said
recommend the Surge.
That could be said about Souls in general.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's right.
that's how I play the game.
But yeah, that's all I got to say on the Surge, and I would recommend both games.
All right. Well, I think we have covered about a pretty sizable amount of many things Souls, and we went for 6 hours again.
You're welcome.
We went for 6 hours again, you guys. I was so happy. I was so happy to make this one shorter. It's not actually 6 hours yet, but it's about to be.
No way, ladies and gentlemen. It's for your own safety. I can't be exposed to everybody for too long without them being affected.
That's true.
That is very true. All right, well, I think we are about ready to go ahead and conclude over here. But it was actually really fun. I feel like I got to talk and discuss the Soul series really, really well. We got into a lot of... I felt like I might have repeated myself a lot, specifically when we came to Dark Souls 3. But it was still like really insightful and really cool. And I hope everybody enjoyed how hard we went into the whole discussion.
Yes. And I must stress, I love all three of the Souls games a lot, some more than others, but they are all beautiful games. And Senty, you and I are going to have to play Skull of the First Sin together.
Eventually, yes.
Yes.
I'd play.
There are too many games on my backlog at the moment, but it's a future We'll call it a date.
I have not played. I have not played Dark Souls 2 in a long time, so I would actually really enjoy playing some Score of the First Sin
Yeah.
again.
Yeah, I played Dark Souls 1 after I finished Dark Souls 3, so I probably haven't played it in over 3 years, if not longer.
All right. Well, with that out of the way, I hope all of you enjoyed everything we tried on today. I hope you guys, if you haven't tried out any Souls game, this gave you a good incentive to maybe look into one of them. And if you do play the games, I hope you liked what you heard and that you found the discussion interesting and insightful.
Ditto.
Do either of you have any final words before we end up for the day?
I'm gonna go eat breakfast at lunchtime
A wonderful idea.
Very good.
because this went on for 6 hours.
It did.
And casuals.
Casuals, man. We may be casuals, but we vibing.
I'm a casual, so you know,
But we vibing.
we out here vibing.
We always vibing. Alright guys, well, thank you so much for joining, both of you. It was great, and I knew I picked the right people to discuss this, because, honestly, I feel like I went on really hard. I underestimated how much I had to say about these games. But you guys added a lot of really cool things. The stories you shared were really wonderful. And I knew that getting people that were like as into the games as the two of you were would actually just only help with the whole feeling.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for joining me, guys.
No problem.
And thank you for the invitation, Senty. It is always wonderful to interact with you and hear your voice, especially when we're talking about Dark Souls.
For 6 hours.
Yeah, well, I could have gone longer.
Unfortunately, same.
Ooh.
All right, guys.
Episode 3, more Dark Souls.
I think for episode
No.
3, I'm definitely gonna like pick something a lot that I will definitely like. That is a lot smaller and more specific, so that I don't risk this again. Because I understand that people may not always mind, and some people will just play this on and off, and like maybe somebody's gonna use it like during a long car trip or something, which would be an ideal way to listen to the whole thing. But even then, like, you know, not everybody has 6 hours where they're just not doing anything else.
That's true.
All right, guys.
Next time, talk about cats.
I will be polling the next podcasts theme for my patrons, as always. If you would like to support me on Patreon, you can. And I believe that the latest podcasts poll was available to all $10 and up patrons to vote on. So that's something to think about if you're interested in helping me choose the next subject. All right, guys. I'm about to go ahead and end the call here. Thank you both a lot again for joining me today.
You're very welcome. It was my
Thanks for having
pleasure.
us.
And thank you all very, very much for being here with us today. I hope you enjoyed yourselves, and I will see you on episode 3. Bye, guys. And as always... Bye, guys.